Hey there. You want to come up? If I can figure out how to link. Um, I'm just going to be hanging out. So, all right, maybe this one. Maybe we'll see if that works. Hey, I did it.
There I am.
I see Solex as well.
Sophie. Look, it's just Mike. Sophie's saying hi.
Hi. Uh, so yeah, I'm just trying it out and seeing how everything goes, and I'm actually broadcasting to my Facebook as for my friends there, but um, yeah,
Still here?
I am.
Sweet.
Are you?
I think
All
so.
right. I thought I saw Solex in the house.
Hey. Cool.
So, what's new in Alaska?
It's cloudy and looking like it's gonna snow.
Yeah.
What about for you?
Um, I am actually enjoying the warmth down here, and it
Oh
is.
yeah. I forgot. I don't want to hear about your damn war.
But
Remind me not to ask that again until it's the middle of summer and you're dying of heat and humidity.
yeah. Actually, does it get warm? Does it really get warm there in the summer?
Um, it does, but it takes a few years to get used to it.
Yep.
Like,
Hi.
hey, Alex, like now it'll get 70, 80 degrees and I'm dying. I'm in my tank top and my shorts and I'm finding the water and I'm dying. Whereas before, I could handle temps of 90 to 100 down in Idaho and be fine, So I think it's just, I've gotten so used to the cold and the chill that when it does get hot, if I were to go down south in the middle of the summer, I'd die. I'd die.
Yeah.
I'd have to go plant myself in the middle of a river.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how this would turn out, but I was trying to figure out stuff, and I'm like, well, what the heck? Might as well just make it a live instead of a private. Go nowhere. But
just got myself a 4 terabyte hard drive, so I'm in the process of taking all the files and videos and photos and everything off my computer, storing them on the hard drive. Boy, I'm so happy I got that thing.
yeah.
I burnt up so many computers and lost so much information on there. So that's going to stop.
Gotcha. Let me see. There we go. I've actually never seen this side of the control panel, so I at least figured out how to put like a pretty background up on it, and
that's nice.
That's up in New Hampshire of the lupin.
Is that blue lupine?
Yes. But so yeah. Yeah, I didn't see anybody else's getting ready to go live or whatnot, and I'm like, well, I'll give it a try, and I keep looking at my subscriptions and I'm like, okay, who's scheduled?
Kenny came on just to do a brief how his trip went, but he's got a whole crew in there right now, so, and his internet's kind of shitty.
So
he had fun though, and he got to go on a hike.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, that was cool.
18 degrees Fahrenheit in Windsor, Ontario. Oh, it feels like. Yeah, I feel sorry for that. Because right now it's about high 60s in Florida. So, but
hey, you know what, fellas? It is 8:04, and it is still light outside.
No.
I'm telling you, that means spring it's officially freaking here. Summer's right around the corner.
So daylight's
going to get a little bit brighter.
So daylight savings
excitement
time.
In my voice?
Is this real? The real time, or the daylight savings time is in the fall?
This is spring forward.
Right, spring forward, fall back. So is this the real one, or are we being tricked?
Good question. Good question.
Here's all I know: it's 8:00, and it's still light outside. Yesterday it was 7:00, and it was still light outside. We're gaining light every day. Just like this morning when I woke up and it was already bright outside.
Yeah, I still can't get used to the whole Alaska thing as, partly, daylight for so long. And
oh, it takes some getting used to.
I bet.
That's for damn sure. And here in a couple of months, especially after my foot's up and going and I'm able to be up and going, oh man. I'll be like a
see
meth addict without the meth.
my friends on Facebook, Joseph and Lisa, at least. Hello, Laura's in the house.
Popping in. Laura's in the house.
Yes, Laura's in the house.
Right on. Hi, Laura.
I gotta make a little noise, so I'm gonna turn this mic off here.
No problem. And yeah, Richard, I'll get used to this eventually. I am so. What's the word I'm looking for? Not camera shy, I guess. I don't know. I've always been the one behind the camera, not in front of it. You know, so. But
I like these little ones that we do, and it's getting me used to it being in front of the camera because,
yeah,
that's not me either.
Yeah, in my videos, when I make it, I'm rarely in front of the camera.
Solix, do you know how bummed I was to hear that Ray is not into adventuring and finding mysteries and
Mysteries and
Dude.
legends. I
my
mean,
whole crush just went gone out the door.
you're at Superstition Mountain. That's a mystery and a legend, you know?
He's right by that damn hole.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not into that.
Yeah, I don't get into that.
That was something new I never heard anybody do before. Yeah, when I'm done with my videos, I wipe it off. It's all wiped out. And I forget about what happened yesterday. That was interesting.
That
Never
was
heard of-
interesting to know that. I mean, if I were down there and I knew that there was that much interesting stuff around me. I mean, for instance, we were talking, or maybe it was you guys talking. I don't know. But I remember when my grandpa worked for the Forest Service. And then he moved us to Nevada and he switched over to the BLM. There were certain places that he'd let us go. I mean, we could go with him, his grandkids. Couldn't necessarily go in the buildings, but I remember this one place that we weren't supposed to be going there. He weren't supposed to be going there either. But we were in the area, so we were going to check it out. And it was in the middle of nowhere. And it was a bunch of rocks. And Grandpa made us stay in the truck because he didn't want us getting hurt. Which I thought was odd because we were allowed to go run around in the desert anywhere. You know. God, I wish he was still here. There's so many
time
things that
for
I want to ask
exploring.
him about.
Hello.
He took us to this giant golf ball up on the side of a mountain. And I'm sure it was some sort of, you know, he was in the communications part of it. So I'm sure it was something about communications, you know.
So there you yeah. That's a mystery. That's a legend. A giant golf ball.
Huge, the size of a giant building on the side of a mountain. And it looked like a golf ball. Katie left me one and I just finished it. Sorry. That was my son. Just popped in.
Yeah. If I was, well, when I said that, Dana, why wouldn't anybody want to go and videotape a hole that has no bottom? A hole that was measured to be over 15 miles deep. That's a mystery and a legend I want to know about. But in all fairness, that's right next to Georgie's home stomping grounds, and he didn't even know about it. So when I was saying that to Ray, I was talking about the normal mysteries and legends, you know.
Richard is asking what mineshaft question mark. You want to explain, Solex?
You're the man. You got the whip.
You know all about it.
This is good, Richard. Be prepared.
there's this gentleman by the name of Mel Waters, originally from Australia, and he moved up to Washington and bought property. And on that property, he heard about from the Native Americans, as well as from people in the area, about a hole in the ground, and pretty much
Hold on
all.
1 second, Solex.
Yeah.
Hello, Jasmine. I miss you, and I will be back soon. And we should get together, and I'll treat you to lunch. Carry on.
How sweet.
$200
How
bucks,
sweet.
Tim. Really, Tim? That's $200. You know, if you found it, you gotta take a video of it and bring it to me or show me. So anyway, that was in southern Washington, where he bought this property, and he heard that people throw things in there, and and just a garbage pit kind of thing. One guy threw his deceased German Shepherd in. And 2 weeks later, the deceased German Shepherd showed back up again. I'm going, well, now wait a minute, something's funny here. And so I started looking into it because, all right, a reanimated flesh, how is that possible? And I'm big into looking for medical solutions, advances, and medical interests of things. And so I was looking into this, and then all of a sudden, and he was telling people about this. He went on Art Bell and talked about it. And as soon as he went on Art Bell, guess what? The United States Air Force showed up as an element of national security, and so they leased the property from him at that time, and we went on Google Earth and to find out where the property is, and Google Earth blocked it out. You couldn't see the spot. Shocker. So he left the property and he moved down to Nevada. Now the one I found a YouTube video who actually found that one in Washington, and they sent down a camera, and it turned out to be 880 feet, 800 feet or something like that deep, which was the exact depth of a miner who was in the area back in the late 1800s, digging mining holes for an English company looking for precious minerals. And so that mystery there was solved. But he said some things in Art Bell about that hole that was intriguing. Sporadically, there was black lights, a black light. It would come up out of the hole. It wouldn't last very long, and he said other things similar to that, and the legends and mysteries that the Native Americans had about that area. So he moved down to Nevada after because he was leasing out the property to the BLM, to the force or the Air Force. And he moved down to a Basque town. It was a town just of Basques, in northern Nevada. And he found another hole down there. Only this hole was the one that he measured to be bottomless. All he had was 18 feet of monofilament line, and he put a weight on the bottom of it, and a little A-frame, and he lowered it down there to find out the depth of that hole. He ran out of monofilament line at 15 miles. And there's a whole bunch of strange, unusual anomalies that had happened in that hole, and from this day I've been searching for the hole for the last 10 years. I have a friend here. I gotta scroll up, don't I? Time for heaven's sakes, time for exploring. That's Tim, and I gave Tim a challenge if he found that hole, and he says, I found it, Solex. I've been looking for 10 years and I can't find it. So I would be, so I gave him a $200 challenge. If he finds that hole for me, I'll mail him $200 cash American.
And he found it. Hi guys.
The whole gang is here.
Look what
Party,
George
party
found. I was on
I
the phone
found
with
this
George,
celebration.
and he's like, "You won't believe this. They're running alive."
Well, not to interrupt you, Solex, real quick. you know, I
We've heard that story 100 times.
I well, no, well, he was asked explaining it for Tim, but I kept looking. I'm going, okay, nobody's scheduled. Okay, nobody's got anything coming up. I'm like, why not try this? So,
100 subs celebration.
yep, party in the
Ring
house.
that bell. Hey, did you go over and change your name?
Not yet because I haven't been able to get that yet.
Refresh. Let's look. Come on.
Hang on. Let me see.
Share the screen. Let's see what you
Hang
got,
on.
buddy.
Hold on. Let me see here.
So you paid for full subscription then, huh?
Well, I did a month and I'm trying it out. Because while I'm looking at this one, I will be looking into others.
How many people
My
you
son
got?
suggested I go
You
ahead
got
and try them
Justin.
on.
You got Laura. Did you get my email?
All right, so customize.
Hey, there's Justin and Christina.
Free fairy. Look
Yeah,
at the
thank
peeps.
you for coming and
Not yet.
supporting Mike on his
That's our peeps right there. That's our peeps right there.
first live. That is
Good
so
people.
awesome.
So
How
not
many
yet.
got?
104 now.
Yes.
Nice. It stuck.
Yeah.
No,
I told
you
you
got
to give it a
13
bit.
watching too. Sweet.
Nice.
So,
Sweet. I love your background. That's good.
and then
Did you
I
take
also
that photo?
have some. I also have some people on Facebook as well watching.
Sweet.
Nice.
Well, hi, Facebook people.
Hi, Facebook.
I think my niece is there and a couple other friends. But
Hey,
That was
did you
sweet.
take
She
this
was
picture there,
charming.
Mike?
yes, I did.
Okay. Can I? What's your copyrights infringement? Can I borrow that for background one time?
You feel free to use it, George.
All right.
So
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I like Solar's
think there's a
background.
little. I think there's a watermark
Tim.
at the very bottom, but you're welcome to trim that off.
Okay. Just
Hello, everybody
there's
that
Tim.
came in.
Timmy, come on up. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Kenny?
Hey,
I was in the basement.
I'm still getting used to this. So
Time for exploring.
Exploring.
Yep.
okay,
Exploring.
now
Exploring.
There we go.
What? Whoa, there you
Yeah,
go.
No,
I see you're
Over
doing a
here.
little better today, Troy.
yeah.
Wait.
Other one, buddy. Folks, we'll get this down.
yeah. Well, you
Tim's
know,
running the show, or Mike's running the show tonight.
yeah. Well,
Yep.
Maybe he says, I don't know.
3 of these guys fell out last night, and then Dana, she was snoozing.
I'm just adding some mods to be able, so because
Yep.
yeah.
And I finally found a background that I like.
I know that's you. That's really you.
That's what I was saying. I mean, that's rustic. That's.
You blend right in too.
Can you see me now?
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome.
At the log cabin with Solex, and on today's show,
Knock on wood.
adventure.
Hey, Solex, I think I found it.
Really?
Yeah.
That'd be surprising.
Share.
If
Uh-oh.
so, Mike
Whoop,
needs
whoop.
to figure this out. I'm sharing.
Okay. I don't have
Yeah,
the
it's
controls.
like
I don't know what to do.
I'm gonna give me something to drink. I got dry mouth.
Takes me
Yeah,
a while to
me
get
too.
my
Me too.
takes me a while to get my Google Earth up.
I know. Fire in the hole.
Well, I shared a screen, so you have to allow that screen, Mike.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, it's something new. It's something new that you get to learn. So we're training you.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So where am I looking to see this?
All right.
It's down. It's down in the basement. I shared a screen. You
And
have
then
to
another screen
allow-
will pop up like a visitor.
Now there are
Oh.
some things. There are some things about that hole I haven't told anybody about, so I'll
Hey,
know
now.
if you found it or not.
Oh,
Hey, when
okay.
So
I
like
see
when I
it now.
pop up, I see you saying, I haven't found the hole for 10 years. I'm going, Okay, maybe
Well-
that's not the group I want to join right now.
All right,
No,
all right.
actually,
All right.
we were talking about Ray.
Just saying.
Okay, we were
Okay.
talking about Ray.
Richard's in the
And
house.
what we were saying, just a second.
I was.
What we
I
were
was
saying
how
was,
crushed I was.
I put a comment there about Ray. He says, "Ask me anything," and I asked Ray, does he enjoy finding mysteries and legends? I mean, he
Exactly.
one of his Superstition Mountain. So that's a mystery and a legend down in there. And he said, no, he's not into doing the mysteries and legends thing, and that surprised both me and Dana. And so that's what brought on the conversation to this thing.
My
Right.
crush
'Cause
just went out the door. All gone.
Huh?
That
Yeah.
crush, gone.
Yeah.
Not
We
that
won't
I
go
have
there
crush
on this
him
channel,
anyway,
though.
But, you know.
Right,
All right,
Dina?
Solex. So here you go. It's Sucker Flat, and guess what? You're in Timbuktu.
What do you mean?
I like
It's
men
a-
who like
Hey.
food.
It's a joke.
I'm loading. I'm still loading Google.
Oh, Timbuktu.
It was
Oh.
a joke.
You made those.
No, this is actually in California. It's Sucker Flat in Timbuktu.
Oh
I
my
have no
goodness.
clue where it's at.
Doing great.
Oh, you
Doing
dog.
great, Pena.
You shithead. Excuse my language.
Exactly. Hey, Solex, it's in Timbuktu.
Honk honk.
Wait, if I keep going in, Timbuktu disappears.
Yeah,
Well,
because you're
Totally.
finally there.
Wow.
Timbuktu is right next
Yeah, but-
to Toluca. Now, here's a mystery and a legend in Montana.
But look at
Little
this
place
river
called-
system.
What
There's got to
about
be
it?
a lot of. There's got to be a lot of minerals out there.
Sure.
We got a little place
What
in
river is
Montana called Toluca. And it's a
Toluca?
place where this train had to go uphill at one point. It was so slow that people got off the train to go and do their private things. And then they get back on the train again. So Timbuktu is right next to it.
Tommy V's out there. Cool.
Hey,
Michael
I
Donovan.
will
reads
continually
photography.
search for
You're in here
this.
twice, Mike?
it's a
Well,
mystery.
I'm broadcasting on Facebook as well. Because
Oh,
of
I got
my
it now. I
friends
see it.
there.
Nice.
So
So I'm going to ask you guys the same
Right.
question I asked Ray. And Ray said he's
Okay.
not interested in mysteries and legends. But are you guys, when you're out RVing, are you interested in mysteries and legends in the areas that you visit?
Well,
Yes.
yeah.
That's
Yes.
part of the whole reason
Absolutely.
I want to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. I've gone to ghost towns. Yeah.
There you go.
There's a
Let-
haunted motel across the street from me in my town that I've been given permission to go over and film at. I can't wait to go do it.
Hi, Douglas Center.
What were you saying, Tim?
More bang.
Hold on, I'm grabbing the book.
Jasmine.
And
Ha!
and Solex, you definitely know this book, and I think a bunch of people know this book.
I have to ask Mike, did you see Bree's comment? TGIF.
Are you clicking on the
one?
brief?
for you.
Are you clicking on him, buddy? You gotta click
Comment?
on him.
I'm trying to. I have somebody asking for
Chat,
the
chat.
link for my other page. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Is
Well,
it this one?
Here's a mystery and a legend.
Cool, you go.
Okay, what do you got?
So here,
Too far to walk.
Too far to walk.
I haven't read that one. That was when was that written?
it is by.
So hard to keep
By
up.
Forrest
Forrest
Fenn.
Fenn.
Of course.
I've heard of that.
But
I
here,
know, right? Right, Mike?
here is the $1 million chase, and someone found it. It ended up in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thrill of the
He
Chase,
left-
a memoir.
he
A
left-
memoir.
Right, Mike? Here
Those-
is the
see, that's what I'm talking about. Those are the
Oh, hey, oh,
Someone turn your YouTube channel off.
hang on.
I think our host does.
It's our host.
I'm still getting used to this.
Those
First
are the
live.
best books.
First live, it's okay. First live.
Now, Tim, those are the memoirs, the bibliographies. Those are the books with the most interesting thing in it. Not the other ones, but
Bongo.
They found the $1 million that this guy left behind, and it was in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
the gold bars.
Was it in gold?
No, he had $1 million worth of gems, coins, jewelry, whatever it was. Someone found it.
It's
And
my-
I am
there's
still
an
going to
actual
read those books.
there is an actual map.
Nice.
Can I
You're my real man.
I don't remember where it's at. There is an actual map, and people
Congratulations
were.
on your 100 subs.
Oh, the map is actually
Do you have
in.
anybody else
The
waiting?
map is actually in this book, the first one that he put out.
Justin. Who else we got?
60. Oh, wow. 16.
So
16 in
someone
the
actually.
house.
Hi guys.
Laura, did you
I'm
get my
just
email
sharing this
today?
to my Facebook real quick.
Laura, let me know if you got my email.
And I know V said she would be leaving this running.
Who?
That was sweet.
Yeah.
So in the first book, he had a bunch of clues. And what he really wanted to do
Old-timers.
was actually get people out to adventure and experience life. And there's an actual map. I don't remember where it's at.
he must be talking about you guys.
I know, right? Whatever.
But,
Hey, Richard, I couldn't find your site,
Forrest
dude.
Fenn. Forrest Fenn.
I was looking for him earlier too. I couldn't find him.
Yeah. So if we have a mod, could they drop their link?
Well, I assigned it to several people. I just kept clicking add moderate. So I lost
Well-
track of who I did and who I didn't.
No,
They're
you don't
probably
want to
all
do
on
that. You don't want to do that.
Well, within reason. I think I added
Okay.
you guys.
The appropriate people.
Yeah.
He's got a wrench.
Bernie's in there from Fairy Dust.
Bree has a
Yeah.
wrench. That's a good mod.
I believe
And Bree has a wrench.
Bree has one.
And she's
And
here.
So-
Justin and
so
Christine
Bree-
should have a wrench if you haven't.
To Richard Quick. Would like to, and all your Facebook people. Do you have YouTube channels?
Would.
What's your toy?
Oh yeah, her little guy had a birthday today. So Laura's son is 6 years old today. Happy birthday, little man.
Happy birthday, little man.
Happy birthday.
That's right.
Yep.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
You know, when I said, Mike, come on, I got to thinking about Georgia and says, okay, I know why
What?
Mike started a live stream because of what happened last night or this morning.
What, that I fell
So
asleep?
Mike and Troy down
But
here,
we're being
me and
recorded.
Dana,
So
Dana,
Solex,
who was having a nap, and so
Okay.
all of a sudden, you know, I went and I took a nap for an hour, and I came back, and poof, I popped back up on the panel.
And you did
Because
not say
Georgie
how
wasn't
you got
here, it
back
was
on.
Georgie's pen. Do that. You do that. Well, there's only one way that you can do that. And that was that Georgie was was still in the
Sonia's
basement.
the house.
Sonia. No way.
We have RVD.
Dude.
So
Sort of
Come
getting
on, we're rocking this.
We are celebrating
Hey,
Mike's
Sonia.
100 subs.
Come on
Yeah.
up.
Sub.
Sonia's in the house.
No, my computer rebooted and
Yeah,
I
we're
was
having a
trying
hun-
to close it down.
Excuse
So
me for
I
a
went
minute,
back
gotta
and
go
saw
take
that
my sleeping meds.
Troy said that somebody said I muted somebody and back and forth. I heard you guys say that.
I
And
got
I wasn't
muted.
there for that. So my speakers are plugged into my computer and my speakers are plugged into a power box that goes to my lights. So watch this.
Yeah.
So if I take my foot right here,
Bump.
hello, it turns off my lights and my speakers. I can't hear you guys at all. And then back on. So I do that when I turn down the computer. I was trying to close it out and I muted you. And I went, oh, you probably want your mic back on. And I went to bed. And
And then a little
this
while later,
thing,
we all got to space.
well,
and when you guys rotated, you said
So-
you
so
rotated,
Mike-
right?
Yes.
When somebody goes down and loses that millisecond of connection, they're gone. And when they get that millisecond of connection, they come up. You guys rotate. I did not do that. No.
Like,
So it wasn't you.
what?
Well, now here's
More
the
than that.
problem. So
Yeah.
Mike and Troy down here, they said, I want to go see how Solix did that. So they dropped down to the basement and poof, they were gone. So it was just
Wow.
me and Dana. Dana, by the way, who was sleeping the whole time. And I was
Yes.
just gabbing. I was just gabbing and gabbing and gabbing. And
Yep.
I was talking all about Alaska, the fisheries, and then I'm looking for all these backgrounds.
I
I
woke
found
up
my perfect
occasionally.
background. And that's yeah.
She was just taking a little cat nap. Come
So-
on now.
So I went and got it, Troy. My 4 terabyte.
Hold it.
Global
Hold
hard
it.
drive.
Did Sonia say hi to me? I'm Sonia. I'm here. Hello.
I think she's going through the list.
I'm on the bottom.
Mobang?
T. Breenit.
Oh,
Yeah.
back
she's
of the bus.
Bang, 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 bang. Well, she's got 13, right? How many you got now, buddy? Uh-oh. Launch OBS. 2. There I am. See? The easiest name on the panel. G. Because we got V and we got Bree.
Sonia.
Yeah. Love you long time. Troy.
There's Troy, we got you, Troy.
Check off. All right, Mike. What you got?
One ear up, one ear down. Corgi style. One ear up.
Is it
one
really
ear
that?
down.
Hey, is that really their style?
I think so.
Occasionally. Yes.
Get him up there. Come on,
Everyone
Duke.
says he has a
Hey,
broken
Sonia.
ear. He doesn't have a broken ear.
No.
He's just got a lazy ear.
Because
Was
when you say
asking if you
squirrel,
guys saw
both
the
ears
link.
go up.
Do it.
Squirrel!
That's what I'm talking about. he
V's
said.
here.
No, when he's outside, he's
9,
his ears
10,
are
11,
up.
12. Sonia, it's 12:30 back there.
Yeah, it's
Roll
only
call.
12:30.
I know,
Yep.
right? Does anybody feel more tired on this time change when it moves forward?
No.
I always do. Of course,
I
what
don't
kind
know.
of
Yes,
hours have we
Bree, I
been
got the
pulling, guys?
link. Thank you.
I'm always
Thank
tired.
you, Bree. G, she
Yes?
dropped that link to Richard quick.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Where's it at?
Ooh.
Is it there?
I got
I
it.
don't see it. Please drop the link. Tell me you guys got the link.
Hey, Troy, is that one of your rats or is that your dog?
I call these my little rats. Yes, I don't have any dogs.
Roof, roof.
No dogs, just rats.
Just rat.
Rat terriers.
That's why we're the rat pack.
I put it in private.
Rat.
The bigger rats.
15 in the house.
I definitely need to come up and visit you guys up there traveling. That and Gina. So
How's our host doing there?
I'm doing
Are you feeling? Is it like juggling?
Well, yeah, because of the fact that I'm broadcasting to 3 different locations.
3.
Well,
You're
my
doing
Facebook-
a
photography,
hell of a lot better
my
than I would
Facebook,
be with
personal Facebook page, my
Okay.
photography Facebook page, and YouTube.
Yes. See, this guy knows how to
Yes.
rock it out of the
Yes.
park the first time up. Look at that.
Huh.
yeah, but Mike,
That's the
chat's
first time
not
I've
moving
seen
that fast.
Facebook participants in YouTube.
Yeah, no doubt.
Mike,
Yeah.
wait till that chat is going.
Well, yeah, no, I won't
And
be
you're gonna be
doing
like-
this often as far as
Please use the link I
Facebook
dropped.
So,
Be in
What are you
trouble.
doing?
Dana, what was the link to? Because I have
Okay.
to write it down and go there later because I cannot.
I
pick
didn't
up a
see the link, you guys. Bree's,
I can't
Bree's
pick one
going to
up
cut
on
us
my
off if
camera.
we don't use that link.
Yeah. Well,
It's up
What-
above.
what?
Oh, you got it.
is it to
Trail?
No, it's to Richard Quick. 'Cause we were
Okay.
looking for
Yeah, I
his
got it.
account
Cool.
earlier.
All right, he's got, is that him? The little smiley face guy?
oh,
Okay, he's got 41 subs.
he's now got 42.
Let's see. Now he's got 43. Let's see what we can do.
Right on.
Lab Tesla. Oh, he's a Tesla labber,
Thank
huh?
you again.
Ooh,
Thank
we'll
you
get along
again,
just
Bree.
fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. So I'll bow to Bree.
Baby shark, baby shark.
Richard,
come
on,
on,
oh,
guys,
I gotta
thank
go
you.
on
Sing along.
YouTube.
Yeah. More bang.
Open that up.
Okay, there it is. Now I'm seeing it in the link below. Cool.
Okay, I'm gonna try to go here and come back. I'm gonna see how
And
this
if you
works.
guys want to drop your own links, that's okay with me.
Can
And
we?
and if we don't use this link, what happens, Bree? Do we get
It
evaporated?
expires. No. It just expires and she won't, and she disappears. So
Yep.
Oh,
We will lose Bree forever if we don't click the link.
No bowing. You asked for it. She just wants you to use it.
what are you doing, Duke? Huh? What are you doing?
love Duke. Dookie. Hey, Laura has a
Dookie,
dog
dookie,
named
Duke.
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 Laura has
Again,
mini
Duke, it's some-
dogs.
Here, can I put the ears on you?
What?
No, you don't like the
You
ears
got
on
it?
you.
If it's in private
But you
chat,
can hear
I
me.
you gotta-
What?
You can hear
What?
them. They're
What's
saying
right?
Duke.
Oh,
You hear 'em?
Yeah.
So
See?
Troy,
Yeah, you froze.
Troy,
He's
You
like
froze.
rough.
I went and got
Oh, my
my
bad.
my Western Digital,
Uh-oh.
4 terabytes.
oh, nice.
4.
It took me 5 hours driving around town to find it.
That's solid state, right?
Oh my goodness.
What?
So that's a 4 terabyte.
I don't
You
know.
should be really
He was
good
really
with
cryptic
4
about
terabytes.
What's it say on it?
Now the solid state one that he was talking about, it was 1 terabyte, and it was like this big, and it looked like a flash drive. He
Right.
called that solid state, but he called this one.
Yes.
He called this one hard state. What is that?
A hard
hard
He
drive.
said, well, there's a little hard drive in.
Yeah.
Yeah, is
You
that
don't
Not
solid
what you
state?
want. No. Take it
You
back.
You don't want the ones
Okay,
with hard
well,
drives. You want
This
solid
one was only $100.
That's why.
Does it
That would
have
be
the spinning-
$300.
Yeah, the ones he
Does
was
it
showing
say-
me for solid state, the 1 terabyte, right? $300.
No, like I said, you need to pick up an Amazon account or something and do PayPal or something like that, so you're not dealing with all this other crap.
Because that guy didn't know diddly.
Like buying $1,500 phones. Yeah, they sold you old
Right.
technology that's not going to deal with being in an RV and being bumped around.
Nope.
Wait, Solex.
Those
Does
do
it-
not last.
Oh,
Solex,
those-
does it
God,
say
he
75?
He wouldn't tell me the difference.
He didn't know.
Solex.
He just-
75.
Didn't-
Hey, Solex. Does it say 7,500 RPM on it or anything RPM on it?
Yeah.
550.
If it says RPM of anything, that is an old hard drive.
Get rid of it.
If it's a true solid state drive, it's memory driven. You don't have a
No
spinning
moving
platter in it.
parts. You don't want the moving parts because they don't take being bumped around in an RV very well. That's been proven again and again through YouTubers.
But let me see here. Let me find something that's comparable to what he was showing me. I got all kinds of crap on here.
It's on the drive. It'll say
Okay.
7,500 on the drive. 7,500.
Okay, he was
RPM
saying
on the
that
drive.
He was saying that the $300 1 terabyte ones was like the size of a bar of soap. Little tiny things.
Yeah.
But this is
doesn't
this is
matter.
what he told me. He said the Western digital ones. Those are the ones that you plug into your computer.
They all do.
You know, you open up your laptop and replace your hard drive with it.
Oh my god, he's smoking, dude.
Moving parts, you don't want it because the moving parts break down under the 8.0 earthquake in an RV eventually. The solid
they
state.
Yeah.
He didn't know
Okay,
enough
well,
about
I got
computer
this one.
science.
I might just
Take it back.
I might keep it.
No. Keep it. No.
No.
Technological
keep it. No.
challenge.
Take it back.
Keep it. No.
Take
Does
it back.
say 70? Does it say 7,500 RPM on it?
It didn't say anything on here. It's got a bunch of Chinese junk on there.
Well, no wonder he didn't
I'm
know.
not going to learn Chinese.
Very much
Well,
so.
it looks. Hold it up again. Let's see it. Let's see how big it is. I can tell just by the thickness
Yeah.
whether it's solid
Windows
state generally.
10 or Mac.
If it's over a half-inch thick, it's got a drive in it.
Compatibility
It's got a disc.
and continuous. Okay, here's some English words. Easy to use backup and security. Well, that's all that says. Doesn't say anything. It just says
Why'd you buy it?
super
I'll be
USB
right back.
cable,
A large
Okay.
drive like
Windows
that is on Amazon.
capable. That's all it says.
I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll be back. All right, Arnold. You'd be. I can't find my drive.
I think this is a terabyte or a 2 terabyte.
Well, size doesn't
that's
matter.
what I was telling
I
them.
have no idea.
That one.
That's
Dana,
what I was
that
telling
one,
them. That everybody was showing me those.
All I know is
And-
my
and-
son got me a laptop and a hard drive for Christmas.
And the ones he was
Okay.
showing me that were solid state were 1/3 the size of that.
Okay, Solex. One is my
My son told
phone.
me the
One is
smaller
my
the
hard
better.
drive. Okay.
Exactly. See, that's what I told him. I said everybody's showing me.
But this, the hard drive, and it's as big as my phone. So size doesn't matter because this is also a hard drive, and it's 4 terabyte. Okay. What you want is one of these.
No. No.
Tim,
Wow.
he wants one of these.
old school floppy.
Yes. Oh, here's my drives. Here they are. So these are the same size, correct? They're the same physical size. This one
Right.
is a hard drive. This one is SSD. So size doesn't matter. This has no moving parts, and yet this is a hard drive that would fail in a year in an RV. You want these. Or just keep it simple. But yeah, so you with me, Solex? You still there? Where'd he go? Mike, did we lose him?
I added
Okay.
him back.
There he is.
I touched my computer. Okay,
You're in the
that's my mistake.
But see the little
And,
circle here? That's the hard drive. This is SSD. Hello. It's only 128,
Okay.
but so size is because of where it fits in your computer. Yeah. So, because this is just super encased. This
I
is the
keep
same
reading.
drive.
Solex, don't touch anything. Now we lost him altogether because he's not even in the basement.
Okay.
He'll be back.
But anyhow, so all 3 of these are the same physical drive inside. This drive is in a special case, and it's way longer because it has a power supply in it. And yet this one's super duper encased just to protect it. So this is what he got, isn't it? And this one is the Western Digital, which are really super good drives, but you don't want these in an RV. You want these hard plastic SSD drives.
Okay.
Okay. But yeah, they're 3 times the money because that's what people want. It's the Mercedes of the hard drives or whatever you want to. Anywho, that's my story. Hey, how come it's so quiet, Solex? Tim?
Tim, we can't hear you.
Troy?
Oh, he's on the phone, isn't he?
Okay.
That's why.
Well,
Hopefully
Anyhow.
Solex will be back.
sorry, I don't have a channel. Well, that's okay.
So that
You
was
have to
Bree,
have a
right?
channel. You have one. You just don't have any content.
You can still drop your page so people can like your page, and when you put content, if you decide to, you'll have a head start.
I've seen people with 200-300
Yep.
peeps, as we call them, peeps, friends, and they have absolutely no videos, no content whatsoever. That's like a free ride.
Yeah.
So if they
So I
ever
was
do,
just on the phone with Bree. Bree was saying links were not working, but from what I've checked on the YouTube side, the links are working. I've been able to go over to Richard Quick. I've opened up another thing, and apparently Tim from Mo Bang for the Buck says that the click on your link and then it gives me two options. I don't know what they're talking about. Everything seems to be working on
I
the YouTube
I think
side
they
here,
need to
Mike.
hit the key a little lightly.
they might not have been able to post a link. I don't know.
Well, apparently Bree was saying her links weren't working, but they are.
Yeah, I copied it.
And then I opened.
I think
I
when
basically clicked on it and opened a new window. And Fairy Dust Bernie's link, I right-clicked it, opened a new window. That worked.
Yeah, and
I
so
find
far the
that
links I've been
if I'm on my
clinking.
phone or my tablet and I'm touching with my finger,
Yeah,
I have to hit
Bree
it very
just
lightly. Otherwise, it'll
Bree
give me
just,
the option to block. So
It's
just
working.
try and hit that link lightly.
Emergency repair procedure number 1 works every time. You just
Yeah,
hit it.
and so far the links I've clicked on have worked
Clink.
as well. So
yeah. Bree, your last link for Mo Bang for Buck opens up if I click it, and if I right-click it and open up in a new window, that also works too. So I don't know what's going on the back end.
oh,
Maybe you need to reboot your system,
did we lose Dana?
or yeah.
This,
Oh,
this, Georgie, this is what the guy was showing me. The 1 terabyte solid state drive that was this big.
right.
And I thought, are you kidding me? Because everybody was showing me ones like this. Right. So I got this one.
Right. Right.
Oh,
And that's what this is. But that's a
Right.
physical hard drive,
Right.
I
and
mean,
it's got some weight to it. Yeah.
don't at least for me. Don't get me wrong; those are good. You know,
Yeah.
you just have to be more careful with them.
Same size.
Oh,
This is an SSD. This is a hard drive.
Right.
I
Yeah.
have prices.
Yeah. So
Okay.
so
Are you
see,
ready, Felix?
yeah, we schooled him.
I got it. I got it now. Now I know
Your
what I'm
West-
doing.
But this is
Your
also
Western
a hard drive in a case.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
That's okay.
okay. So the one I got was $100. This 4 terabyte one.
On
The 1
Amazon,
terabyte they were showing me. Hang on a second. The 1
AJ
terabytes that they were showing. Hang on a second. The 1 terabytes that they were showing me was $300 for the 1 terabyte ones. For the
Well, they're
solid
ripping you off.
state.
Yeah.
Right?
they're ripping you off.
Yeah.
So
That's-
go on Amazon
yeah,
or
this is
something
Best
like
Buy.
that.
on Amazon, I looked up your hard drive. It's an HHD, which is the hard drives,
Right.
which have the moving
Oh.
parts. It's 4 terabytes, and it was $90, and it's a Western Digital hard drive, which I believe is the brand you bought.
Right.
Okay, now you can get an SSD, which is the solid state drive, no moving parts, and that's what the label we were looking for is SSD. In a Samsung brand, which is a good brand name, at 2 terabytes for $219.
They
There
want
you go.
So there.
Yeah.
So now, if you want 4 or 5 terabytes, we're talking 450 or 550. So I
Right.
would go with the 2 terabyte hard drive, Samsung brand, the SSD, and that's what I would get if I was going on Amazon. However, I have seen these on other websites with off brands selling as cheap as $60 for 2 to 4 terabytes.
All right. This is what I'm going to do with this one. I'm not going to take this one back, but all my
Is that-
DVDs are going to go onto this one. Now, all of my movies and things that I have produced and have on my hard drive,
Mhm.
that I want to put on a solid state.
Okay, now Eric with Nomadic
No, see,
Fanatic.
that's a different one.
you have,
Yeah.
and he put it in a cupboard and he stored all his data from his outside cameras on it, and it lasted 6 months and went bad in his RV, and he lost
Gone.
all the footage. Gone in
Gone.
6 months because it could not handle the rolling earthquake, even in a comfy Class A.
Oh, for
Yeah.
heaven's sakes.
And that's an
Yes.
internal computer laptop-ish kind of hard
Because it
drive.
couldn't handle
Right.
what?
The bouncing.
So,
The bouncing,
what-
the- being driven around for 6 months inside a Class A in a cupboard, his hard drive that had moving parts still failed.
Oh, no.
6
it
months.
will.
Okay,
Oh,
I want
no.
to put you all at ease. All of my electronics that I have, I get little boxes with the styrofoam in there, so everything's in its own
Ain't gonna
bouncy.
matter.
Doesn't matter. If
won't
it has
matter.
a needle,
It's
it's
Sorry,
gonna
brother.
Eventually.
We
Oh.
love you long time,
Just gonna
but
get them.
ain't gonna matter.
Okay.
Just the light vibration, not
And
even
you
hitting
used
a
the word styrofoam when you really meant cushy foam, right?
Yeah, the spongy stuff.
Okay.
It'll still kill it. They can't handle traveling. You could
So
throw them on the seat of a
So-
pickup and you'll eventually get them.
So I'm going to wind up taking my hammer to this baby.
yeah, that's why I say take it back. Don't waste your money.
Take it back. Don't waste your money. Put an extra $120 with it on Amazon and get yourself the Samsung.
Yeah, they wanted
Yeah.
they wanted 319 in the store.
Yeah, see, silly boys.
Oh, and they
Solex.
finally got in a shipment of Logitech, the nice webcam things in there.
Yeah.
$150. I'm not
But
kidding.
yours works
Those
fine.
Logitech webcams were $40 when I remember seeing them a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Now they're $150 today. Same
Because
one.
everybody needs one. Because we're sitting at home.
Yeah, and here and they did okay. The salesman actually told me the truth. He said, "Laws of supply and demand."
Oh.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
So-
gouging. In other words, what he was saying is, "Yeah, we're gouging you because you really want it."
Yep.
Hey, Mike.
Tim's
Tell all
got
your people out there that we know each other and we love each other. So we're not arguing. We're just discussing,
Yeah.
right?
yeah.
We all know each other good.
But I haven't.
Because I know you
heard
got
Tim's
new
argument
people
yet.
out here.
What do you got
Yep.
for me, Tim?
Tim.
All right. So what I have here for you guys, I've worked on this 3 years ago.
This is our man.
This is the size of a stick of gum, and that is a 1 terabyte SSD flash memory drive that goes
Yep.
into laptops.
Yep.
And if you cut it in half, this is the 80. This is the 80 style. If you cut it down to 42, half of that, you could have 512 in a small little device.
Yeah, the size of a stick of gum, and that's
But
what he was
I
showing
tested this. I tested this 3 years ago, and it's out on the
Right.
market
Yeah.
now.
Nice.
That's-
Yeah, 3 years ago.
And-
That's how slow our technology is,
And
right?
and what I'm working with now,
You can't say.
it's the same size. But that's all I can say.
Yeah, that's what she
me.
said.
And that's and those were the $300 some odd dollar ones that he was showing me. And
These are M2 devices, M2
Yeah,
hard
internal.
drives. This is internal with these pins right here.
Yep.
This is M2 SSDs, and
Yep.
Solid state drives.
we have the bigger version of SSDs, which could be 2 terabyte or better.
Yeah.
in support of what I told him, I explicitly told him, this is for my RV. I told him that. So maybe he doesn't know that RVs screw things up.
Yeah.
Most people
Well,
don't.
okay. So we
Yep.
all know that the average RVer only uses it about 3 to 6 times a year. He uses it maybe 3 months out of the year.
Right back.
Not any of us. So
No,
RV is like, well, is that for your DVDs when you go out on the weekends? Yeah, that's all he knows.
No, I told him I'm a YouTuber. Next time I'm taking my video camera in with me now. And this next time when I take this back, and then I'm going to find the same guy and you guys get to see him make the same stupid arguments.
I love it. We're yet to see your. Hey, Mike, did you freeze? Look at him. He's like, oh
No,
my
he said
God, I
he's
let
coming
these
back.
guys in.
He said he's coming right
So,
back.
We're at an hour, buddy. Got an hour in the books.
Yes.
I need the floor for a second. In your town's defense, Solex. This is the town that just got their first self-checkouts at Albertsons, right?
Right.
Yeah. In your poor little town's defense, they just went to self-checkouts.
That's right.
Yeah.
We
Middle
are
of
10
nowhere.
years behind.
Some people don't like self checkouts.
I like it because
I take my sweet time.
I
Do
like
my
it
thing.
because of the way Daryl likes drivers. Daryl's driving down the road on a work day, and we're going along, and he's going honk honk, stupid drivers. You're driving like
Get out of the road. You drive like man.
Christmas is going to be here soon.
Yeah.
So that's why I like the self checkouts, because I don't like
Yeah.
you're standing in the line 6
Yeah.
feet apart. I'm all the way in the back of the store in line.
20 years ago, I was teaching people how to use them because they were leery of them. That was part of my job.
I'm still
they'd
here.
line
I
up
just
at Home
closed out my
Depot.
camera.
And I was to go to the customers and ask them if they would mind if I showed them how to use the self-checkout and teach them how to use it. And that was part of my job. To pull them out of the lines if they're willing, find out what they're paying with, and show them how to use it. Oh, no, I have a gift card. I have to be in the line. No, you don't. I can have you checked out in 2 minutes. Really? Come over this way. I'll show you how it works.
Real quick, George, if you
Yeah.
want, I will send you a link for the picture I have on my background here without
Sure.
the writing on it.
Oh, okay, even better. Awesome, man.
So give me 1 second to do that, and I'll drop you the link.
You're looking good
Mike.
tonight. And she disappears.
Mike, does that mean that we can use that for green screen?
Huh?
Sure.
I'm still here.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to use it for.
I just closed out my camera.
I was just going to give a compliment on your smile tonight. That's all.
I know.
Well,
Philip,
my
you're getting
internet's
better with your-
crappy, and I keep going in and out. So
Oh, yeah. Just turn
I
your
thought
light
you
out.
were supposed to be in town tonight, Troy.
I'm sorry?
In town?
I've got
Aren't
a
you supposed to
few
be in town tonight?
actually.
Okay.
There
There you go, buddy.
Let me.
If you smile, I'm in trouble, huh?
I like that white background.
Seems
In
odd.
about 10, 20 years, I'll be the pro from Dover on this thing.
Pro for Dover. Okay, let's check it out. I
Uh,
like those skies. The second row too.
Ooh,
come on.
Slide,
View
right?
Larger. Okay. So
Oops.
so yeah, there's our
wow.
Those two. Yeah, I like those two.
You
Nice.
took all of these?
yes.
Damn,
See, I
Mike.
said, I told you he's a good
Yeah, he
photographer.
skimmed them right off the internet.
Yep.
Right
Oh
off
my
his
god,
camera.
I love that flag one. That flag one is gorgeous.
Oh, that one. Yep.
Pretty nice. 4th of July. We'll be looking for that one. What's that?
I love this one.
Ice or
no,
water
it's
jug?
water with it was
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, they're making a
somebody I
little
was
scoop.
doing photos with, and she put her hands in the water, and I caught it just right going up
Wow.
over it.
I like that one above it.
Oh,
my
the
goodness.
here,
Yeah,
yep.
that one. Yep.
And
Yep.
then there's this one here with the lightning strike that I caught.
Yeah,
Oh, I
you were
like
saying that one the other night.
Yep.
Took you a long
Oh,
time.
Lightning strikes are hard to get.
Yeah,
Very
he took a
hard
lot.
to get.
I sat on that walking bridge that I'm on for an hour
Yeah,
doing
clickety
5-second interval clicks.
And you
Wow.
just got it right when it struck.
Yep. But yeah,
Yep.
see, the reason I was trying to do this, George, is because I have a few of the lupin.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, that one's cool.
but and then there's this flower. Oh, and then there's that one.
Yep. And the lizard.
Yep.
Where'd you take the lizard one at?
Florida.
okay.
This was my first time to Florida in 2013.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Well, since I've been to Florida like in mid 80s, but
Yep.
But this was at my friend's house. I was out having coffee and a cigarette in the morning,
Mhm.
and all of a sudden, these little
Bro.
guys jump up on the fence, and I had several of them just staring at me. And all I can think of is that one scene in Jurassic Park with the velociraptors all surrounding that,
Yep. Gonna crash in there.
Yep. And then this one started puffing up and pumping his legs, and
Oh, like doing push-ups, right? I love it.
Yep.
Right? They do the push-up.
Yep. So,
That's
Oh,
like
yeah.
Tim. Look what I can do. Look what I can do.
But-
I
and
can
then
do the
this was
push-ups.
just a beach scene that
Yep.
I found was interesting. But yeah, so
So bring that one back up. Bring that back up and blow it up as big as you can. I want to critique
which one?
I want to critique that one for you. Okay. If I may, and it'll be polite.
Can you see that bigger now or no?
No.
Hang on. Hold on. Yeah. Okay.
Anyhow, we can do it from there. But take and put your mouse on.
Actually, if you double click it, it should go large.
Yeah, it should have.
Okay.
My
Good
mouse
night,
isn't
Tim.
working, Tim.
Tim.
Tim, it's not working.
Thanks for
Hang on. I'll stop and
Ah.
bring it back up.
Okay.
being-
Oh, so we have some people leaving. We got to do the wave, right?
Oh.
I don't know. It's your channel, Mikey. What do you want to do?
Wave.
Well,
Goodbye.
One hand wave.
thanks for-
Two. Whatever. Wave
Two.
any. Well,
Hey,
mostly anything. Wave.
wave what you can.
Night, Tim.
I'm sure he's gonna say thanks for coming up.
Yes. Thank you for coming up. Yes. I'll get used to this.
I know. I got it.
For the
I'm
night.
just your wingman, buddy. Just your
Yep.
wingman.
Thank you.
You can tell that I just love what I do.
Yes.
love it.
So-
and I appreciate it.
So,
I
Mike,
very
how
much-
are you liking your? Is this your first live stream then?
Yeah.
His.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
how are you liking it?
I love it. Actually.
He's triple dicking right now. He's got three
Well-
different programs rolling too. Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Okay. So what we have here, folks, is the beautifully executed rules of thirds. So if you were to cut the picture into thirds vertically and horizontally, you have the weeds on one third and the horizon on the other third. So our center of interest is where it crisscrosses. This is what draws you in, is rules of third. And he's used a polarizer filter on the top. He's darkened the top of the sky to bring in the interest to the sea and the beach. And then the next interest is our little bench over there. So this is how you create an image. This is not a snapshot, folks. You want to add to that,
Rules
Mike?
of third.
Yep.
You're doing fine.
No, and now add to it why you took it and what do you remember
Well-
when you created that image?
I remember being one of the only people on the beach that day, and it
Shows.
to me it was showing peace, tranquility,
Mhm.
and just something I always can remember going back to and
Mhm.
being comfortable there.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. And a lot of people may think that, oh, there's weeds in the way. Well, that's what draws you into it because that's the first thing you see, but you get absorbed in the whole area of it. This is
Yeah,
this is
But
an
the
image.
weeds,
Yes.
the weeds are blurred out,
Yeah.
and
just-
the bench is crisp,
Right.
and then the rest of the background is blurred out.
Yeah.
So
And it's
the
more
focal
fog
point-
than blur too.
The focal point is the bench. Your forefront is blurred, and your back front is blurred.
Yeah. So
But it
and
gives you
this-
it gives you the full dynamic of the whole picture.
right. And for all those people using their cell phone, this is why we don't take vertical shots. It's a beach. The earth is somewhat flat as we see it here, but it's round. Left or right, please. Left or right. Just saying. Beautifully done, Mike. Beautifully done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And this was back when I first started getting serious with photography.
hmm
Um,
Now, are you fully self-taught, or did you go to school to learn that right there?
fully self-taught, other than the few classes, because back when I was married,
At one time.
that I got married in 97.
Mhm.
And yeah, but anyways, my wife at the time decided because she was going to school for business, needed a what do they call it? A class that like the photography or something else.
Filler
And,
class. Yeah.
So she decided to take the photography class, and
Yeah.
I went along with a few of her the places that they were doing outings at, and so some of it I picked up from that, but others, the rest of it is self-taught, plus
Yeah.
learning from other people. And
Mhm.
I'm still shooting. I had the original camera I was shooting with was a Canon T3.
Mm-hmm.
And I still have that actual camera body. And then I went to the T3i, and I've had that now for, God, years. And everybody's like, "Oh, you're gonna update? You're gonna upgrade? I'm like, why? Why am I gonna spend that money when this camera is working perfectly
Right.
good for me? You know,
I gotta say
there's-
something about cannons.
Well-
hang on, Alex, 1 sec.
Yeah.
I did have somebody a year or so ago. I was showing some pictures to them, and some of them were from my cell phone, so they weren't that great. And she said to me, she's like, being a photographer, I would have thought you would have had a better phone to take pictures with. And I'm
Why?
like, why would I spend the money on a phone when I'm spending it on lenses and other equipment?
Right. Yeah.
So,
But on the contrary, the best camera in the world is what? I'll let you take your puff there.
Canon.
What's the best camera in the world? No,
35
Solex, it's not a-
millimeter.
Not a name
school.
brand. Not a name brand.
Oh,
Old
think
school
just-
35
old school.
millimeter.
The one you've got.
tintype.
Listen
Tintype.
to the ladies. Listen to the lady. What was
the
it?
one you've got.
Exactly.
The one you've got.
You could have $1 million
That's what
worth
I
of
was
camera
told.
equipment, but if you don't
That's what
have
I
it
was
with
told.
you, it's not worth 10 cents.
or if you don't know how to use
Not
it,
a Canon neither, Solex.
or if you don't know how to use it. you
Yeah,
know?
exactly.
Yep.
You can buy this couple $1,000 camera.
Yeah,
It's
The pictures are only going to come out as good as you know how to use it.
exactly.
it
See,
would
and
be
I-
useless.
Like, I wouldn't know where to even
Yeah.
start with something like
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I don't even know where to
Yeah.
start.
And
have
and
friends.
Solex, before you start, Canon is number
I
one
got
because
different
they make
filters
every
and things that
bell
I can
and
do on my
whistle
iPhone.
for everybody that wants a bell and whistle. So they outsell any camera 10 to 1. So being that Canon is out there in the marketplace, that puts them in front of you to be number one. But that's like saying Ford is the number one car seller, but they have police departments and taxis and all these fleets that sells millions of cars. But I would take a Tesla over any Ford any day.
Well, this is what I was saying. The difference between Canon and other cameras.
Yes, sir.
You can get Vivitar. You can get well, for heaven's sakes, NIX one. What's that one?
Nikon.
That you can get Nikon, but Canon is the difference between a Ford and any one of General Motors' creations. Canon, I love Canon. I always had a Canon when I was younger.
Same
Okay.
here. When I graduated in '91, my parents bought me a 35 millimeter point and shoot
Yeah.
camera. I took that across the world when I was in the Navy. I got unbelievable shots.
Because
But
all
I
it is light and time, folks. Light and time.
And I couldn't see the picture until I developed the film.
Ooh, yeah, even better, right? You have to hurry
Yeah.
up and wait. Yeah.
And when they came back, I'm like, oh my god, that was a stellar freaking shot.
I bet it came from years. I didn't know. Kind of
And now it's all
love
digital.
to
You
be
can
able
see
to
it on the
take-
fly.
Oh my boy. Yep. It's all that counts, right?
Yep.
The best picture is the one you took because you took it. Yeah, right there, Mike.
Yep.
The thing I have to say with Laura's comment here is don't be intimidated by all the bells and whistles on the camera. Start off
No.
Get 'em.
even in auto And
Well, that's it. You buy all these bells and whistles, and you stick it in auto.
but start off in auto just to get used to, the zooming in and out and the clicking, and then go to like an action setting, or
Portrait.
eventually you want to get into manual to be able to do the f-stop, the aperture settings, the adjusting of the lighting, all that stuff, depth of field, yeah. But don't be afraid of it. You're not gonna. These cameras nowadays, unless you drop it, you're not gonna really break it.
Yeah.
So
I have pictures of the Milky Way
Thank you.
with an f-stop of 20 to 25, because if you go too much, then you get a blur from it.
Mm-hmm.
But I have it facing the freaking sky, and I use a backdrop of maybe a tree to capture the outside edge of it, and it blows up the Milky Way like you would not believe.
Do you do a little time lapse on that, like a
Your
little bit?
f-stop, your
Right.
f-stop is the time lapse.
Right,
You have to adjust the aperture,
and the f-stop.
the aperture, the f-stop, and
There we go.
Mike, brain farting on the next one.
You can't do that with video cameras.
Aperture and shutter speed.
I have
Michael, that's
pictures like
beautiful.
this.
Wow.
Yeah. Just
I have pictures
long
like that.
exposure.
yep.
Yeah.
And
But all that is the amount of time for how much. So light and time. How much light for how much time creates an image.
And
You just have to be the creator to point it in the right direction.
I still run around with those light meters
Yeah.
so that I know where to put my aperture or the f-stop.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But that's the sad part. We've all gotten into name brands and bells and whistles when all it is a box with a hole in it, and it's light and time. And yeah. But I sold cameras, and I sold them before the digital came out. I sold them in 98, 99. And the first digital camera took that floppy. You put a floppy in it. And you push the button, it would go, and then the picture was taken.
wow.
Okay. So anybody that has a little child on the floor, they'd come in, oh, I need the new digital stuff, right? You'd push the button, and all you'd get was booties because the kid had crawled across the whole floor already. So I talked everybody out of that. I said, no, you don't. No, you don't. And then the next thing was the computer part of it. It's a computer. I said, would you take your home computer out in the field and set up to take a picture? They go, well, no. I said, that's what you're doing with the new digital cameras. So I talked them into cartridge film. So the 35 millimeter went to a different format, and a cartridge that would spit out the film, and then when it took the picture, it'd roll it back in. So if with grandma going, well, how many photos are in here? And you always open the back, see if there's film in it. Well, the new style would suck the film in, and you'd never expose your exposed images. So that was really good. And then they come with a pre-printed card that had all the little images of all the pictures already. And that was a great deal. But unfortunately, about a year later, that was obsolete and digital took over, and the rest is history. But I saw the difference night and day between a Canon camera and a Nikon camera. A Canon would take a piece of metal and bend it and put two melted plastic tabs to hold that in there to hold the film back. And a Nikon camera at the same level of entry level would have rollers and pulleys and springs and screws. The same level of camera, night and day. But then in the long term, the Canon would outsell the Nikon 10-1 because they wanted this bell and this whistle and this aperture and this knob all the time. They would put out because people wanted them. So they were testing the waters, and that's how they got so ahead. And so Nikon would put out a camera every 5 years and leapfrog Canon, and then Canon would put out a zillion little cameras along the way. So when everybody has a Canon camera, they go, oh yeah, they're number one. Well, they're number one because they outsell them 10-1. I still don't think they're the same quality, but now it's all digital. It's all lightweight. It's all, I want the cheap plastic stuff. I want it light. But now really, Solek, look into Sony camera.
Sony's good. I mean, I like
Yeah.
Sony for video.
Yeah.
I've always had
Yeah.
a Sony for video.
But they're all going mirrorless and what? What do you got, Mikey?
Real quick with Laura's here again.
Yeah, Canon Rebel.
Rebel T7, or she said maybe T8. But anyways, either way,
Yeah.
and she was mentioning she wanted to do pictures of her kids and dogs with
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
My suggestion would be either auto to get used to it,
Yeah.
or sport mode because of the dogs running around and whatnot.
Oh, absolutely.
And use the smaller lens.
Yes, yes.
Use the
Um,
smaller lens.
Yeah.
Your longer lens is only for long distance shots.
So I
Unless
just wanted to-
you want to really pull something in.
right.
So
Yep.
here, I went from Canon to Sony.
There you go.
RX
Is that mirrorless?
mirrorless 4K.
Yep.
The RX RX 7, RX
Mm-hmm.
100 version 7.
Did the price
Right.
of that start with a number 1 or a number 2?
The price of this started. The price of this one started as a person that I've known
Yeah.
and followed on TV. And I actually bought this from someone that has been on TV.
This is the Solex answer.
And his last name is Areolas.
Oh yeah.
And he did the motion TV series.
Yeah.
So look that up, Solex.
So my question was, did it cost you $2,000 or $3,000?
$900.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Okay.
pretty good. That's not
But
too bad.
normally, what would it cost?
I think 15.
Okay. Because I have a lens, Solex. I have a lens that costs twice as much as that camera for old school Night
I
or
sold-
glass.
I sold
Yeah.
all of my old school 35 millimeters Canon stuff for a
Yeah.
drone.
For drone. Well, that's a good move. That's a good move because it's all going mirrorless. It's all going digital. Yeah. I couldn't get probably $500 out of my lens that I paid $3,000 for. It's an
And then I
80
Yeah.
Then I crashed the drone because I've never flew a drone before.
Old if
What
I
I can do.
remember pictures with chemical.
Look what I could do. I could crash it.
What was that, Troy?
Am I old if I remember developing pictures with chemicals in a dark room?
Oh yeah.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
no, I knew that time I spent 18 hours in the dark room. I did not want to do that. I did tell you guys that one, right? I worked with Ansel Adams' last darkroom assistant.
Yep.
Yep.
When I was in high school, we did everything from developing, from photography to screen printing.
Yeah.
So I spent some time in a dark room. I did the old squeegee screen printing.
Yep.
Yep. We
Oh
did
wow.
that too.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and everything. So it's a lot of stuff I learned, but if you ask me about it now, no. It's
Right.
like I used to when I was growing up. I used to play cello and violin,
Wow. Sweet.
but I could never pick one up now and be like, "Oh, it's all come back to me." No,
Not the
No.
bike. Not the bike.
but
I'd like to ride my bicycle.
So a lot of YouTubers are using GoPros. GoPros are easy. They're automatic. You don't
Yeah.
have to do anything.
Yeah.
But
Automagical.
If you want to get really true
Cinematic.
awesome shots, cinematic shots,
Mm-hmm.
traveling Mike Donovan shots,
Yep.
you gotta use a DSLR.
You got to use that. What he's
You gotta
got.
use you have to use the manual mode on this.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Flip the manual mode on and start experimenting in a park shooting pictures of squirrels or birds or whatever. And and
squirrels.
start adjusting your settings and see what kind of
Uh-oh.
really good shots you can get.
Your satellite
Daniel.
got out of position there. Darling.
What?
That George, that was because you didn't pay Elon Musk.
Oh, you got it. Yeah. You got to put in your quarter. That was my internet. Mine's been pretty good lately.
No,
My mother
I
had a
think it's
Canon
me.
camera, the AE1, when I was a kid. We could set it up in the driveway of the house.
Yeah,
and
right
we
there.
could take-
Squirrel!
usually,
Where's
My
my
dog grabs his toy.
Yep.
Sophie's
pictures of
looking. She's
mountain
like,
climbers
where?
on Mount Hood
Where's the squirrel?
Squirrel.
from the
Where's the
driveway.
squirrel? Right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
I had to do that.
Well,
No,
it's
right?
funny because see,
I saw it
Sophie
in
has a squirrel.
Nice.
So
Oh,
you see squirrel, and she's like, where?
I got that thing. All right. So
so what are we at? 11 in the house still.
11. Cool. Okay.
Hour and 26 minutes. Right on.
Nice.
So Troy, I thought you were supposed to be on your way to town
Town.
That's a Wednesday appointment.
Wednesday.
Is it Tuesday
Okay.
already?
Don't scare him like that.
Already supposed to be driving.
No,
I know,
not
right?
yet. Sorry.
Why? Where are you supposed to go?
Well, it's 80 miles one way to a doctor's appointment, so I'm going to park my trailer in their parking lot.
Oh,
Now,
There
when
you
is
go.
that?
Wednesday, they want me there before they want me there in the AM for a doctor's appointment, and I'm almost 100 miles one way from them, so I'm just going to drive my trailer in the night before.
there you
And
go.
then I have a doctor that's wanted labs for 6 months that won't allow me to drink coffee in the mornings, and she's 40 miles away one way.
What the
Yeah.
heck?
Fasting labs, no coffee in the morning.
Wow.
So well, guess where I'm parking my butt Wednesday night? She's getting labs Thursday morning, and then I'll go out and have my coffee.
So
I
you have to go. You have to go in for fasting lab work then.
Yes, for cholesterol. My cholesterol's commonly off the
supposed
charts
to do
if I'm not on medication
Who
for it.
wants to answer this question first? Because I personally haven't
What's that?
Eating
Has-
squirrel
have any-
meat.
had squirrel meat.
Brene,
No, I have not.
I know
I
people
was
who
told
have.
that I had
One of them
Solar?
said Solex.
after I'd eaten it.
Solex, did you eat squirrel meat before?
Yeah. Let's
No,
hear it.
but I captured them and transplanted them out of a dangerous situation they were in.
But
I
you
did
never
that all the
eaten
time.
squirrel meat.
No, here's what I found out. That's very
Tastes
popular.
like chicken.
It's very popular in the posh restaurants in the East Coast.
What?
Tastes like chicken.
What does snake taste like?
Chicken.
Rabbit.
I've had
Chicken.
rabbit.
Yeah, rabbit tastes like chicken.
Yeah, it
Now,
does
what
actually.
about lynx? Has anybody eaten lynx?
Thinks the cat?
No.
Nope.
I've had sausage links. Does that count?
Yeah.
I was
What's that,
about to
Jimmy
say the
Dean?
same damn thing.
No. No. No thanks. All right.
So what is it? What does the lynx taste like, Dana?
I wouldn't know because I refuse to eat it. I'm a cow.
Excuse
Oh.
me.
Kitty kitty? Yeah.
Oh, you're not a meat lover?
Oh no, I'm a meat lover.
Is that an X, Solex? Is that an X?
I at the time I
Okay.
had 5
Gothic.
cats and one of them was as big as a
Gothic.
lynx. There's no way I.
I'm digging the background.
Yeah, how you doing that, brother? How you putting that
He's
lettering
doing
up
a
there?
green screen.
Yeah, but
Oh,
how does
yeah.
he put the letter up?
You don't know how to do this?
You put
I
it
don't
in
know
your
which way.
background.
You guys are the whiz kid.
You put it. You
go like this.
Put it in your background.
Yeah, you go like this, and you go up here.
Scribble, scribble,
You're
scribble.
such a smart ass.
You add it as a layer to it.
Right.
I don't have editing software at all, brother.
I don't know what
Okay,
I'm
now,
doing.
is
You're
that on
asking
You
your-
me.
have paint.
Is that on your
You have
computer
paint.
or a
I'm
laptop?
technologically
You layer and
challenged,
paint.
and you're asking me to explain it.
I
Take
don't
the
like
picture.
gaming either, Bernie. I don't like gaming
No.
at all.
No.
So Tim's got it. Tim knows how I did it.
So you take the picture, put it in paint, you write on it, and then you save it, and it saves it as that.
But I didn't see him take down the back. Yeah.
Oh, you
And
just probably revised it as a image, and then
Hopefully he saved his copy. Yeah.
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 save as new or something.
I think
I have
He ma-
actually. Oh, sorry, Tim. Go ahead.
I was gonna say he made sure the brim of his hat fits in between Sol and X,
Yep.
so that he could sit there and go, "I'm Sol X."
okay, now that I've gone through my critics, what do you think? Does it look good?
Actually, you're melting into it if you put a different jacket on, other than a green jacket.
No, just move your slider again a little bit. Check your slider.
Oh yeah, because I added new elements. I got to do the slider thing again.
Yeah, they're just a little.
Watch, he goes.
They'll disappear.
Oh, look what I can do!
Floating head. You almost had just plain floating head there, buddy.
No,
Oh,
he
look at
got
the lips.
lips.
Look. Oh my god. Just to give us. There you go. Oh my god.
Oh, come on.
Bam.
I'm at 43. 43 is working for me.
Okay.
So in terms of gamey meat, I really don't. I've eaten deer, deer steaks, and deer meat. I actually like it. It smells a little. It smells a little when you cooking it,
I was
but
just gonna say that.
eating it, as long as it doesn't taste like liver, I am good.
Here's the
Because-
trick. Here's the trick with wild game. The second you harvest wild game, I mean, before you even gut it out and get it over to the truck, you cut the scent glands out on the legs. Because if you don't cut the scent glands out on the legs, then you're going to get that gamey taste. Not a lot of people
On-
do that.
Where
On
are
deer.
the scent glands at?
On
moose?
deer, on any cloven hoof.
And you have to let it rest too, right? There's something
Dude.
else.
2 days.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
have to let it rest before you do any butchering and.
And it also has to do on how it's cooked,
Yeah. You don't
because
cook it
can
extra
come
well
out-
done.
it can come out really crappy, or it can come out good.
So
Yeah,
a lot
see,
of
I-
people say they marinate it in milk in a refrigerator, the meat, to take the gamey taste out of it, and then you cook it the next day. So that's a little trick.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
That's
you-
what
actually
my
remember
step
that then.
grandma would do. My step grandma would do that anytime that she made deer. She'd marinate it in milk overnight, and that's all
Yep.
they ever went hunting for was deer. You know, I grew up in southern Idaho and Wyoming and Nevada, and so when they went hunting, it was for deer. Now up here, you know, it's moose and caribou. Do moose and caribou have scent glands?
yes.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I have to see if I
In
have
the
a video.
hooves. You're saying in the hooves, Solex?
Right up by the elbow. There's a little scent gland right here, and they excrete their scent out of that scent
Okay.
gland.
Yeah.
But that scent
No,
gland, once you harvest
now I
it,
know what lymph you're talking about.
yeah, and it's on their back legs.
And you're
Yep.
saying get rid of it immediately after you kill it.
Yes, it's like
So
crab.
it doesn't spread through the blood system of
Right.
Right.
It's like
the,
crab
dead,
or
the dead
lobster.
animal.
You get a crab and lobster and you kill it. Well, their little
Thank
scent
you,
glands
sir.
is poisonous to us, and so after it's dead, it starts to go into the yummy parts. So
That's why
same
we
thing.
boil them alive, right?
That's
My
why you
son
boil them
just brought me
exactly.
water.
Yeah, and you don't cook a dead one.
No, you don't eat a dead one.
Oh,
Because
God, no.
They poison their meat. Same
Mhm.
same principle with cloven hoofed animals is they have the same kind of scent glands, only just in a different location. You kill the animal, and then it just all that gamey taste goes in.
So Lex, would you like to now tell them about removing the organs and the green bile gland inside, and what happens if it gets punctured?
Don't
Yeah.
puncture the green. Don't puncture. And it's about any so big. Don't
You might
puncture it.
You
You
might as well
puncture it,
throw
you're
the whole
screwed.
thing away. Throw
Or
the
the
whole
urine,
animal away
or
if
the-
you puncture it.
I had a real quick. I just had to check outside. I had a visitor outside. There was an owl like right outside my trailer being obnoxiously loud.
Cool. You throw a rock at him.
Right on.
No,
Why
he
didn't you get
just-
video of it?
That's
What's
a
that?
good sign.
Yeah.
Why didn't you get video of it?
Well, it's dark
Of
out
who?
there.
Of who?
Laura,
Who?
Oh,
Who?
exactly,
Who?
George.
Who?
And
Ooh.
I
in my
wanted to remind
opinion,
you, he's here
caribou
for the
and
party.
moose
Oh,
do
hang
not
on.
taste
What-
anything
Dana's
like
answering
deer.
a question. Sorry.
Caribou taste may be closer to deer than anything, but
So elk.
it's got
Closer
its
to
own
elk, not
distinct
deer.
taste. And moose,
Hmm.
honestly, once you've tried moose, you almost have a hard time enjoying beef.
And I got a problem with I was looking that up the other day. They've got fallow deer in Maine. What's the matter with them? Fallow deer are in Alaska.
What the hell's fallow deer?
What's a fallow
I know.
deer?
I know
It's the deer,
white-tailed deer, and I know mule deer here in California.
a fallow deer. You get a
Pronghorn.
license for a deer in Alaska, and that's to harvest 7 fallow deer. Now the fallow deer are like the size of Lance's dog.
Now, are they down in the southeast?
No, they're only in
Down on the
Alaska.
island?
Caribou tastes like
Where?
deer.
We don't have
Where?
fallow deer in Montana. There's no fallow deer in Washington.
I've
None in
not
the
seen a
Dakotas?
deer since I got here. And
Down
been
by
Wow.
here
Prince
since
William,
2005.
down by Prince William Sound,
Huh.
we go in and harbor up for a couple of days waiting for the fishermen, and I'd see fallow deer in vast herds coming down to getting water and drink, and they're just little tiny things, little cute.
Now,
But you
I
need-
do remember hearing about some deer that are on an island down in the southeast.
Yeah.
Down by
7 fallow deer is comparable to 1 deer in the Northwest.
But Laura's asking, does caribou and moose taste like deer?
right. That's what
Yep.
I was just explaining, that they don't. In fact,
Moose is way different, and moose is way better tasting than caribou and deer.
Is it
Yes.
a
Yes, it
sweeter?
is.
It's sweeter tasting meat, correct?
Oh, sweet it is.
and depending on how it's cured and dried or just cooked, honestly, I've had, like I said,
Be right back.
I've had some moose that have
You
made
go.
it really hard to just eat plain old beef afterwards.
The host wants to speak.
Oh no, hang on. I just want to say hi to Christine because
Yeah.
she's the
4
first
seasons.
person I actually met in person down here.
Whoa.
And we met and I helped her out with some Reflectix, and so
Good
Hi,
old.
Christine.
Welcome
Christine's
to his
and she's on a
100 plus subs.
So it almost like sounds like Christine was Christine's 3 seasons until you helped her with Reflectix. Now she's Christine's 4 seasons.
well, we
Just
help
being funny.
each other out.
In defense of my
She
hunting,
did wave. Look at her. She's got it down. Wave.
Nice.
I shot 1 deer with a gun and 1 deer with a bow and arrow. The 1
Yeah.
deer with a gun was when I was 12. That was my first deer. I actually killed a tree before I killed the deer because there's this branch hanging out. There's 1 single tree in the middle of nowhere, and it was behind the tree. And I thought, oh, I can get this. It's okay. I just shoot right through the twig.
Right
Yes,
around it.
this branch the size of my leg goes like this, and then the deer goes down. I'm going, if I hadn't hit the branch, I would have missed. The other
okay.
one was about 30 years later when I was my siblings. They wanted to go out for, we called it Tuesday night poker night, but we actually went out hunting deer along the Yellowstone River, and perfect shot on that one. And that's the only game that I've ever harvested.
Well, Christina 4 seasons, I'm already subscribed. Hello.
I'm already subscribed to her too.
Well,
So
I was
Yeah,
like, I
she's
know
been
this
traveling
lady.
around a little bit these past few. Well, when did you get on the road?
she's
late-
got 101 subs too. Hold
Yeah.
on, Mikey.
Yes,
Look at that. Sweet. Come
Yep.
on up, girl.
I'm subbed.
Christine, come on up.
come on
Come
up.
I
celebrate.
can't say
Click
that.
the link.
Thanks, pinned to
Mike's
the
got
top.
Al showing up. Mike's got Al showing up for the party outside, and you might as well come on up.
Bing.
I'm subbed to Christina 4 seasons, and
Now she's got 102.
she does some good. She does some good videos. Her last one was
Yeah.
about 6 hours ago.
Hey,
She's
looky there.
she's actually partly because of her. I decided to do live. So
Nice.
We got van life with Gina in the house, folks.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Here.
come on up, come on up.
Give us that minute. It's
Hey,
only
Gina
10:30.
Buttercup.
Get on up, Buttercup.
Come on,
I don't
Gina
know. It's not my
Buttercup.
live. I can't say that. Slow
Well,
down, G.
you and Christine, come on up if you want.
Get some
Gina?
ladies in the house. Links at the top.
Everybody's always
Yes,
excited to see Gina. She's a rock star, and we know it.
I think it's
Oh,
pinned to the top.
I mean, she better stand back a bit when I meet her. I might have to lay a big old kiss on her.
Oh yeah, you had a cameo appearance on her show.
She shouted me out and I didn't even know it.
They
She
need
goes,
you
"You
to
are going
drop
to be
that
there."
link again, Mike.
Oh,
It's at the
okay.
top.
I thought I pinned it to the top, but
Is it
here,
on?
I will-
It's pinned to
Yeah.
the top.
I will
It's
drop
over
it
there.
again though.
Drop it like it's hot. And Gina, you can have your lights off.
I was gonna
You
say Gina has partly also been an influence on me. So
Oh heavens, yeah. Thank
If
you.
Very
it
nice,
wasn't for
Gina,
Gina, I
yeah.
wouldn't have found all you guys.
exactly
You know?
between her and Christine, because
Honestly.
Christine introduced me to Gina's channel.
Oh
And-
wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So, okay. She's not feeling well. Oh, kidney stone issues. Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
I
sister,
am sending
that's
you
worse
some
than
healing
pregnancy.
energies. I'm so sorry. Oh my God.
When you have women telling you that kidney stones are worse than being pregnant or having a kid, that's legit right
That's
there.
bad. That's
Mm.
Yeah.
So Troy and I, we were giving Mike up here a list of all the crew that we hang out with. Remember that, Troy?
That
Yep.
was a long night. That was a long after hour because
Oh,
the list
yeah.
kept getting
Yes.
bigger and bigger. And I finally realized my TV's right in front of me. I've got about 300 subs, and I can drop down and give them about 100 of them that are strictly nomadic channels.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a long night. Yes.
We'll wait
we were-
for you to. We'll wait for you, Christine.
Good. But Gina, dang, I feel that. Oh my
Oh.
God. I was
Oh.
standing and I couldn't sit, I couldn't stand, I couldn't lay down, I couldn't nothing for 11 hours straight. I was in the most serious pain. Yeah.
I lay on the toilet for 2 days. I laid
I
on
I
know.
the
got
Yeah.
the stone at one point, and I tell you, yeah, no,
I never
I don't
did
wish
though.
that on my worst enemy.
Yeah, I never
Actually,
did though.
actually, it's worse for a
brain.
guy because it has to travel further.
Through a skin.
Exactly. Yes.
I did
Yeah.
not know the brain could actually block that kind of pain out. After almost 2 days of laying there in that kind of pain,
Yeah.
I said, enough is enough. I think I better just go cut my throat. And I'm just like, I can deal with this. And all of a sudden the pain just went away. It was still there,
Yeah.
but all of a sudden I was happy and warm and glowing. It was like I'd gone to heaven. The pain was gone. And I finally passed the stones a few hours later.
Wow.
But I was able
Never
to block out
passed.
that pain. I don't know how.
I had
Once in
them
my
twice. I never passed. And
Same.
yeah, I never went to the hospital or either.
Same here. I just went and got some natural herbs and junk and started and emulsified it and started. And
Yeah, I
I
didn't
never
go to the
passed.
hospital.
We'll fine tune that verbiage there. What'd you do?
Got some natural herbs. Natural herbs are you go to for females. You go there and they have hot flashes, but black cohosh is the best thing to take for hot flashes. And I did that with my ex. And my ex is like, she was going like, you saved my life. I'm not having those black hot flashes anymore with that. But it's the same thing with anything else. You find something in the store that's specifically meant for this particular condition, then you research, well, what plants did they make it from? And that's the plants you want to do the natural thing for. So for the pills they give you for gallstones or kidney stones, look up see what they're made of, and then go with that. As an example, people take aspirin. Well, aspirin is nothing more than the bark from the willow tree,
Mhm.
acetaminophen.
I would like to say, Gina, we care about you. We feel your pain and we want you to get better quick. If you're
Yeah.
not feeling good, we're not feeling good. You're part of our life.
Big time. Yes, big time. And we ain't got to say that. I want you to know that.
Good. She knows it.
Anyhow, I don't feel very good. I want to stay. Yep.
Hey,
Gotta take care of those
Christine.
kitties.
Christine, you just made a new friend. You're at 104 now.
Nice.
Sweet.
This sounds really bad as well
Yeah.
for fairy dust.
I was reading that. Yeah.
Oh,
No, bad infections around it. That's bad.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, Brene. Oh my god.
That was last year. Whoop whoop.
So 2020 was not a good year for Bernie at all. Holy shit.
Gina's shouting out. Woohoo to everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you, dearie. Get your rest on.
how did we do this last night?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bring them
You
out.
want a green one? You want a blue one? You want a black one? Oh, it's gray today.
Ah,
Oh, look at that.
oh,
Wait, you got a bull there. You got a
Flies
nominee.
everywhere.
here we come.
You got a nominee.
Flies.
Holy
They're
moly.
the-
Hey,
Lady in the house.
Oh my god.
Now, Mike, what I would do is
Hey,
I would
guys.
drag Kulek down and bring her up. So just, yeah,
Hey,
there you go.
Christina.
Keep the ladies
Christine.
together.
ah,
But careful, he might look. Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
there I am. Hi.
Oh, never
Hey.
mind.
welcome.
Don't be
You know,
looking
this
up.
is like an honor for me.
High
This
five.
is like an honor for me. Oh my
Why?
gosh.
Why?
She's drinking. 5 out front. 5 out front, guys. There we go.
Why,
Cool.
why do you say? Dana, why do you say
Oh,
that?
yeah.
Nice.
Right on.
Why, Why,
What?
Dana?
So, Dana, why were you saying that?
She's. Give her a second.
Oh, I'm
What's up?
sorry.
She
What's
loves you a
up?
long
What's
time.
up?
Yeah. Girl power.
Need-
Girl
you need
power.
a moment.
Yeah. Take her out there. Yeah.
Are you okay? What
She's
happened?
okay.
You inspired her somehow, man.
That's joyful stuff right there.
Well,
She's
She's
love.
okay.
Christina Four Seasons' last video was a walk for diabetes.
Yes,
I saw that one.
Yeah.
good for you.
Thank you.
So, where are you
Thank
at right
you.
now?
Yeah, I'm at Tina's because we did the walk today, and we were. I mean, I was completely wiped out by 5 o'clock. I couldn't even go to Pam's with them for dinner. I actually had to go sleep. I was completely swamped.
Cool. Quit it. You make me do it.
Are you okay?
So,
I
it's
am.
still.
It's just you are such an inspiration.
Oh,
Aww.
Oh,
That's
Dana,
so cool.
I want to talk to Dana for a second. Do you remember when you said how wonderful this community was? You keep me
Thank
teared
you.
up now. And I
Thank you.
said, this is just the beginning. It gets
thank you,
better.
Laura.
I think you're beginning to understand what I meant at that moment, aren't you? It gets better. It's not that it was bad. It's just that you were overwhelmed, and I said, "There's more. This community is incredible. There is so much more. You're just at the doorstep."
And Laura and Gina are in on this. Okay.
There you go.
oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. For me, it all started with one person, and I instantly got hooked because I could say I am a truck driver because once you're a truck driver, you're always a truck driver, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Gina's
that's
done that.
where I got hooked, is because I know this life. And I know this life, but I know it from a bigger vehicle and a more expensive vehicle. But other than that, I'm not scared of it. I've never been scared of it. I went from 20 years of nursing into being a truck driver within 2 weeks.
Wow.
Amen,
There's a
Gina.
drastic
Wow.
change.
See, and that's one of the reasons why I connected with you is my mom was a nurse. My dad was a truck driver. My brother passed away of diabetes.
Who passed away of diabetes?
My brother.
Oh. Was it
Yeah.
type 2 or type 1?
Type 2.
Dana,
Okay,
just look
I'm-
at that
I'm-
message.
Read the comment, Dana.
Thank you,
Oh,
Laura.
I can't really see.
Oh,
Oh,
she
Oh.
confused herself. She clicked the wrong one.
She clicked the wrong link.
Oops.
that's my trick. Where'd she
Yeah.
learn that?
Look
This
what
is this is
hopefully
why our
she comes
community is so great, because we're normal people from around the country, the lower 48, Alaska, Canada, and we all stick together.
thank you.
We have
And-
so much in common.
And you know what?
Yeah.
We all have feelings, and we all stick together. We have fun, and it's the best thing. Doing these lives. I mean, for me, for instance, I'm working from home. I haven't seen my lab. Well, I walked in 3 weeks ago, but I haven't seen my lab. I haven't worked in my lab at work over 5 months ago. Actually, it's more than that. It's 6 or 7 months now. But
My brother's. I asked my brother about that. He's an architect, and he hasn't been to work in 9 months, but he works from home, of course.
You know, you can love the ease of it, but the interaction of people is what we're losing.
Christine's back.
Yes, thank you.
That's a good point.
There you
That's a
go.
good point, Georgie. Welcome back.
I gotta push the button.
Just not the wrong button.
Yeah.
Gotcha on that one.
Can't
Not
tell you
the
how
right
happy I am that you do that, because I always say I'm technologically challenged, and I push
Well,
the wrong button.
see, it says page unresponsive. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little loud.
Okay, because the if I could, damn, I wish I could show you, but I can't. But my
Oh, I get
page
it.
is unresponsive, so I guess I just won't do cam. I guess.
Hold on one sec. Everybody wave. Gina's going good night. Oh, she
Oh,
dropped
okay.
out
Good
again.
night, Gina.
Night, Gina.
Love
Night,
you.
darling.
I hope
Gina,
you get
big
feeling better,
hugs.
hon.
Night, Gina.
Big hugs. Good night, Buttercup. Oh, whew. I think if she can. Yeah. Man. Little, I was walking the halls, sit for 5 minutes. Oh, those bad. So drink your water, everybody.
Yeah, we're on the hard stuff tonight.
There.
You need water. I'm gonna get you water.
Rehydrate.
Well, I've got some really good mango stuff to add to it. Concentrated smoothie.
Ooh. Mango, mango, mango.
Ah.
Oh, what do we got here? Oh, Laura, I look forward to you guys tonight. You guys are really
Nope.
people. Chat with you. G knows. I told him. I'll call you guys friends. Yep. Yeah,
Thank
she wrote
you.
me like a 5-page letter, guys, and told me how she loved every single one of you guys.
Okay, Christine.
Me cry again.
Yeah, she's got quite the story, man.
Christine, we could actually see you. The cam was working. You were just froze on your screen. You can come back up if you want.
Yeah, she's reloading her laptop, I guess. So,
Oh,
but yeah, I mean, you know, between all of you guys, eventually, if it wasn't for Christine, I probably would have not known anyone else, because she was the one that introduced me to Gina's channel, which introduced me to everyone else.
right.
So,
And I also met many fellow people from Gina's channel, and
Yeah.
it's a big shout out to Van Life with Gina for bringing us all together, and then branching out and finding other channels that are, because we're subscribed to them now. Now we're seeing they're doing lives. Oh wait,
Hold
where's
on.
where's my donut?
You got to move them around.
Come on, where's my
You got to
donut?
be in the middle now if you're going to be passing out donuts.
Where's my
there
donut?
we go.
Thank you,
Troy
Mike.
said, fine, I'll get my own.
Sugar frosted.
Yeah.
But,
Hold
but
on, George.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Oh, cool.
but it is
Little
true.
powder there.
Many of
Look,
us.
you got my beard all white.
Now, George, you just need to wash it.
Over to Tim.
You
Solix.
stole them, man. You want a donut? You just stole those.
Got his donuts.
I gotta long range that,
Here, Mike.
Troy.
You can have them back. Yeah, put them back on the shelf. Right?
Yeah.
Entirely too
Oh,
much
yeah.
sugar.
All right.
All right. Who's out there watching this? Who's out there watching that? Tell me that wasn't funny right there. We still got 12 in the house, I think.
Yeah. So with Gina's channel, she has brought many people together, and we've expanded out, and we've created a gathering of people that actually like to hang out and being on live. And you know what? Each and every one of us has our own story.
But we all have a common interest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beep beep.
We love to travel.
Yep.
Is the number one thing.
Yep.
Whether it be in a van, in an RV, tent camping,
Trailer. Van. Yeah.
yeah,
Phyllis,
it just the list keeps going on and on.
We'll come up and get a donut.
She can't. She's diabetic, y'all. We're
She can have a
Oh,
virtual.
that. Oh, I messed. Who
She
said
can
that?
have a
Yeah.
virtual donut though.
Well, I read I'm going to be the monkey in the middle.
Tickle, 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 tickle.
Hey,
Oh, God.
Hey, I can poke your ears out.
good.
Such a cute little monkey. Tickle,
I'm
tickle,
sorry.
tickle,
I
tickle.
didn't mean to become such an emotional mess, guys.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Thanks,
no.
girlfriend.
You
Thank
don't
you,
have
girl.
to be sorry,
I
Dana.
mean, I remember starting
Don't-
out and watching her channel and thinking,
Yeah.
you know what, this woman, she's got
Yeah.
fucking balls.
Babe, you want to go outside?
You know?
Yes, she does.
Run with that donut.
And you know what, Dana, you got freaking balls for showing up in a live and sharing your experience with us too.
Took me
Yeah.
months.
That takes a lot of guts, babe.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Blame it on me. It's all my fault.
Baby's out.
Right, Mikey?
Well, I appreciate you guys.
And you know what, Dana, you got freaking
Right, Mike?
for showing up in a live
What are we gonna show?
sharing
And
your
repeat
experience. That's Christine's YouTube. That takes a lot of guts.
Is that your feed?
Window before that one. Oh, she got it.
No, that's Christine.
It's all my fault.
That's a baseball.
No, it's
He's out.
you put this on your your bumper by your
Oh, okay.
hip. Put this on the other hip.
Hang on.
Christine, shut off the volume to YouTube. That's
Hey, Mike. Mute her for a second. We'll tell her how to.
Yeah,
fix
just
this.
mute her.
Okay.
You opened up the StreamYard window when you came in. You have to close the window prior to it to shut that noise off.
On
so the
YouTube.
first one that
no.
opened.
She just needs to kill the audio in
Yeah.
Okay.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Kill the audio in YouTube because she can talk in YouTube.
There's this little
Yeah, I did.
speaker
I forgot to X out the other page.
on the
She's
browser.
got it. She has it.
She got it.
Right on. Welcome back.
I made that mistake several
Thank
times.
you.
when-
I think we've all done
stream.
that.
So
We all do it.
I
we
still
all
do
do
it.
So much.
Every night at 11. Well, pretty much every stinking night.
Every morning at 6.
Christine.
Unless you share out the YouTube link. and keep sharing out a YouTube link and not knowing why no one's joining the stream there, George.
Oh,
Again, that's not what I was doing.
I
No. Why are
figured
you
something out.
misrepresenting me?
Figured something new out.
Exactly.
That's not what happened.
Moving, those
That's not what
little-
happened, dude. That's not what happened.
Oh,
If I
really?
keep moving, those little sparkly bugs that are going
Really?
around my head don't
It's
fall.
not.
Okay.
so
Say
where's
what?
your next adventure, Christine?
There they are, right there. See them? Little sparkly bugs.
Well, today I did a diabetic walk, and that was in Alabama. But the next one will be okay. So here's a little logic of my own that I'm going to share with you. Is if anybody ever wants to do anything with Elvis, listen to this. Okay, you know how a movie is made in a part 1 and a part 2,
Sure.
right? Okay.
hmm
So here's my logic. You can't go to Graceland unless you go to Elvis's birthplace first and get to actually know where he came from, how he got where he is, and then you can go to Graceland and really understand what the hell you're looking at.
There you
That
go.
makes sense.
You know that
Oh.
movie with Will Smith and the aliens, and he's like this fighter pilot in the Air Force thing, and the aliens with the big giant ships come over and they blow up cities and stuff.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Well, it was that exotic dancer that really I skewed. I'm watching the film, and now I can't see it because all my pop is over the screen because she's this one lady and the exotic dancer. She goes, "Oh God, I hope they bring Elvis back." I'm going.
I just got done watching Coming to America too. So
I
you
saw
can't
that.
watch that without watching the first one.
Oh, you're
that was
right.
good.
Part 2.
Huh? Really?
I saw that the day it came
Yeah.
out.
That was good. I liked it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Mike.
fabulous. I loved it.
Mike, I'd
So-
like to thank you for popping up tonight. I would. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
again, congratulations on your 100 subs. And
I
Christine,
know.
congratulations
You know,
on
it
yours
took
as
me.
well.
I am so proud of him. I am so proud of him because it took me a year to get to 100. That was insane.
Well, the
That's a
thing
good-
is I kept these past several nights. I kept gaining them, and then waking up in the morning, and then finding I'm several steps backwards, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
"What is going on?"
That freaking
But
rocks.
see, that's
right?
not your fault. That's YouTube because YouTube
Oh,
does
yeah.
that shit, especially when you get all these views and all these minutes, and then everything starts going down, and it's like, okay, I don't get it. You earned it. They watched it. Why are you taking it away from me? I don't get it.
Exactly.
I got a
And
question.
why- And why is everything going down?
Comments in your comment section. I got a question about that. Do you ever get comments in your comment section that are not in English?
Who did
Yeah,
I
what?
delete.
Not yet.
Not
I
yet.
did. I got this one French guy, and I go out there fishing. He likes me fishing, and he always comments on my fishing exercise.
Oh my God.
I know, and so I gotta go to Google Earth, do the translation thing, and then I answer to him. He's going, "Oh my God, you know French?"
Be right back. I need to have a
So-
cigarette.
So you're gonna find out sooner or later, Mike.
Yep.
I just refreshed your live on the tab up here. I went over, refreshed the live, and I hate to be a bearer of bad news, but you just went from 106 to 105. They're still mucking with you, dude.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
And at midnight, it is midnight your time. Let's go see
Yeah.
if you can change your name right now.
I just did, and I still can't. It's still not showing up.
Okay. You know exactly where to go.
Yep.
Okay, because there's a little tab that says you have to create your section
Yep.
there.
Yep. I
Okay.
went under basic info. I said I'm looking under
You
that
watch the video?
channel URL,
Okay.
and it's just showing my Facebook and personal
long one?
page. Yeah. So
Okay. Because right below that in the corner, you have to click a little button to say create custom link.
yep.
No, do
Okay.
you have to do
Okay.
that on a computer?
Preferably it'd be easier.
Okay, because
But-
I haven't been able to figure out how to do that on my iPad or my phone.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
let me make sure I'm
I'll
looking at
fire
the
up
right
my
thing.
laptop.
Yeah.
Let me share this and make sure I'm looking at the right thing.
Mike,
Yeah,
I
bring it
think
up,
it
buddy.
shows up. Mike, I think it shows up in the first 12 hours after you hit 100.
Yeah. So what's that? I can't quite read
Because
it.
that's when I
So
found
this
it.
is the this is a channel URL they gave me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then there's nothing underneath, and then this is all my
Right.
information for my other stuff.
Okay. Okay.
So
Oh, what's that say? At channel. Go to the very end of there. It says channel URL. Learn. Hit that. Yeah. Right. The little. Yeah. Right there. What's that say? Do, 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 do.
Do you want to learn more?
Yeah. Well, I
Mine-
would if you'd show it.
Mine
Okay.
showed up 12 hours after I hit 100,
Okay.
and then it
And what-
stayed 100. It stayed 100 for 12 hours.
yeah, you see right here, you can check if you've claimed a custom URL in your basic info setting.
Okay.
So I'll give it till morning and see if it still pops up.
Yeah.
I haven't done any of that on mine, so I'm gonna have to look at that.
When it came to
Cut-
getting subscribers for us, we were extremely aggressive. We made business cards with our YouTube channel name on it. We hit racetracks and did videos of the races. We got the
Uh-huh.
announcers to put us on live with the whole crowd. I mean, we pushed our channel. 4 months, we were at over 400 subscribers.
Uh-huh.
We hit it hard. I mean, we treated it like
Yeah.
it was our little car and we were going to drive it in the ground. And then we quit doing videos at about 4 or 5 months. And we haven't done videos for about a year or so. But we're still growing in a little over a year's time. We've grown over 100 subs. We're pushing 600 subs, and we haven't put a video out in a year and a half. We've only got like 15 videos.
Sweet.
In the first-
Hey, Mike.
Where are you
Yes.
finding that at?
You can put anything you want there as your channel too.
but
You don't
we-
have to put your whole name out there.
So I recommend you make little cards with your YouTube name on it, and when you're, you know.
But yeah, you can put traveling Mike or photos by Mike or
we're
Mike
talking about.
D.
Yep.
You know,
Copyright.
and that way,
I'm gonna probably do that when I order more business cards, anyways, because I need to get more business cards for my photography part.
Yeah.
Anyways,
but I meant
so-
for your link when you write your name in your
Yeah.
link.
Oh.
Yeah, you could put traveling Mike or you know.
I was actually gonna abbreviate it as far as
Right.
the URL.
Yeah, that's what I'm
um,
saying.
The TAOTM,
Yep.
Christian?
but
Huh.
Or put the real Mike.
Oh,
You know where one of our photos?
oh
that's
my
an
god,
inside joke.
yeah, I could just see that going over
Oh,
so
yeah.
well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we know how that'll go.
Next subject.
I'm gonna subscribe to you now, honey.
Yeah, just grab my wallet and bring it to me. I'll dig through it and find one.
Well,
I'm
you're
gonna have
not.
Christian bring me my wallet because I know I have some cards in it still.
Who's this?
What's that?
Oh,
Oh,
there you
You
go.
just got me
Dana.
at 300.
What? Put your link in the
Woo-hoo!
description below. Again, rock that
Thank
world.
Thank you.
Drop your link,
Oh, geez. Quit it.
unless I can find it better quicker.
Quit it.
I already did.
Ah,
Okay,
Wow.
all right.
Knock it off.
No, she just got me to 300. I was sitting there at 299, and she just got me to 300.
You got about-
Oh my god! And
Yep.
you know,
Yep.
yo.
yeah.
You can't see him. You're behind the gremlin
Well,
guy.
there's my dog.
Oh,
There's my
sorry.
dog.
And that guy's riding his back.
Pink ones too in the
Oh,
little pocket. don't
See,
you?
he puts it right on my lap.
Okay, who remembers what that Fraggle Rock dude's name is?
You're not in that pocket.
I don't know.
What pocket were you thinking?
The one I have,
Yeah.
Uncle Traveling Uncle Matt.
The
Travel
inside
Uncle
pocket?
Max. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
hence Traveling Mike.
Yeah. So not only does this person here inspire this person over here, but she is number 300. Nice.
It's nice.
Girl power.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh my
Right
God.
on.
Wow.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Rah, rah,
Definitely.
rah, rah, rah,
And it's
Look at
one
that.
of
rah, rah,
Oh,
rah.
hold it. Now, did
the
Laura
so that's
Laura
the first
get you
that I
at
helped today
299?
besides being here.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Did Laura help get you to 299? Can't leave her out.
Oh,
Laura?
Laura's already been subscribed to
Okay.
me for a while.
All right, so
Yeah.
she's just letting you know. Okay, good.
Oh yeah.
And I lost my train of thought now.
The link,
No,
300.
no. Yeah,
Thank you, Perry.
but
Thank
I
you,
would
Perry.
actually,
That's-
I'd like to take and thank everyone for stopping and showing support.
You're good.
So, yep, virtual hugs.
So
yeah.
here's the other thing that I wanted to share too is with Mike, I do Facebook Lives on Wednesday. It's called Hump Day Coffee Hour. And I have a Facebook page now, and not very many people know about this page because, of course, it's public and you get all these crazies and you get all these fake people and blah, 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 blah. I've been on Facebook so long, it's absolutely insane. I've gone through at least 6 pages. When I was going through cancer, somebody hacked my page when I was in cancer. I was like, okay, you got to be sick in the head in order to hack somebody's page that's going through cancer right now.
Oh my
Like,
God.
seriously.
Yeah.
There's no point.
Oh. These
So I've gone
people.
through like 6 pages in like, I don't know, 4 years, 4.5 years now. So if y'all are interested in hanging out, and if you guys have a Facebook page, it's Christine's Corner. It's K's. It's no apostrophe or anything like it is here, but it's Christine's KORNER 2020. Christine's Corner 2020, and it's usually around 11 o'clock Central Time. Because I was in Eastern Time, but now I'm in Central Time, so I had to adjust. I've been in Central Time at least 2 months now, about 2 months, and I'm basically making my way west.
Can you find your
So
page?
I'll be in all kinds of different times.
Can you find your
Hey.
page and bring it up?
Christine, if you ever come out near Sacramento area, hit me up.
I've actually been up on I-5 before, so I've been through there before.
I am right. I'm about 15 minutes from I-5, 99, and I-80.
Right. Yep.
I'm
Okay, I got
actually
you.
in between. I'm actually to the east, in between. I'm right near I-80, and 15 minutes below me is I-50.
Okay, cool. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, like I said, just y'all are more than welcome to instant message because sometimes you can't really leave messages on YouTube on
buddy.
comments and stuff because it's too, private. So I don't know. I've not very many people that I actually put that out to. Like on Gina's live, I can count on one hand how many times I've actually put that out there in the comments, and then that was it. Like I did not make it public after that at all. I was like, either you hang on to it or you don't. It's up to you.
Yeah.
We got the Zulu family in.
So, Christine, do you have an RV?
No, I didn't go with an RV. I was all over the place actually with all kinds of different things that I could have done. But what suited me at the time was not being 1, 2 license plates, 2 registrations, more tires, more AC problems, blah, 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 because I've dealt with a freaking semi. And I said, you know what? It'll be just with a freaking semi because I had 6 batteries.
Right.
So I was like, okay, forget it. I'm just going to start because I went for my Hyundai Elantra and I got a minivan, and that's where I like being right now.
Yeah.
So you're minivanning across the U.S. now.
Yep, with an attic.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
And soon now, in a month or so, you're coming back to pick up a passenger. Yes.
That might be delayed a little longer because of the fact that I've got a couple places. Now, I don't know if you guys know about this girl. Her name is Chantel. She's my basic journey. She has a dog. I've been following her for, I don't know, about 9 months now. And I write down every single place that girl goes with a dog. And I write every place that dogs are allowed. So I've been making I've been making my plan for Ginger. and she's the love of my life. You'll see that video on my YouTube. The love of my life. It's my girl. She went through cancer with me. She's been on the truck with me. She's been through everything with me, and I can't be without her. And being without her right now kills me. But I'm setting it up to where there's no stress, no anxiety, and she'll have a perfect life as long as I can give her one. So that's what I'm doing. So I have to make sure that I can go from east to west without a problem.
Right. Yep.
And that's when we follow you.
The supporter like this, you should get there with very little issues.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's been through every inclement of weather. She's been there when I was fueling up the truck. She'd be at one window while I'm at that tank, and then the other window when I'm at the other tank. Like I couldn't even go to the bathroom without her during cancer, man. Like this dog is tight, real tight with me. So
right on.
She's got to be with me. So I have to make sure she's set up and everything is respectful for her before I actually just go and grab her up like that. But she's fine right now. She's in a warm, loving home, a backyard, gets walks, goes to parks, blah, blah, blah. I ain't worried about her. She's fine. She listens to my voice almost every night. Oh, my God, look.
This little guy is just like that. He has severe separation anxiety. I cannot put him in the car and walk.
He's going, really, dude? Really? He's going, really?
Right, it looks
really,
like he wants to go to sleep.
He's going, really, dude? Really? You woke me up for this? Really?
Oh, I love him.
Wait. There's Duke.
Yep. Oh,
You're all puppies, dogs.
Oh,
look.
Duke. Come here. What? Come here. Come up here.
So
Here. Oh, there you go. There we go. We got you.
Christine, by the way,
as soon as I put the video on him, he's like, no.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I just went to their channel.
That is
channel.
He's a great supporter.
And they don't even have the number of subscribers listed. How do you hide your subscribers?
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out because I know Ray does that. Or
really?
He does likes, I think.
Yeah, he flips his likes. But they're hiding their subscribe number.
There's an option in the settings that you can show. You can hide the.
You can hide the subscribers and the likes and dislikes.
Wow. I want to see those dislikes. I want to see how much energy some nerd is doing that to me. Yeah, so you got a new sub tonight.
I was gonna say, if you find it, drop the link.
Yeah, you just copy their name.
Hold on to that for a minute.
I already closed it.
Where are these from?
Nice
Q
business card.
Yep,
So
Q card.
Make
Hold
that
on.
Where are
card
you
great
from, Zulata family?
because you can
Facebook.
actually just print these off on a printer like we did on just some hard paper.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I did mine through Vistaprint.
Yeah, these were made on a simple computer program. We just printed off a bunch, cut them, and just started handing them out. It
What'd I do
really
with
put
mine?
subscriptions up fast when we did that.
Let me tell you about printers. Before I got on the road,
Nice.
I had all kinds of printers.
Nice.
And I
You know what I mean then.
found
That one.
Yep, I like that.
Anyone that wants a sticker, hit my about page in my YouTube and send me an email and I'll send you a sticker.
Yeah, because driving over there ain't gonna get you one.
No, because I forgot to give you one.
That's awful. That's funny. That's a story.
I know, right? We
Yeah.
loved it.
Totally forgot to give him one.
Gotta hang out. Gotta meet the dog. Gotta spoof people on YouTube, but forgot the sticker.
For 2
I didn't
days.
even know how much canopy.
For 2 days.
2 days we rocked that shite.
You were having too much fun.
That was awesome though.
Yeah, it
Thanks,
was.
brother. Good times were had by all.
Yes, they were.
I started out.
So besides me and Michael, who else is down south?
No, we're north of that.
North
all
and
north.
west, I believe.
All West
Where are
Coast
you,
except
where are you
for
Tim?
I'm Sacramento, California.
Okay, so
Right.
west. Dana's
the
in
least-
Alaska. So
I'm
Yeah.
up in
Yep.
Alaska.
Oh.
Right.
Solex is in Montana. Let me see.
Ooh.
George is in Nevada.
Right
Near
there.
Reno. Near
Yep.
Reno.
And then Tim or Troy, I'm sorry. Troy is in
Oregon.
Oregon.
yeah. Thank you.
Central
Don't-
Oregon.
Don't forget, at almost 5,000 foot elevation, surrounded with snow. It's important.
Right.
Laura's in Kentucky.
Kentucky. Y'all be in Kentucky? Yeah. She is. With 9 dogs and a
I'm gonna
three-legged
be
cat.
going to Kentucky in about 2 weeks. Yeah. I'll be going
And
up 75.
No,
Christine, where are
Yeah.
you?
Right now I'm in Alabama because I did the diabetic walk today.
Where are you originally from, though?
Orlando, Florida.
Oh,
Way down
40
yonder.
years.
Who's been there?
I did boot camp in '92 in Orlando, Florida.
Yeah.
And I stood in a torrential rainstorm when Hurricane Andrew came through
For lunch.
for that whole week or 3 days back in '92. And I was in
I went-
Orlando, Florida from from middle of July to almost the middle of November.
Wow. Oh, I see
Fairbanks
that
in
one.
Southern California.
Is that the G-Spot card, G?
Not yet.
A G-spot card.
Oh, the women are going to love your bumper stickers.
oh my
Yeah.
god.
The women are
Try
going to
not.
love your bumper stickers. Oh,
Yeah.
I want a couple of them so bad.
Hey,
Tim, you're
G,
getting
you need to put
requests
a
for
little
stickers.
catch line. Let me hit your G-spot.
So,
Well, when I go camping, my area will be the G spot. The whole thing. So come on over, guys. Right?
He's going to come up with some cute little slogan that's something about the G-Spot with his RVing the G thing right below it.
Yep.
And I'm going to plaster one on each of the back of my rigs.
Is there a
And
red
it's gonna
face in the house?
trend all
yes,
over the
yes, I
place.
think there's a red face in the house.
Matches your hair?
Oh, my goodness. That's just from the sun today.
You
And
got
Tim, you're
pink,
getting requests for
red.
stickers.
And red.
Yes. Laura, hit my
Yeah.
about page and you can get my email address.
Yes.
And then I can send you a sticker, Laura. No problem. And
Yep.
Bernae's in Bernae Fairy Dust.
Yeah.
She's a
Southern
moderator.
Cal. Right?
She's in
She's in
Southern
Southern
California.
Yep, right there.
And we did have TGIF, which is Bree.
Bree.
She is actually up in Washington.
Yes.
I think she went
Freezing,
to,
probably.
She's in
I
here.
think she went to bed. She went to bed. She hasn't been on here for a while.
She,
Well-
I think she leaves it turned on but goes to bed.
Pat,
Yeah.
Yeah, she mentioned that
PG.
a while
She's not
back
here. She's not here.
about leaving it on. When I first actually, she was the first person to pop in and said I was she was leaving it on, and
Cool.
good
Was
luck.
that
and-
thee or Bree?
oh, I'm sorry, sorry.
Oh, they call me VIE or TGIF BRE, Bree.
Ah,
Which one?
okay.
Right.
Bree V. They sound somewhat much alike.
Yes. I want
Yes, that is true, Mike. Yes.
They call me V is one channel name, and TGIF, which I believe stands for Thank God It's Friday. I'm not sure. I've never really asked her.
Yep.
Yeah.
I asked her
Yeah.
what, how to spell her name one day, and she just put in BRE.
Yep. So
And my voice to text always wants to add the extra E to it, so I got to back it up and take one out if I want to be correct.
Oh, I do. No, I do. Purposely do, because she called me G with E's, right?
Yeah.
So she goes, "You didn't say hi to me, G." And I said, "Oh, hi, Barry."
I'll add a half a dozen.
Yeah, that way she can find it, right? I mean, it's nice to stand out. We know how that love is, right?
Yep.
And someone yelled at me because I did all caps. Bree!
Dude, I did get kicked out of it live for that. I said hello all, and they jumped my schnizzle, man. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Yeah,
Stop
you
yelling,
don't want your-
stop yelling in our chat.
You just don't want your schnizzle jumped. I'm
You know
telling
what?
Go for going to
No
a chat school teacher.
I know, right?
Those
And then I
channels,
don't,
those channels can take one of these.
yeah, they can go on the road.
I hope they don't do a screen capture and put that on there for Mike.
Dude, did you see
But
the?
that's why I did that.
Did
oh,
you guys
yeah.
see?
The-
Did you see that one of mine? I did
Someone-
have my nose like this.
yes.
Did you guys see that one? How the devil toothpicks did they do that?
You can go back and change that, George.
Oh, I did. That was the one with Mike Coxwell came up.
Gotcha.
I said the best live editor, and I'm looking like this. Where did that
Yeah.
come from? Millisecond of doing that, and they picked that. There's got to be somebody watching these, and says, "Oh, I'll do this."
And they wanna f with people.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys see that one?
Mhm.
Yeah. That was crazy.
So
I
is
was
this
there.
Misfit Island? I feel so at home here. I think I finally found Misfit Island.
Where are we at?
Misfit Island. It's where we all
Oh yeah,
belong.
yeah. Yeah, on
Together.
Christmas. Well, I said that to Tim today. Tim, how did you turn that around? We're not misfits. We all have our own story. What did you say, Tim?
Yeah, to make my argument on that or my rebuttal,
Rebuttal.
I thought I was on Misfit Island until I met all
Exactly.
you and found out I'm normal.
Oh,
Recognize.
Well, that's what I told George earlier.
That's what I'm saying. Okay.
We're normal. What did I say to you, George? I
That's
said
what I'm asking.
we're normal, and we live to we live to laugh and have fun or something like that.
Yeah.
live
And-
life to laugh.
Increase
Live
that-
life to laugh.
Yeah. Live life, laugh loud.
And if you're not, hey, you're not living life. We're all quirky. Who cares? Because we're being normal.
I just wonder how much trouble my karaoke system's going to get me into when I go full time, because I'm taking two 12-inch speakers on stands with 4 mics with me, and they run on
Just-
batteries.
Have
Just
fun with
don't-
it.
You
Just
don't
don't
want to
drop
invite
the
me
F
there.
bomb.
I'll touch that mic and the whole thing will be kaput.
I don't
Yeah, don't let
don't
Solex
know
touch it.
to run this thing. It will run for 8 hours of its own accord, as long as my cell phone has battery, and I've got 4 hours per speaker if I want to run them separately and have a full 8 hours to
And-
run
and-
karaoke without a plug-in.
And you don't have Solex touch it.
Well, no,
I've been
I-
threatening myself. I got a case of those prophylactic gloves.
Yeah, we'll have you put the gloves on like I used to have to do working on computers, because I popped a lot of electronics. I
They're
learned
all
that I
out
can
in my truck, and the reason why they're all out in the truck is I touch the truck and something goes haywire. I push the little button for the DVD player on the side there. I push it and it goes. I just can't touch things.
So you're the guy that gets up to the counter at Verizon after waiting an hour and a half, and the computer shuts down. You're the guy that gets his blood drawn at the hospital, and the whole system shuts down for printing the label. You're the guy that gets up to the cash register, and they have to restart the whole system because it won't take your order.
Yeah,
These are-
they say this. They say this.
Yes.
I don't know what
And,
happened.
he's the guy that you go to handshake and you get freaking sparked.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
like,
happens.
Damn, you just
And you're
shocked
working on
me.
my computer? Jeez.
No, I
That's
am
what-
4
who would
feet
tell-
away from the computer. That's the safe distance.
Electricity too well, and I store a charge.
On that note, 6 feet away, did you guys see Burning Up the Roads, Richard's mask? They had the camera
No.
reversed, but it says 6 feet,
Yeah.
Eminem.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a while back. That was good.
Oh,
I
yeah,
haven't
right on
seen
there.
that one.
6 feet, Eminem.
He was wearing that when I met him. That was great.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
Yeah, look at Dana. What the hell, all right?
Yep.
That's crazy. Oh,
When
wow.
I was a young lad, I
Yeah.
got interested in these things they're putting on like 60 Minutes. Human spontaneous combustion. I'm going, that's going to be me.
Oh my!
here's
What
my
is that?
mask. This is my mask. Compliant.
Other
I-
way. Keep going.
Dissenter.
Complaint the center.
Dun, 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 dun.
With a thumbs up. I'm
Yes.
complying, but I disagree with wearing a mask.
Absolutely.
I love it when people are in the store and they're not wearing masks. You all know I cough incessantly. I've been doing that for 20 years. So somebody's next to me in the store. I'm going, and they're going, and they're running.
Yes. Nice. Stay away. COVID. 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 Oh, that was loud. Sorry.
All right, everyone. I'm headed to bed. You guys have a great time.
Yeah, I got to
thank
second
you.
that motion.
Thank
I gotta
you
second
very
that
much,
motion.
Tim,
Night,
for
Tim.
stopping in.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike,
Yes.
for having me up in your panel.
No problem.
Yes, thank you.
Anytime.
It is a pleasure
Yep,
to meet
thank-
Christine tonight for the first time.
Likewise.
And
Definitely.
George, Troy, Dana, and Solex, and everyone. God bless you all. And
Yes.
I keep you guys in my prayers everywhere I go.
Thank you. Means a lot.
And everyone in the chat.
Oh, 10. How many you got out there? You got 10, 12?
Good night,
What do you got,
y'all.
buddy?
Have a good
All
one.
right, ciao.
Last I knew 10.
Bye.
13.
13, I see.
Yep.
All
That'll
right,
work.
y'all have a great night.
You
Wow.
Good
too,
night,
Tim.
Tim.
Sleep well.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, my turn
Good night,
too. I got to
Kristen.
roll,
Oh,
guys.
she left
I got.
too.
Oh,
She didn't mean to.
I don't think
Oh.
she meant to.
No.
You
I'll
guys
wait to see
cool
if she gets back.
in the morning.
Yeah, I got that school thing. So
Yes.
I hate
Well,
saying goodbye. You know I
we
hate
may-
goodbye.
we
Look at
may
that.
see you
Only-
in the morning.
Yeah, 2.5 hours.
We may see you in the morning.
I just have to keep the link active, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I won't leave. I'll just sneak down.
Yeah. How do I do that?
I don't know.
You don't do anything. He'll just go down.
Just that millisecond. Yeah, I could stay in the basement. No,
Well, I
that's
don't
on the
know
computer.
how that works.
I got it. I was on my phone last night. See, you saw me that it was what? G on the road.
Mhm.
Okay.
I saw that.
Yeah. Anyhow.
So do I have to move you to the basement, or do you?
No, I just hit the leave at the bottom.
Oh,
that would leave.
Oh,
But otherwise, yeah, let me.
No, Christine is leaving for the night.
Okay.
But so
Bye,
when you
Christine.
end here, Michael, when you end here, you hit this thing up in the corner that says stop, and it's or end live, and then you'll
Yep.
say, do you really want to end live? You end it again, and then it'll scroll and say, hey, was it a good or a bad thing? And you go, whatever. Then you verify on your YouTube that it's not running, and then you guys talk amongst yourselves.
Okay. Or I
Okay.
just may leave it running 24. I don't know.
Well,
Hey, it's your
George,
live. It's yours. You can just
No.
go to sleep and say, look at that. My first live, 27 hours. Kenny, I fell asleep on my own live.
They're going to catch on to that one.
And
Oh, yeah.
Fairy Dust Christine asked me to say thank you.
Definitely.
Good night. Good night, Christine.
Heard you have a good night. Yep. Laura, thank you much. Pina Fairy does. We got
What an
Christina
awesome night.
and a lot of few others. I know there's 10 more out there. Lurkers, it's all good.
Oh my
Thumbs
God,
up,
this is an
everybody.
awesome night.
You take
Hold
care.
on, let me check my
Good
thumbs
night,
up.
George.
Yeah, you got 10 now.
Good
All right, buddy.
night,
Take
George.
care, y'all. Thanks
Wait
for
a
Good
coming
night,
up.
George.
Thumbs up.
Have a good day tomorrow.
And then there was
Wait a
4.
minute. Wait a minute.
What?
I see you down. Oh no, I see you down there, George. There, you're right there. I see you, George.
Stomp on George.
I was gonna go in and give Mike a thumbs down to tease him, but I just can't bring myself to do it. I just
No, I was
can't.
gonna look at that too. No thumbs down.
But wait for somebody to notice.
13 thumbs up.
So. Oh, I can like this too.
Yeah. It's like not voting for yourself and losing by one vote.
Okay, so just so you know, any live stream that I'm in, I'm saving that to a playlist
Yeah,
that's
no problem.
labeled live streams that I'm in. Now I won't get the credit
Has
for
nothing to
it.
do with your
but you
channel.
guys will.
Yeah.
Right. But I know that
She's
pops up
trying to
to all
work
my
up to her-
subs.
She's trying to work up to 10% of the take when you start making money, Mike.
Just handing out money here. Yep. See, I had like multiple printers before I got on the road, and I
Mhm.
still had them. And then I'm like, I don't need this. I'll leave it in storage. I won't need a printer. First year on the road.
You needed a printer.
I ended up in Louisiana and I needed a printer. So
You
I
bought
went
one.
to Walmart and bought one for like one of the $40 ones. And then I was traveling around with that. And I'm like, that was the one and only time I needed it. And I'm like, okay, get rid of this one. And then not more than 3 months later, I need a printer. And not once did I think, duh, you could go to like Staples or Office Supply Place or something and just have them print it. Yes, and so yep, Laura said it. Yeah, now you need it because
Yeah.
you know with you talking about printing out business cards, I could have done that because I've got the software already installed here to do that. But yeah, no printer now. But
Yeah.
I do have one still in New Hampshire when I go back in a couple months. So I'm not buying any more printers right now.
Cartridges will be dried up, and it'll be cheaper to buy a new printer.
Actually,
but that's something to
left
keep
with
in
a
mind
friend.
to add to your YouTube business. You know, not only your photography, but you know, printing up business cards,
Yep.
doing stickers.
Mhm.
You know, hell,
And I've got a friend that does. Let me see if I can find it and bring it up because he does great work. Hang on 1 second here. He does metal work, and
Love that background, Solex.
Yeah, I'm sitting here. You guys disappeared on me, and I'm sitting, and Dana was sleeping, so I sat here for hours playing with little different backgrounds, and I got the background that I like, and so I started talking about Alaska salmon fisheries. I'm thinking Dana's asleep. She's going to be dreaming about fish and eating fish.
I woke
If
up
I
hungry.
had the pictures I've lost over the years, I've got pictures of salmon in creeks that you could walk across. The creek's like 15 foot across, and it's just nothing but
check. Yeah.
salmon.
Check. I mean, if you want to go and catch king salmon, the big ones, well, they only get up to 35 pounds on the Nilchek River. So that's only like this big. You walk out, and I was like, well, I'm getting my fishing pole out and getting ready to go fishing over there. And they're wondering what I'm doing. You don't need lures. I said, well, how do you catch them? So the native, he walks up, because Ninilchek is more of a native reservation now. And that's where we go to buy we purchase the set netters. So he walks out there in the creek. It's this deep, and he stands there, and this king salmon comes right to him. He just picks it up.
I'm going to share something with you guys because I think it's awesome work that he does. So that's some of the stuff that he does for metal work.
Oh wow.
Nice.
So I don't know if it'll change when I try to do this. Did it change?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I actually had to make a piece for my brother who passed away 2 years ago now, for him. But and they, it's some awesome work. So I thought about doing something for my channel with just a
that's
small
cool.
thing with this, but that'll be down the road, I guess. But and he does all kinds of stuff like keychains and bottle openers so
That's beautiful.
It's neat. They cut it out and they heat treat it.
Yep.
Changes the colors. It's nice. Just a little bit of art.
Yep. He's got this big laser thing set up in his basement now, and Um, it's quite the thing to see, you know. I went over there to, help design my brother's piece, and it when he, it was very touch. It didn't hit me until I actually saw the physical piece that he did. But yeah,
Nice.
I'm sorry, Laura, that you had to go through that. But
Yeah, there's been a lot of loss around me lately from my friends, and I don't even want to talk about it, but I understand.
This is my
understand.
On a
memorial
bright note,
piece.
I want to change the subject right after Dana shows us her gorgeous tattoo here.
Oh, let me see. Let me see if I can. Oh, how do I do this to bring it in bigger? I can't figure this out.
Try clicking on her.
Oh, right there. Okay.
So
You're the
this
rooster.
tattoo is the same exact tattoo rooster that my brother had on his neck, and I used to tease him, brother, you've got a cock on your neck.
Oh, you're setting
And
this
when
date.
he passed away, his tattoo artist gave me this same rooster. That
Nice.
way I can have my,
Nice.
And you
then he
teach,
laughed at me.
yeah, now do you
Did
teach yourself?
It's time sensitive now. Speaking of Cox, I was on the RV DJ today, and Mike Coxmall was in there.
Yep. I saw
Yep.
that.
You know,
Yep.
were you there? And somebody said, I think it was Lance, goes, "Oh, I heard you have a brother, Mike." And Mike goes, "Actually, yeah, I do." And I immediately chimed in and said, "Mike, I'd like to know, do you think your brother's a big dick?" And he goes, "Actually, yeah, he is." Anyway, it was very funny at the moment. The timing was right.
Okay. I'm still curious though. Who's the brother?
Doesn't matter. His name is Mike Coxmall, and his brother's a big dick.
Okay.
We were having fun.
9.5. That was the joke. You see, when Lance was pretending to be I'm Mike Coxmall, he was Mike Coxmall 9.5, the big dick.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the joke.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
There was a timing thing involved there, and it just laid out perfect today to get a laugh off the panel and the chat.
Right.
And, getting in there on some of these chats that are a little bigger, making people laugh is what it's all about. Having
Yeah.
fun. We come here just to let loose, have fun, talk to each other. It's nice. Let our hair down, so to speak.
I agree.
Yep.
Renee
Live-
likes the colors on your tat.
What's that?
Renee likes
Your
the colors.
Laura's oldest son still has her brother's live rooster. But it was to Dana.
Yes.
Oh, he still has it? Oh my goodness. How sweet. Oh my goodness. I don't know what the story is behind my brother's rooster. I just know that I thought it was hilarious. He was
now-
in service in Texas.
And to go along with not to make jokes about that, but they actually do have down in the Keys, Florida Keys, mainly, I believe Key West, and that's where I at least saw it. They actually have chickens and roosters running around wild on the streets of Key West.
Nice.
I was down there one time to catch a sunrise photo, and driving down one of these narrow streets that they have, and it was like 4 a.m, and I slammed on the brakes and jumped basically because a rooster sounded like he was in my back seat, but it was on the side of the road. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Sound
And-
good.
In oh, okay. Laura said they have them like lots of places like that. I know down in the Keys it was because many years back when the Spanish came through, they had the chickens. They brought the chickens there, and they were just left to roam around. But it's also unless somebody was telling me wrong, you can get fined for harassing the chickens down there. Yep.
Probably.
And yeah, I just thought that was interesting.
They made new canine rules in my neck of the woods a couple of years ago. And if a dog runs up and down the fence, it's considered disturbing the livestock, and they come out and euthanize the dog. Sometimes they go too far.
Yeah.
Hmm.
They have a leash law now. We've never had a leash law, but if your dog isn't leashed, then they confiscate the dog.
Is Montana an open carry state?
Oh yeah, Montana is the most open state for firearms than any other.
Yeah, good. Don't touch my dog, I dare you.
You can walk into a bank or walk into a bar.
Or anything but a federal building,
Yeah, you can't. No federal building, but it's still legal here.
including the post office.
The only thing, yeah.
But I got out of the post office real quick, and I realized that what I had underneath my jacket. It was like, oops, I'm not supposed to be in here. Right back out to the car real quick.
Any place that is not posted is legal, and nobody posts no carrying firearms, except during the COVID thing last year. A grocery store, a guy for the last 20 years been shopping there, and he'd always come in strapped, and it was not concealed carry, and it was always a lock. I mean, and he'd always come in there. But then this COVID thing happened, and they asked him not to bring the firearm in anymore. And so he went and talked to the sheriff, and the sheriff, they can't tell you not to bring it in there unless they post it. And so he went back to the store, and the store refused to post on there no firearms. So he was allowed to continue.
Wow.
That's state legislation.
I love it when you walk into the bars, all firearms must be checked into the bar, blah, blah, blah. Those signs they have.
I did that to a bar. It is a state law that you cannot have a business license unless you have a horse hitching post out front. And we were all sitting out there in the parking lot, and I had some logs in the back of my truck and a post hole digger, and I started digging a post hole. And I was making a hitching post in front of the bar.
There's the picture. One of the pictures I was gonna show you, with just the roosters and chickens wandering around.
Wow.
I saw pictures like that in the reality show, which is not a reality show, Survivor. And then I did a history search on the island that they were on. There were no chickens on that island, so they plant the livestock. They go in, get rid of all the harmful snakes and harmful critters, and then they plant critters in there for them to. So after learning about that, it kind of ruined me for the show. But it's nice to see that there's places where that is actually a reality there, Mike.
You know, Marty Rainey from that Alaska show. He comes in here for breakfast every weekend.
Oh,
What Alaska show?
I can't remember which one he's on.
I've lost touch with because there's been several of them and over the years. So
It's on the History Channel, and it's still being played. I mean, it's
okay. Oh, Homestead, Alaska, is that it? Laura mentioned that one, so
I think there's a couple of them, honestly.
okay. Because I know the ones I used to watch were like obviously Deadliest Catch, Life Below Zero, and then there was another one about with planes, Flying Alaska or something like that. It's rescue, Mike. Homestead Rescue.
Homestead Rescue.
Okay, I will have to look that one up.
Yeah.
So, sorry to interrupt you.
He comes in here for breakfast.
Wow.
But there's a few channels here on YouTube, like Simply Living Alaska. They are more reality to what's going on a homestead than anything, you know. Really, they are.
Flying Wild Alaska.
And you know, I realize some of these shows, you know, it's like they're really, some of them you stop and make me think, is this really how they live, or is it just for TV, you know?
Yeah,
And-
well, I think you're right.
You know, some. Go ahead, Dana.
A lot of them are probably, you know, exaggerated for TV. In fact,
Like-
the majority of them, I'm sure that they are, you know, for ratings and the drama aspect. But as far as like off-grid living, the whole living on the homestead out here, dealing with the cold, the cutting the wood, the no running water to the homestead, the using an outhouse, that's all real because I
Oh,
experienced it.
yeah. Oh, I'm
mean-
sure that part is, but
I grew up without running water in the house. We used an outhouse. And we dolled up our outhouse instead of putting we put our own graffiti in there. You know.
Well, I
And,
grew up in low income housing. The government was always going to be there to take care of us. I didn't have to worry about nothing because the government's going to take care of me. I would never have to worry about not having running water because the government's going to take care of me.
yeah, bullshit.
And then I grew up and I realized that the only person that's going to take care of me is me.
Eyes open.
And then when I got the chance to move out to Chitna, and I found out that that would be truly living in Alaska, not this Anchorage freaking paying $1,800 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment.
I know.
You know, I looked at my kids and I said, I hope you guys don't mind, but here we go. We didn't have internet out there when we moved out there. I didn't even have cell phone service in Chitna when we moved out there.
I got
It was
tired of the way our
biggest
outhouse
life
looked.
change that we'd ever made.
I got tired of the
And
way our outhouse
Best
looked.
thing I ever did.
And so I went out there with some whitewash, you know, white paint for your picket fences, and I painted our outhouse white. And my graffiti that I wrote in there was, "You are now in the White House. Make all decisions wisely."
You have two questions geared towards you, Dana. Is Laura's asking about
The Kilchers, as
Yep.
far as I know, they're pretty much real.
and then another one was the restaurant. Good breakfast, or what sort of food?
Best breakfast in town. Definitely. Biggest omelets. The omelets are as big as the plate. And I might be a little biased because my son works there, but honestly, truthfully, the first times I ate there and had the best omelets, my son hadn't even started working there yet. So we would come in from Chitna. We'd drive 6 hours into town to do our grocery shopping and stock up on different things, and we'd stop here for breakfast first. So,
Biscuits and gravy with hamburger gravy. Oh, yummy.
oh my God.
Sourdough Sal's in Soldotna. It was right next to a bar, and that was the best place I could. 150 different kinds of biscuits and gravy, and $1.50, all you can eat. I miss that.
Yeah, you won't catch those prices up here now, but you know.
No. Back in the Wayback Machine.
So, Mike, George
Yes.
was wanting to know if you'd go 8 hours on your first live stream and make it epic. Solix might be up for that.
Hey, I'm up for however long you guys want to be on. So
I will have
Once
to
in
take a
your
nap.
mind. All the peeps.
hey,
Well,
You
we're
know?
sitting here having our fun and our conversation. Remember, it's being recorded.
Yes. Yep. So, yeah, I agree with Laura. I want to get to Alaska so bad because it's a different kind of beauty, I'm sure. You know, I said that about out west as well. I mean, New Hampshire, the White Mountains and everything, the Presidential Range, beautiful. And then I got down into Western North Carolina and went up on the Blue Ridge Parkway, and that was awesome. You know, I came from an area of the highest peak was Mount Washington at I can't remember what the exact height was, but Mount Mitchell, now the highest peak east of the Mississippi River, was where I was down in North Carolina. And then I traveled out west and I went to Cloudcroft, New Mexico. And I was hitting elevations of 9,000 feet. And I'm like, this is a different beauty, you know? Traveled further out west through Texas and into Arizona, and the sparse, almost like looked like a movie from a Mad Max film or something, with the deserted, sparse, open land, and then you had the mountains in the background. And so I can only imagine what Alaska is like.
Well, here, and I'm going to answer you and Laura down here. Alaska is known as the last frontier. There is a great many places in Alaska that has never seen a human foot.
I'm sure. Partly because, you can't get to those places, not easily, at least, not for the average person.
Try to get to the Alaska Range. That's a tough one.
So I know, and I don't know how much of it is fake, and don't burst my bubble, Dana, if it's not real, but I follow one person that's up there. I don't know, because I haven't been watching it lately. Life Below Zero, Jesse Holmes. But I followed him through, his, start on there and whatnot. But, and I follow him with the Iditarod, and he does that and several other races. And he seems like a down-to-earth person. I've got him on Facebook. And I see the stuff that he, sees.
The only way to watch the Iditarod is if you're there at the start, or if you're there at the finish, or if you're there at one of the waypoints. So it's nice that they actually put cameras up along the way these days.
Yep.
And the Iditarod is brutal.
Yes, he's, and I got to give him credit because he does that, and he does a lot of videos and short 20-second shortcuts and whatnot of his trips and whatnot, and so I get to at least see it that way.
Yeah, and Laura down here, she's talking about she needs to get one of those electric bikes. They finally emailed me. My electric bike is supposed to be here by Wednesday.
Right on. Right
Excited.
on.
I know.
Oh,
Cool.
And then I'm going to buy that cargo trailer that Dee has behind hers. I think she's going to actually get rid of the bike that she's got because she can't touch the ground very easy. The seat's too high for her.
Somebody will want it.
Or
okay.
Lisa got her a little trailer for her e-bike. I want one of those. I'll be going to the store for groceries.
Wings and Wheels Alaska are awesome. I haven't met them personally, but I follow their channel, and
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, I have met her when I was flying out for my mother's funeral. She was my stewardess.
There's a Discovery Channel one, and it's about truck drivers driving across they can only drive
Ice road
across.
truckers.
Yeah, they can only drive at certain times of the year before the ice
Those guys
thaws.
are crazy. Those guys.
I know. I'm watching that. I'm saying, for sure you're going in the water, and they do often. They do that.
Yeah.
That's a rough one.
Ferry is asking if it's difficult to get around in Alaska up to Alaska. Can you
Okay,
give us
so
details?
right now, I would say it's difficult if you're planning on driving, unless you have specific reasons or a specific job that you're coming for. They just won't let you through Canada. I know that you can ferry. You can also fly. Ferrying would be very expensive, especially if you're bringing a vehicle, and you'd still have to be in Canada for a certain amount of time until the next ferry comes. So
you can drive in through Canada up to Prince Rupert, and then from there you get the ferry to go up into like the Cook Inlet or around to Bristol Bay.
right.
But it's dandy.
Honestly, it's just easier to either fly or drive through if you can get through Canada.
This time of year, it's a heavy wet snow, and it really builds up in May, January, April, March. March is a tough one, and it's tough down here too in March because right now next to the Rockies, because we get that heavy wet snow down here as well. I mean, some Marches we'll get 18 inches in an hour. So I felt at home in Alaska.
Yeah, I've got many places marked off on Google Maps that I want to check out in Alaska, and hopefully within the next 2 years I will be making that trip.
There's a lot of exploring that I still must do here that I haven't been able to yet. So much I want to see.
Yeah, Fairy Dust. That's the only land travel is through Canada to get to Alaska.
Oh yeah, and it's a beautiful drive.
I've heard that.
Stunning, especially the best drive. It's not to take the Alcan, which is the Alaska Canadian Highway, because they have every year they only repair 200 miles of that, and you're talking about a 3,000 mile trip. So what you have is that permafrost. You get those frost heaves, and it makes these big holes. It'll swallow an entire tire, and so they recommend that when you drive to Alaska, you take extra tires with you, because you're out there in the middle of nowhere.
And extra what? In the old days, extra tires and extra headlights when we had the glass headlight.
So I've driven that up to Alaska and down dozens of times. And the best road that I found was the Cassiar Freeway. And that goes straight up through British Columbia. The Cassiar Freeway is not paved, and they don't have the permafrost issues as they do with the paved road. I mean, they'll get ruts and whatnot, but they're not. You lose your entire front end into a pothole.
You can help me with this word I'm thinking of that happens up there. It's when the ground freezes and it lifts up. Because I have a gate that's 3 inches off the ground in the summertime, and it's 6 inches off the ground in the winter.
That's frost heaves. Frost heaves.
Frost heaves.
I know those. I know those well from New Hampshire.
Yeah. There was some other word that was for it, the technical word or something. I can't remember what it is to save my life, but I deal with that every year up here, that my gates raise up on me and the ground lifts up.
So when you get up to the Yukon or the Alaska area, they have what's called permafrost, and it's forever year-round frozen 4 feet deep. Yep. And like on the lower 48s, it only freezes down to 4 feet. So there's a bit difference there. And it was like guaranteed job security. You just follow the backhoes or the dozers around, and all you're doing is welding new teeth back on the dozers and backhoes all day long. And because they get into that permafrost, it's like trying to dig through solid concrete, even harder with those teeth, and they break off all the time.
I have a hater lurking, I guess. I have a thumbs down.
Oh no.
Oh well. Sucks to be them.
Yeah, well, you got a view out of them. Thank you for
Exactly.
thank you for watching.
And your
Right.
reaction.
At least I have interaction.
Yep.
That's how I look at it. I don't go by, and from what, how Ray was saying it on his live earlier is, I don't care about views. I don't care about numbers and whatnot. The only thing I was trying to get was at least 100 subscribers so I can get rid of this freaking funky URL
Right.
to make it something
Honestly,
simple.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
trying. I was looking into that. I have never done that, and I was looking at my URL, and I don't even know what it is.
I'll be honest, me either.
Yeah, well, George, I didn't know about it. I mean, I knew about it, but I didn't know where to find it to change it. So if you go under your customized channel button on the computer, I don't know how about on the phone,
Oh yeah, okay, I see. I did it.
and then under basic info, channel URL, and then there should be something showing up there at some point under, to put in your custom URL.
customized channel. I clicked on that. Slow computer loading, and then you said customization. Is that what you're saying?
So channel customization, and well, let me share my screen real quick, and then you can see if you're looking at the same thing.
Mike, did you see Justin and Christina's comment while you're doing that?
Nope, I got to get back to this.
Oh, I see where basic info is. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Troy asked that question.
We're working hard on staying away from any kind of frost, ice, or snow.
Next one.
You haven't made it until you've gotten a oh. Then I've made it. Thank you. So here's, this was what you probably opened up to first.
Right, that's where I'm at now.
So then you click on basic info
Right.
and scroll down a little bit, and then you see your channel URL. And then George was saying there was supposed to
I
be
don't see that. What I do see this is right underneath my channel URL, which is that funky
Do you
number.
want me to share yours, or?
It says set custom URL for your channel.
Oh, okay, then yeah.
So I clicked on that, and it's got my custom URL is the Solex one, but I can't change that. It won't let me change that.
Oh, so you've already done that at one point.
Yeah, I must have. I don't remember doing it.
Okay.
But anytime I look for my channel, it still has that funky number thing behind it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have probably have to talk to George about that one,
Oh, wait a minute. I might be onto something here.
or somebody else that understands it better than me.
No, it won't let me take that out. So I'm going to click on just Solex and see, is there a place where you say finish or it's got a little publish thing there, but doesn't say anything about publishing the new URL name.
What does URL stand for?
Universal.
Routing.
God, I used to remember that. Unless
like
somebody in chat can
Universal routing.
Like a
routing.
post office box route thing. That's a good question. What does URL stand for?
Yeah. Okay. Justin and Christine RV. If you want to use it, click on it and save or publish. So probably publish.
Okay, URL. Your URL is the web base, and it stands for Uniform Resource Identifier.
Thank you. It's kind of like a zip code.
Yeah. But I'll work on this. No big rush. Oh, that's where you put your email address in here if you want people to contact you.
Laura. urinary related life. Oh God. So yeah, I'm just happy I got this far. So and I could not have done that without all of you. And you in the chat
That's in the house,
and
Mike.
people that have been in and out. And so
You might have a new guest coming up. Look who just stepped in.
oh, hey, come on up. URL's at the top. Welcome,
Who stepped in?
Paperbag.
Paper Bag Nomad, the man that's keeping Sack Lunch fresh.
Right on. Hey, Paper Bag Nomad. Welcome, welcome.
So,
I'll excuse me while I make
for
me
those
another
new
cup of tea.
to here that don't know, I am traveling right now. I'm currently in Florida. I spend
Okay.
residency 3 months of the year in New Hampshire. The rest of the time, I try to get to warmer weather. And I have a 5x10 cargo trailer pulled by a Honda Civic. Yes, you heard that right. A Honda Civic pulling a 5x10 cargo trailer. So, yeah, and I'm enjoying it. I have a passion for photography. I pick up jobs here and there, mainly back in New England area while I'm up there. And I love it. I've been doing this now. February made 4 years, going into my fourth year going into. So I think that's it.
Hey,
That
Paper
about
Bag.
sums it up, right?
I got to get busy and getting that contest you're doing before it's too late.
Do you want to come up, Paperbag? Click on the link. I'll bring you up.
Raymond got
Show
a
us your
second?
beautiful. Show us your beautiful face.
Oh, Paper Bag's gorgeous. He's got sharp Sharpie lines.
Oh, he's at work. Never mind. Oh,
There,
no,
there,
don't do that. Yeah, it's
there's
a
that
Honda.
place. There's that
Oh,
place.
a Honda Kovic. Oh, wait. He does show us her face every video. And Solex, for you, I think that's being directed at you because you were looking at doing it.
Oh, yeah, I just found that out. Thank you, Justin and Christina. I just now learned that. I was going to mention that once you have your custom URL, you can't change it.
Oh,
So mine is the Solex one. How stupid
Okay.
is that? That's just bonehead that I put in there. It's because, and that, I think that might have been where this whole concept with guys, people were getting their custom URLs because they were getting 100,
Mhm.
and people started saying, "No, I'm the real Mike." Oh no, I'm the real Mike, because they were getting their custom URLs, and once you got it, you can't change it.
And I've been debating on. Oh, actually, it's very interesting. You asked that paper bag. When I don't have my trailer, I do actually live out of the car, and it's very comfortable for me. I have 200 watts of solar mounted to the roof, and I have a small battery pack that I built. That's a 100 amp hour lithium pack, kind of like a Jackery or one of those things, but it's homemade. And that does everything for me.
Right.
Runs my laptop when I have it plugged in. Yes, but sometimes I do trips without my trailer. So otherwise, I've got 50 square feet to live in, which is much bigger than the Honda.
Customization, basic info, set custom channel, and it doesn't give me a delete. So I'm tagging myself. Sorry about that. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
no, hey, no problem.
I'll be right back.
I'll fill in.
I still love this background.
Great. Log cabin.
I've got to put something up here so you're not seeing the bed and the wall.
It all starts with the green screen.
Yep. Because I tried putting up a blue towel earlier, but it was like, not long enough. And
So let me get this right, Justin and Christina. You delete your URL to actually reset it.
oh, good to know.
Is that correct?
Thank you so much, Paper Bag. I really appreciate that. I'm trying to get more content created. I just
That's so
needed the
sweet.
kick in the butt to get going, and this is my first actual live. I've been on a few with George, and you guys have all inspired me.
Let
You
me
know,
help you out with this. I think you've actually gone from like 50 subs to 100 in like a week, and this is your first live.
Yeah,
You hit the ground running as a small channel, so this is the ground floor for Mike.
Very impressive.
Just starting out. I
Mhm.
want to try to be part of it with him.
I mean, I've had the channel since 2013, but there was nothing up until a year ago. Nice. Another one you might want to check out. I know Gina's mentioned it. Is Christine's page. She's an incredible person. She was the one that introduced me to Gina, which then opened me up to all of you.
I believe
So-
I've seen her in Gina's. Yeah. Christine's Four Seasons.
Yep.
I've seen Gina bump channels that don't have a lot of subscribers in a week's time and double their subscription base.
Oh yeah.
That's what she did for me.
Mm-hmm.
I had less than 100 subscribers when I started. When I started hanging out with all of you guys, a month and a half, 2 months ago?
Yeah.
I had
Well,
less
I'm
than
sure,
100
I'm proud
subscribers.
of that, but
Because I remember her saying something about it in her show when she shouted me out. Let's get her up to 100 so she can get that URL. And I'm sitting here wondering what's the URL? Huh? What?
What does Mike want? What?
Christine's, I think. I'm grabbing it right now.
Oh,
Yeah, I put it in the private chat, I think.
Oh,
Oh, no, that's gone. Well, because I booted myself off the stupid internet again.
it'll be there for Mike then. You can
Oh,
just
that's
grab
right.
it. No, it's gone because I kicked myself out too. I went to search on Amazon for those prices.
It's a new virus. Solex, don't touch anything.
Yeah, Christine knows that neat trick like I do. Bump the wrong button, you're gone.
Okay, what haven't I done today? I know. I haven't done this.
yeah, Laura, the one at the top, it brings you up into StreamYard, I believe. Yeah. If anybody else wants to pop up in, feel free to click the link. I'll bring you in. So, like,
Exactly.
away from any buttons.
I'm cursed. There has to be something. I have never even bothered to investigate why that happens. There has to be something why there are a small members of the population that their vibrational frequency patterns of the cellular structure is slightly different to where they affect things. Or they almost project something, and our technology doesn't like it. I can tell you that.
Oh, I'm already 3 hours and 20 minutes in.
Boy, Paper Bags opened up a big gambit with a lot of fun because the possibilities are endless. There's glamour bag. There's a bag lady.
Oh.
There's all kinds of bags.
Here we go. Here we go. Welcome.
Hey guys.
Justin and Christina.
Hello.
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 Coming in for your first chat and you're international.
What? Where are you from?
I'm from Montreal, Quebec, Canada.
Ah, I've been there. I've been there several times. Years ago, I was playing. Well, back when I was still just out of high school. A group of us were playing in Hampstead Park, Frisbee in Hampstead Park at 4 a.m.
Hampstead Park.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Yep. We used to go up there to drink and be merry.
New update there, Mike.
What?
You now have 17 likes and 0 dislikes.
Oh,
Ooh.
somebody took away the dislike.
I have no idea. It's there's a ghost in the machine.
I am no longer made it then because I don't have a dislike.
Darn it! I'll get one in there for you.
Make it. Don't be
I'm
disappointed.
not tipping you anymore.
Here, I can go in and change mine if you want. Here.
Yeah, no. Thanks.
Okay, I just trying to please,
So what?
Justin and Christine are great moderators in a lot of live chats, and if they're not one of your moderators and they're willing, definitely make them one.
I can do that if they want to, or
Justin.
We don't mind helping everybody out.
Yeah,
I was getting frustrated. There's a couple of shows Justin and Christina did, and I was getting frustrated. Justin is sitting there with the baby, and Christina's in there doing all the work on the van build and everything. I mean, come on, what's going on here? I mean, maybe I cyclically sent that to you because after a while you started helping.
Well, somebody has to film it.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's a good excuse, isn't it?
Yep.
It's probably not that long ago, but do you remember when you were doing the rusty roof at the back corner of the road trek?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about when I found you guys.
Okay.
That was what, a year and a half ago, a couple years ago, something.
Yeah, that's a year ago.
Yeah. That was pretty impressive to actually take a rusted roof and do that sort of repair on it.
Yeah.
Usually when roof rusts out in house vans like that, they're just, most people are just like, we're done.
We had with some stronger metal and got some body work done on it. Yeah, it's okay now.
They had a leak at the back corner of the van, and they found that the roof had cancered out. And did a video on going.
That's the problem up north. Is I don't know about up in Montreal, but I know New England area and other states that use a lot of road salt. The vehicles just don't last, and that's what I'm happy about with my Honda. Is it hasn't seen much road salt. So I'm happy about that.
We don't use salt out here in the West. We use red cinder rock.
Okay.
Lots of it. It's a volcanic area, the whole West Coast.
The insurance.
Lots of pumice rock to do that with.
The insurance in places like Arizona is higher because of the cars get sandblasted, literally.
Can't be great for the paint.
No, sir.
I've heard about solar farms being taken down and all the panels replaced because of being sandblasted out there, the glass on them, and hazing.
Hazing, right? That's what they called it.
Performance, and they'll literally pull the panels down, blow them out dirt cheap. I mean, we're talking $20 a panel for these huge panels that are only a few years old because they went through a sandblasting storm.
I'm watching YouTube videos of people down in Arizona, and they're taking silver polish and they're polishing the lenses on their headlights. I mean, why are they doing that? And then I saw they showed the sandblasting effect. I'm going, oh my stars.
Paperbag said Arizona's was cheaper than Texas.
That's
insurance.
Surprising.
Well, you get a bunch of guys together drinking beer and jacked up trucks, and something's going to happen. Insurance rates go up.
Well, I guess it's kind of the same down here in like the southern, the coastal states that, with all the salt air and whatnot.
Yeah.
But
oh boy, down there in Georgia and stuff, they got trucks that'll drive over little Hondas and not even think about it.
Oh, I've seen some that but.
That happened to my brother. He had a car. I desperately wanted that car. He got 150 miles to the gallon on it. The regular built car, but they put a Cessna Aerobat 150 engine in it. That's where he got that amazing gas mileage. And something happened. He was up there in the Bozeman Pass, a pass where you're going through really hard weather changes. Anyway, he's up there in the Bozeman Pass, and every forward gears stopped, and he had his wife and the kids were in the vehicle. The only thing he had left was reverse, and it was during a time when the snow was just coming down and blowing like crazy, and it was almost a whiteout, and a semi truck drove right over the top of him. They didn't even get a scratch, but their car was pancaked. I don't know how they didn't get hurt.
Saw it coming.
Yeah, so I told him whether the car's broke or not. Now I still want that car because that Cessna Aerobat airplane engine, that was brilliant to put that in a car. Excellent gas mileage, like a motorcycle.
I modified a carburetor and did a few other tricks on an old Chevelle as a kid, and it didn't get good mileage, but boy, it sure was fast.
No, this thing was a tank. You couldn't accelerate very fast with that airplane engine in there.
Got a 90-something Justy, little 3-cylinder. It gets 40 plus on the freeway, like 42.
That's good info.
Those Justies, I mean, it got 32 on average. It got 25 if I warmed it up for an hour and a half on the driveway and forgot about it on that tank. And if I literally put super in it and hit the freeway, I'd get like 41 and a half, 42 miles a gallon out of that car on just freeway driving.
Does anybody know this about Pahrump, Nevada?
I have a friend in Pahrump, and I was talking about that, but he never said anything about the insurance.
Okay, because I don't know. I know, like people like Bob Wells. From there, he has all that stuff through there. A few other people pick that area, but I know nothing as far as if it's how much cheaper or.
Well, you have to create a domicile when you're nomadic, and you literally have to pick a state to live in and create an address somehow.
Up a little more, Solix.
I can't go anymore because then I'd be political.
Oh, thank you, Justin. Yes.
Oh, come on.
Thank you very much.
Oops.
Oh, come on.
I gave you a peek.
Trying to
I'll
read
show
it.
you mine.
Carol's opinion.
Yeah. Okay.
Trump 2020. No bullshit.
They took his channel down.
No bullshit. All right.
They threatened him. YouTube threatened him and everything. He's an attorney, and they made him take his channel down.
Wow.
I know.
What I was gonna say to Justin real quick is, my brother, when he was flying abroad all the time, it was the same distance from where we lived in Littleton, New Hampshire. It was the same. It was the same distance to fly out of Boston. It was as out of Montreal, and he preferred flying out of Montreal better. The airport at the time, at least, was a lot easier to get into up in Montreal, and the prices were cheaper. But that's when he was studying abroad in over in Europe.
There's something I wanted to ask Justin and Christina. When is your prime minister election?
Before they answer, I want Mike to throw up Justin and Christina's last comment and show him why I say they're such good moderators.
Yeah,
before-
I did that before, and I thanked them.
Oh, okay.
But
I just saw them a second ago.
yep.
I wasn't paying attention. Okay, the floor is yours.
Cold beans. Thumbs up.
You were saying, Justin, about the re-election or something?
The election.
Is that every 6 years?
No, it's not every. It's every 4 years, I think.
Oh, 4 years. Okay, I didn't know. But I know that there's a lot of Canadians that are not happy at this moment.
Yeah, they're not too happy with Justin Trudeau at the moment.
Honestly, there's not a lot of very happy people anywhere right now.
But I mean, not too many people are happy with elected officials.
Yeah, and I looked that up. And here in the United States, the approval rating,
Yeah.
this is not a poll, but the approval rating of our Congress is 24%. And that's pretty much the same anywhere you're going to go in the world.
Oh, speaking of Congress, Lisa Murkowski is getting censored. Finally. Anyway, I'll shut up now. But
They have
there are a number of channels that I followed out of Australia over the last few years that were quite open and talkative, and their government didn't like them and shut them down. They're nowhere to be found. I can't find them on any social media, period.
Actually,
What's that called? Censorship?
Yeah, exactly.
to answer your question, our next election is October 16th, 2023.
Ah,
That long?
Yeah. Well,
That long?
we just had an election in 2019.
Oh, I guess
They
I
said
just don't
4
remember
years,
hearing
so-
about it.
4 years. That's what we do.
how many years can one person keep running for re-election?
Term?
Yeah.
I believe it's 8 years.
So
So-
kind of like the U.S.
So it's okay. I wasn't sure. Thank you for the information. I just wasn't sure, and I like because Canada is our brothers and sisters up there, and so I just I should stay apprised of what's going on up there more often.
Canadians are just like us, in my opinion. They just get better health care.
Yeah.
My son actually
instead of-
wants us
instead
to
of
move to
calling it,
Canada.
states, we call ourselves provinces.
Provinces. You see,
Yeah.
Canada, according to NATO, Canada is a state. Thailand is a state. Australia is a state. But Philippines is a state. They have provinces, provinces, which is all incorporated into one state. Now, the United States, Montana is a country. Alaska is a country. California, Maine, these are all countries. And within those, they have their own provinces, which they call counties. So that's the difference. And that's why they call it the United States or the United Countries, similar to Europe, of which Europe came together, and then instead of having all these different monies, now they have the euro, and so they're all a united Europe.
I never thought about it that way, but that's why each state pulls their own crap. Okay,
That's
I get
right.
it now.
Yeah. Right.
Mike, I'm
What's
going to
so
click
hard to
down
live
for a
here?
minute.
No problem. Hang out.
And England just got tired of it, and they
Still
said,
here.
"We want it.
Yep,
We
no
want
problem.
it."
I get it.
We all get it. Oh, I looked up. No chat rolling. Woo, woohoo! I didn't miss something for once.
Nope. nope.
It's flashing away because it only holds screen for 10
Everybody,
seconds.
welcome back, Paper Bag. So
Yes.
Welcome back, paper bag.
You know, the one thing that has always irritated me about the United States, as opposed to all the other countries, it is the truth that we are the least educated. I was watching a YouTuber who was RVing, and then they moved to they moved to Basque, or the Basque country, which is kind of Spain, kind of France. And the little boy was saying there, he was being interviewed by Orson Welles, no less. And he says, "What do you find that you miss about the United States?" And the little boy is saying, "The education." And Orson Welles says, "Well, why is that?" He says, "Because it's easier." Out of the mouths of babes, huh?
Paper Bag has a question for the panel. Most interesting food dish you've made in your rig?
Lumpia Shanghai.
Who wants to go first?
I just
Let
said.
Justin and Christina.
Most interesting dish, huh? I'm not quite sure. I mean, we make pretty simple dishes in our. So I'm not, I don't know, chili.
That
Okay.
takes a while.
I have made it's a simple concoction. My mother, we used to camp all summer long growing up. We'd set up in the beginning of late spring, early summer, and just camp right through the summer while my father went back and forth to work. But she would always make what she referred to as campfire stew. And what it is basically vegetable soup. You brown up hamburger and then throw in a couple cans of vegetable soup. Let that simmer and make up the dumpling mix from Jiffy mix there. Throw those in on top and just let all that simmer. And I've done that in here. Very quick, very simple. And that's the only way I'll eat things like green beans, lima beans, peas, carrots. Yeah. Other than that, I don't care for veggies. But
I've got a good one for Paper Bag if I can go next.
yeah,
I make what's called 454 food. I literally have stopped by like the dollar store and I'll buy chicken nuggets or I'll get this or that or whatever I can wrap in a piece of foil. I will wrap it up in a piece of foil, throw it on my intake manifold by my valve covers on my 454 big block. I will drive around for 2 or 3 hours. I will pull over and pull hot food out and serve everybody on the camping trip off my motor. That is the most interesting food I've ever made in my rig, literally in.
that's
I made omelets that way.
When you start pulling food off a motor that people didn't see you put on it and start passing out, who wants a corn dog? Who wants chicken nuggets? And like, what? And you start passing out food off the motor from underneath the hood to kids and stuff and adults, and they're like, what the F is going on here? Anybody want any sauces? And the food's hot. It literally cooked.
You got me beat.
I think the most interesting thing I made.
That's not.
I learned it from a mama-san in the Philippines out of Subic Bay. And I was there, and I like to watch the different ways that people do it. Everybody's out there having a good time, partying, drinking, and everything. I'm watching the mama-sans. There's like 6 or 8 of them there with all the young kids around them. And it was the way that they were making their flatbread. Now they'd really emulsify it towards really, the dough or the batter was really liquidy. And then they'd take a paintbrush. Before that, they take like half a gallon of lard and throw it into the friggin' pan. I don't do that part. And then they take a paintbrush and then they paint it onto the surface of the pan, and that was the tortilla, paper thin. And it doesn't matter what you throw in and wrap it and roll it up in, but it was the fact that paper thin, it was not crunchy, but it was so light that it couldn't possibly ever be crunchy. And then you throw whatever you want in there. And at that time, they were throwing in the whale shark, the little spotted whale shark. They pulled one up on the beach, and they were having the whale shark that day. But you can put anything in there, and so that's what I did. I painted a really thin batter onto the pan, and then just throw my mixies and then roll it up.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, it was so good.
It's delicious. So they had Baby Shark that day. That's all that popped into my head when you said that is Baby Shark. Sorry.
No, that's all right. I'm just wondering because I scrolled back in the chat, unless it was mentioned on here somewhere. What is she talking about with the agree our school systems, parents need to get on school systems? Was that
That
from an earlier
America has
subject?
the worst education system.
Oh, okay.
However, we do have one of the best, in my opinion, which is our veterinary medicine. People come from around the world to train at our veterinary schools because we do have some of the best veterinary medicine in the world here in the States.
Yeah, you hear all the time somebody gets injured and they can't find the doctor. They go to the veterinarian.
Mm-hmm. One of my dogs was used for training at Oregon Health Science University by the teacher, and it was done on video for around the world when they gutted her like a fish, tore her open, had to milk her intestines from blockage.
Yeah, it's called
$3,000 here, they got a beautiful test subject.
it's called a walk, Laura, and the ones that they use, they're not bowed in like this. It's just a really slight gradual thing. And a lot easier to cook in that than a wok, in my opinion. But they do it over an open fire. That's the tough part.
The neat part is I saw this before where they take almost a flat ladle, they put some around, spread it around, then they grab the brush, like you said, and finish putting it around.
Yeah.
And as it's cooking up, they start getting their fixings ready, throw it in, wrap it all up, boom, chop it in half, serve it to you.
I've never seen flatbread made that way before, and I thought, well, I got to try that.
It looked delicious.
So one of my favorite things to cook in here, it's a pain in the ass, quite honestly, because you've got to have quite a bit of room. And so I've got to clear off my counter completely, which is completely covered right now. But I love to make homemade egg rolls. I don't know how to make the egg roll wrap quite yet, but you have given me some ideas here, so I'm going to research that. But I'll go buy the egg roll wraps, and then I'll get my cabbages and everything and get that all chopped up. Or if I'm feeling lazy, I'll just go buy a bag of the coleslaw mix. And then I'll get my amino acids and some sesame seed oil and my garlic and shallots. And then just a roll of Jimmy Dean sausage and fry it all up together.
Yummy.
And then I wrap it up in the egg roll wrap and lightly fry it.
Yeah, the real trick is the consistency of the batter that you use.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that. The homemade wraps.
And the heat has to be just right too on that situation. Yeah.
You don't
That's
need
one of my favorite things to make is the egg rolls, and it's so easy. I've cooked it over a fire. I've cooked it outside by the lake over a fire. You know. When my kids want their favorite birthday meal, it's usually homemade egg rolls.
So.
No, I'm hungry. You gone and done it, Dana. I gotta go find something to munch on. Oh, I got something right here. My emergency stash.
Pop it.
I tried making cookies today. It didn't turn out quite so well.
So Justin, I think it was roundabout to you.
We had a big family, and Mom would make cookies, but sometimes it would never get to the oven because we eat the batter before it got there.
Guilty.
Yep.
So, Justin and Christina. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't think Justin and Christine mentioned yet.
Chili.
Chili.
That's a good idea, Justin.
That is a good idea. That would be awesome to see a video of that.
Right now, I'm driving a diesel. I tried to heat up Philly cheesesteak sandwiches on my diesel. I literally drove I drove, what was that? 40? I drove an hour with them on the diesel, and I could not get them hot enough to eat because the diesel runs so much cooler. The 454 had no issues getting food piping hot, but the diesel runs so much cooler, the valve cover got the food hotter than the exhaust manifold did.
Speaking of diesel, my son, he's in his cargo van parked right behind me. I'm in my step van. He's in his cargo van. We've both got Chinese diesel heaters in here.
Yeah.
He
How do you like
come
them?
to find out, he hasn't been having me cook for him much lately, and I was wondering why. You know, I thought he was just eating at work. No, come to find out, he's actually buying, you know, those frozen sandwiches, the Philly sandwiches, or cans of soup, and he'll set them right in front of his heater, and in about 20 minutes later, it's hot.
Got hot food. Yep. Smart.
Yep.
See, Troy, you gave me an idea to maybe just figure out how to do something like you were talking about, because I happen to do a dish, and it's very simple. It's basically like what they would what I referred to as a poor man's lasagna, and basically it was you take and tortellini is the or rigatoni is the best pasta that I found to use because of the twisties and keeping everything held in. But that cook up that, then mix that with spaghetti sauce and hamburger. Then you put that in as a layer on a dish. Then you take whatever cheese blend, mozzarella cheese, whatever, put a layer down, then put another layer of the pasta, then put another layer of cheese on top of that, and then throw it in the oven for a half an hour. And
just expect the cook time to be 4 times as long commonly, and find a good hot spot on the motor, but not somewhere it's going to burn it. And it's amazing. You can lay something on the motor and it'll usually stay right where you put it. It doesn't blow away. You know, I put food in the curious places on these motors and it doesn't move.
I'm just trying to figure out if I have room under the hood on that little Honda Civic.
Well,
There's a heat shield on your exhaust manifold too. It would probably make a great place to actually cook something. And if it's too hot, maybe do some foil below it on that would hold it up off of it a bit, and then put it on there.
so Troy's talking about unusual ways to cook, and I have one for you, and I did it as an experiment because somebody asked me, well, what different ways can you cook things? So I got a little a little cough. I got a little tin, you know, those little tins you buy in the stores, got food and stuff in there, coffee or whatever. So you take that little tin and you hang on to it, and then you take some grass clippings and put over the top of that, and then you put the tin on it. Then you take all the grass clippings from your yard and put over the top of that. It'll cook it up. It'll burn your food. Didn't know that, did you? It's a it's a chemical reaction that happens.
Yeah, I've made rocket stoves, and I even took one of those. Have you ever seen those little mini chimichurros? The little displays people put in their yard. They're only about 12 inches tall, maybe 14 inches tall. The mini terracotta clay pots.
Yeah, I've seen those, but you're missing the point.
Huh?
You're missing the point. The heat used to cook the food is the grass itself.
It's the grass itself. It gets hot.
Pile it up on top, and it gets so hot in there, you'll burn your hand if you stick your hand inside of a pile of grass.
I used to have to turn my mulch pile. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes.
And that's the most unusual thing I ever. It was an experiment I did one time. It's nothing that I would, but still, if you're out in the wilderness and you got no way to heat anything, and you want to cook something, that's the way to do it. Just cut up a bunch of clippings of the foliage around you and put it in a pile. Works good.
The more they're decomposed, the hotter they'll get too.
Yeah, and it'll burn for days.
Yeah, I used to do piles of horse manure from the local ranches for fertilizer, and the first year stuff was, just horse manure out of the stalls. The second year stuff was looking better. The third year stuff was brown gold, and the fourth year stuff I could have sold for $10 a pound. And it was so hot, even after the fourth year, you could stick your arm in there up to your shoulder, and it was hot inside the pile because it's decomposed, or whatever. I can't get the word out of my mouth. Decomposition, decomposing, whatever.
Calcifying.
Yeah.
It's calcifying.
Is that what it is? I thought calcifying.
Have you guys heard of a BioLite?
A what?
I think it's the BioLite.
No.
It's a little stove. I got it like 4 or 5 years ago. Basically, you can make your little fire in it. It's an orange little stove, right? Mm-hmm. It sits on a little tripod, and it has USB ports on it. You make your little fire in it. You can cook on top of it. You
And
can
it
boil
charges
water
the
on
battery
top of
as
it,
it
and
works,
then
yeah.
the more you cook in it, it charges up the little battery bank that's on it, and you can charge your phone on it.
It's got a TEG unit on it. Thermal TEG unit. Help me, Solix, TEG unit. Thermal.
Yeah, right. I'm looking at them. They're like $150 for those BioLite camp stoves, plus $55 coupon if you buy it now, kind of a thing.
Yeah, they're really unique.
Yep.
Oh, those are nice.
Mm-hmm.
We had the first one that came out.
Yeah, they have a light and a charge pack built into them, and you can actually charge your cell phone by cooking.
Yeah, they got their cell phone plugged into it. That's pretty cool.
Interesting.
That's it. There it is.
I've never
So-
seen that.
Well, the neat thing about a TEG unit is if you've ever had one of those cheap coolers that plug into a cigarette lighter before the compressor coolers that got stuff hot, or if you reversed them, it made stuff cold. The neat thing about what is in those is called a TEG unit. Thermal, I can't remember what it stands for, but it basically one side gets hot, one side gets cool when you put power to it. The neat thing is they don't have a one-way diode in them. If you make one side hot and one side cool without a power source, they will actually send power back out. So have you seen the little fans that go on a stove and turn on their own?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's
Yep.
in them is a TEG unit. So
Yeah.
those were the original units in the coolers, and that's what they put on those little fans, because one side of it will get hot and have a heat sink on the other side for cooling it, and it'll make
And
the
it
fan run
does,
on its
too.
own with no power source.
And
Just
the
for-
BIOS
It's got a little fan in it too, because
and that's what they have on these is the hot side. It's hot on the TEG unit, and the cool side stays cool out here, and it actually produces power and charges the battery.
that BioLite stove only weighs 2 pounds. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I just saw it, so I decided to click on it. But
That's more my speed. I like that.
that look, yeah, that's got an interesting look to it.
Ready for the barbecuing.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, somebody had one of those in the last year. I've seen on YouTube they were using it. I think it
Oh.
was,
The
Canon.
one that I want to get, and I probably use it constantly, is those ones, the solar cookers. It's little tubes, you know. I want to get one of them.
Oh
I've-
yeah, Blue Van Dan has one of those. Makes
Yeah.
food in it, pork steaks. The best, I guess, is the cinnamon rolls. Oh, he pulls them out and eats them in front of you. They're so delicious looking. He makes cinnamon rolls in like 30 minutes.
Something in Stacy Homestead, they were promoting a product, and
Solar.
it was a solar cooker, and they cooked an entire turkey, like those big turkeys. Cooked an entire turkey in that thing. They got up in the morning, put the turkey in there, went out and did their chores, and then along about evening time, the turkey was ready to go, nice and steaming hot. I'm going, that is an economical way of cooking.
Mhm.
Solar heaters.
I want to get into building a bunch of little things like that for myself when I get out there. I'm not looking at marketing them, but I'd love to share the designs and help other people build them once I get out there if they like them. You know,
Yeah, there's
No,
hundreds of people out there.
I'm
There's
about
hundreds of people out there who have built their own based on the design, and they work just as well.
I like Dan's. It's just a tube with two butts on it. One, you know, and it's got this tray that slides in with the cork on one end, and it's
Little
a
shish kebab tray.
glass tube, and it's got these two pieces that fold out that are metal, and where's the camera? Two pieces that fold out, and they refract the sun back at the glass tube, and
Yeah.
literally have a cooker. It's only a couple, you know, not even a couple foot long, and only about 6 inches round or 8 inches round.
Man, just like
He
that.
shattered his glass a month or so ago and had to replace it. In the
Oh, I
middle
never
of
thought about that.
That sounds interesting.
Oh, they're one of the most popular and quickest cookers out there. They'll do steaks and everything in it. You just
They
have to
cook, yeah,
like a 4-inch wide tray to put your food on, though.
they cook quick.
Yes. Yes, they do. Interesting stuff, Laura says. Oh, yeah. The pneumatic community is so ingenious when it comes to some of these things. You got Badge with the hour shower. Just incredible. Recirculate the water. You know, you can throw half a gallon of water in something in a shower pan in an RV, plug the drain, and literally throw it in there and shower on a half gallon of water. No waste. and it filters the water as it reshowers you. You're not putting that muck and soap back on you.
Yeah, no waste. There's no
He doesn't want to make
ashes to clean out. You know.
Yeah. He wants people to have this and share the design with them. He's not out to make money. He wants people to have it. That's part of what this community is about, is people like that doing things like that.
That's all you need is sun.
Yep.
See,
that's the kind of stuff that's going to help us survive as humanity in the coming future.
Mm-hmm. The compassion for others that some people still have. I just can't eat anything.
See, I agree kind of with Laura on that one. Because most of the time, my experience is most people don't wait to have they use lighter fluid on the charcoal. They don't wait for that to burn off. They don't wait for that to get actual coals. So it's always that charcoaly, lighter fluid taste to the whatever you're cooking.
And if you've ever thought about this, once you put the charcoal lighter on there, well, what makes the charcoals continue to after the lighter fluid has been gone, makes the charcoal keep heating up and everything, is because there's fossil fuels and just about all of that.
But once you get the hot coals, I don't have a problem with charcoal, but I can see why.
Yeah.
But I have for cooking, real quick. Sorry, Troy.
No, I was. You were done. Go ahead.
Real quick, what I use for cooking is I've got one of those little single burner cooktops. The first one I picked up was butane.
Yeah.
And then I was running into an issue finding butane.
Right.
So then I ordered one on Amazon that's dual fuel that takes the butane or the propane.
Right.
So now I have that.
The little propane things.
Yep. So now I have that as a single burner still. So you can either put the butane can inside of it, or they have a hose extension that you run out, you hook to it, and you run out and you hook a green can to it.
You want to know the trick about that?
Yeah.
It's a trick. The butane as opposed to the propane little bottles. It's just a trick. It's the fitting. All you have to do is get a different fitting to fit that stove, and you're done, because the holes is the same in both propane and butane for the flame to come out. It's just a trick that they don't tell us about.
And those fittings were hard to come by in the past, but with the internet, they're everywhere. If you know what you're looking for, they're everywhere now. I like doing the bulk hoses in a little tree, and I literally can set up my whole kitchen on a little 2-pound container.
Gotcha. Yeah, see, this is I just picked this up, and I'm waiting. I haven't even taken it out of the box yet, but I thought this was an interesting idea, and I'm going to share that. And that is what I'm got in a brand new in a box still. So you have the grill on one part and a little butte burner on the other side. So you can do grilling or hand cooking. So
I recently bought the 22-inch Blackstone tailgate version. It's actually got a stand.
Cool.
It's got a cover.
It'd be a pain in the ass to clean as far as the grill part, but that's cool.
Yeah.
And I love that Blackstone. I have not had hash browns this good since I was a kid. The Blackstone is just, I love cooking on it. Grilled sandwiches, eggs, anything. It's almost like
is that cast iron?
It is it's a stamped iron grill. It's like cast iron. You season it just like a cast iron pan. You cook on it like a giant cast iron pan. The griddles, the big griddles in the restaurants, it's similar to those in almost a miniature version. Because it's got
like that.
To control your heat on right and left side. It's seasoned like a cast iron pan. And you can just sit there and get your spatulas and slice and dice on this thing. Chop your hash browns up if you like them crispy all the way through. Flip them. You can put a pan on them. You can cook your hash browns and make them soggy, but not, underdone for somebody. I mean, it's like being back in a restaurant for me. It's so user friendly.
Be right back.
If you're foodie Blackstone, there's so much you can do on it compared to a regular barbecue or griddle. Pancakes, everything. Just and get one of those long, like 10-inch or 12-inch long spatulas, like the 10-inch long spatulas. When you get one, because you'll need it. You can't. You need it for moving stuff
Okay.
around on.
Huh.
Right.
But they have a big grease tray in the back. You know, you can even save your bacon grease if you fry up a bunch of bacon on it. Just by putting, you can get those little metal pans to put in it from the dollar store, 3 for $1.
Mhm.
So you can save your bacon grease, you know, from that fry off. It just in that pan. Put something
Right.
over it and save it. You know, and then you can take the bacon grease later and do hash browns with it or whatever.
Yep.
Very convenient. And of
The,
course, I got the one with the lid so I could keep bugs and dust out of it when I'm not using it camping.
Yeah, the thing I found about at least down here in Florida, I don't know about out west like Arizona and whatnot. I haven't done anything out there yet with a grill. 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, I bought one of those little cheap $20 portable grills from like Walmart. That have the propane can that hooks to them with the cover. But anyways, with the heat and everything down here, if it was only like maybe 3, 4, 5 days, maybe not less than a week. With all the drippings that go down in the bottom and whatnot, I never thought anything of it. You know, I just clean the grill and.
You know, you got to line them
I
with
was
foil. and clean 'em out.
disgusted because it rained one night.
Oh, that's the worst. It stinks.
No, well, that and the maggots that came out of the bottom because of all the grease.
Wow.
I
need to
almost
do that.
threw up because I'm like, ugh. But yeah, I had that same reaction, Dana. But with the heat and everything down here, I didn't realize you had to make sure you get all that grease out and whatnot.
Well, not only that, with the warmer climate, you'll want to cook with your lid open. And in Oregon, with the colder climate, you'll want to cook with the lid closed a lot of times.
Yep, because
I like-
back north, even in the summertime, you just clean the grill off, and you never had to worry about that underneath part because it's never warm enough to.
Pop the 3 holes in the bottom through the foil so it breathes correctly, and change your foil out when you need to.
Yep.
It's Eddie.
So here's the thing. You got these little jets, right? And all
Yep.
this is a backpack, one of those little backpacking stoves. That's all
Yep.
it is. But it's the exact same thing that they're using in these things, which is a micro Weber, just a teeny tiny. And it says on here it's made for butane. No, because I swapped out the fitting on here. In here, yeah. Where the hell's the fitting? And it's down here. I swapped the fitting out underneath there, and so that now it fits. Here you can see that now it fits those little tiny propane
Oh,
bottles.
Yep.
wow.
And you can swap out butane and propane, but you cannot swap out natural gas for butane or propane because
Right.
the natural gas runs under such a lower pressure. The orifices are much bigger in those systems. But with butane and propane, they're basically the same system. It's just
And
a
all
matter
of all this is a camp stove, a backpacking camp stove that they stuck this little Weber thing with a Weber lid on it. It's not Weber, but you just screw it right in there and you're done.
Yep.
I love barbecuing, especially if I'm RVing. And I saw
yeah.
this thing. I saw this thing at a yard sale. And I said, I gotta have it because it replaced all my other barbecues that I have in there that take up too much space. And when you're an RVer, space is a premium.
Yes, and food just tastes better when you're RVing. For some reason, it does.
Isn't that weird?
Yes.
It is. Go to the forest and the steaks taste better.
So I wanted to share that with you. That it's a trick that they say butane because they just want to sell the butane.
Basically, I didn't have to buy a whole new grill or a little camp cooktop. I just needed to change out that fitting.
That fitting. That's all I did. I changed because
Damn it.
and the reason why the butane is more expensive than the propane.
Yes, I know.
Yes. And the earlier
Yep.
butane stoves wouldn't allow you to get a propane thing in there. They sold you the cartridges, and you could only run butane in them. That was just sad when those came out.
And yeah,
You can't find butane up here to fit in those stoves.
Interesting.
You
Oh,
can't find it. I've looked all over the place. When I first started van life
Keep
up
a
here,
case of the green bottles
I
around.
had a butane stove.
But I'm a bulk guy. I like the bulk tanks.
I
You know.
actually, well, this was a Coleman one.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't
Yeah,
find
see-
that up here.
And campers or backpackers like that because it's a
Mhm.
small can. But
Right.
you get those little green cans that we all now have, and they look bigger. But there's really not much difference in
only
volume.
They,
You
they
know,
say they're
we went-
canned with propane, but they're
We went and
sorry.
got one of the hoses and connected it to one of the big 5-gallon tanks.
the bulk
Yep.
tank. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Best way to do it. And you can get
It's
you
just
can get
cheaper.
trees or adapters for those. In fact, I'll go get the ones I just bought for my setup. They're still on the dryer because I haven't used them yet.
I was
I
so
got-
excited to find my I looked everywhere for it, couldn't find it, but it was piled under the leaves underneath my RV. My 50-foot propane hose. You know how hard it is to find a 50-foot propane hose? Well, I like it because
I'm sure.
yeah, I like it because they only give you like a 12-foot hose with those little portable propane campfires.
Oh, hang on. Laura's. I don't know how long ago, but she was leaving.
Oh,
Bye, Laura. Thank you for stopping in.
good night,
thank you.
Laura.
Good night, Laura.
Thanks for the love and support.
Give little man a hug for us.
Come back anytime.
So I wanted to make sure. I don't know if you want to make this big so it's easier to see, Mike, but I'll show you what I went and did recently to make my camping easier. I got an adapter that actually will screw into the old style tanks. Ow. You know, the tanks where the propane screwed on the inside, not the outside.
Yep.
Just in case I end up using one of my bigger large bulk tanks, it screws into the inside and then it adapts to the outside for the newer style ones that screw on like this.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I can now use both tanks, the new style ones and the old style ones, with these fittings now.
Hold on one sec. Thank you, Laura, for that. I really appreciate it. Sorry.
And then I got a hose that actually has a gauge on it, a bulk hose with the gauge
Yep.
on it. That was pretty neat. And it's an extension right here to go out to another device. And then off my tank itself, I actually bought this to put on it. So this, you're going to love this. And again, it's got the gauge on it showing how much propane I have. This right here screws onto the tank right here, and it allows me 3 fittings for my large bulk tank.
Oh,
So
yep.
I can run my barbecue, I can run my Blackstone, and I can run my 2-burner Coleman all off the same tank now.
Okay. Yep.
Just by adding the hoses, which I have on all the equipment, that go to the equipment all off one tank. So I don't have to have multiple tanks, little green tanks. I can just get myself a couple of those 2-pound tanks, little pancake ones, one to use and one for a backup in case I'm running low. When I switch tanks, I go refill the other one. Simple. And I don't have to carry a lot of large tanks with me anymore, or a lot of little green ones. And I can set up my whole camping kitchen that way. But this was the key to it right here, is the adapter that screws on the propane tank that has 3 fittings that come out. And I wanted to adapt everything. Everything's gone to the new style fittings like this. So that was the venture on this, is making sure that everything goes to the new style fittings that they've made with all the propane tanks. So I just thought that was neat to show you that you can run a bunch of equipment off one tank by grabbing one of these, and they got a gauge on them showing you when they get low.
Yep.
For 2 of those little pancake tanks that you buy that hold a couple gallons in them, 1.5 gallons, 2 gallons is all you need. They're easy to pick up, move around, store.
Nice.
And again, when one's running out, I've got a backup, and it's time to fill the other one. And I can run my kitchen for a week on that stuff.
Yeah,
All right, I'm going to show this here because Fairy Dust wanted to know. So let me see if I can get that on there. Oops.
Oh,
Okay,
hang
so-
on. Let me make you bigger here.
And
Oh,
Renee,
okay.
you're going to need a paper bag.
Okay,
This one.
so this is just the fitting that I got and replaced, and they both have the same little screw-in thing right there. And
Okay.
you can see on the back of this one, on the back of this one, there, you can't. It's black. I mean, where's my flashlight? Let's see. So yeah, you can see on the back. That's the there it is. That's the original regulator for the propane to allow the flow to go in. And on the front of this is what they originally used for the butane. And this regulates this will regulate the propane just as well. So you leave this thing turned in full. So all I did is I went to look for a replacement fitting, and so I just bought the replacement fitting and screwed it right in. Piece of cake. And then
Nice.
and then on the on this thing here, that comes right off. But they had their own little jets screwed on here, and the jets were pretty good sized. So I just went and got my backpacker jets off of my backpack stove, and I just set it on there, and it works just fine.
Brilliant.
Nice.
And it's like what Troy was saying. You just listen to the RVers out there, and they come up with the neatest stuff out of necessity.
Yeah. Well, I used to carry a 5-gallon tank for every device because I like the bulk tanks, and it was getting ridiculous to start carrying 3 5-gallon tanks with you to go camping, for one for each device. Granted, they'd last a summer, but I got tired of packing them around.
Yeah. Dana, real quick, as far as the butane goes, I ended up having to do this, and I ordered
Oh, my.
this 12 pack off of Amazon.
Smart.
Because it was so. I don't know if you can do the same up there or not, but that's a thought as far as if you ever needed to be able to get butane and can't get it up there.
Right.
So, but that's a 12 pack for $47.99.
Okay.
But
One can will last you like a week if you moderately
No.
cooking. If you're moderately
One can-
cooking,
One can last me 3 days.
right? But you're not just cooking for yourself.
I like your son's diesel heater thing. Throw some food right in front of the heater and pop it up there and cook it.
I saw this one guy. I like ice fishing. I mean, if you've seen my channel, I like ice fishing. I saw this one guy. He had a Mr. Heater. You know the Mr. Buddies.
Yep.
So what he did is he took a painter's one of those metal painter deals.
Rack. Yeah.
Yeah, painter's racks on there, and it fits on the hooks of the Mr. Heater, and it just hangs over there. And that's how he was cooking his fish as he was catching them.
Nice.
I know.
Nice. Invention.
Use
is
that
a
heat
really
any way
good-
you can.
Yeah. So that little chimichurro thing I was telling you about, I actually made a wire rack that goes over it, that folds up, and I can literally feed pine cones into it and use it as a camp stove too for cooking on pans or pots or whatever. Just something I played with. I thought it was neat. You know, you pull it out, you set it on a camp table, and you start throwing pine cones in it, and people are like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "It's my camp stove. I don't need fuel. I just pick up pine needles and pine cones and feed it, and I'm cooking my food with the little mini chimichurro, which, you know, is a little clay burner."
Inventive ways.
Whose channel are you looking for?
Bernie.
Bernie's.
I don't
Fairy Dust?
Fairy
Yeah,
Dust,
Fairy
I don't think she has content, does she? She's a supporter, I think.
Oh yeah, that's right. Let's see.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Brene.
I
Looking.
thought, well, for some reason I was thinking that I had already subscribed to her. But I think that's just my scrambled brain right now.
You can, but she doesn't have content. You can
Yeah,
subscribe.
but you can
to some-
still subscribe,
Well, I
right?
can't- Right, that's what I thought. But I can't even find her.
I was.
Hang on.
I'm not subscribed anymore.
I mean, I'm subscribed to a lot of people that don't have any content.
I am too.
TGIF.
And I could have swore I subscribed to her.
I'm looking at it. I was, and I'm not now.
My friend out back has a channel called No Content because he would go into preppers channels and stuff like that with me, and they'd all want to know what his channel was to go to subscribe. And he finally changed his channel name from his name to No Content, and everybody got it immediately. It was genius.
You know what I first thought? You subscribe to somebody. I thought, and I haven't found the button. You know, I'm not that sharp as a tack with this electronic stuff. And I thought, well, I subscribed to that person, but now I'm not subscribed. So I got to thinking that person that I subscribed to unsubscribed to me. But you can't do that, can you?
No.
So
Well, you can block a person, but they don't unsubscribe from you. YouTube does that randomly.
yeah, I'm
So
silly
true.
gooses.
So true, paper bag.
What did he say?
And yeah, I cannot remember names here for some reason. Fairy dust. I believe you can post your link yourself if you want to drop it. I think I gave you the moderator status. Yeah.
Yeah, I think all she needs to do is go in and do like she does with anybody else's. Just go to her channel.
Yeah, go to your channel, copy the link, and drop it because I can't find you either. The only one I come up with is some Sophie Ann DIY. So, see, you can get subs before you do any content, and then you can hit the ground running.
Yep.
Oh, I spelt it wrong. That's why.
Oh. Is that a link? Justin, did you guys just drop the link? Or
Yeah,
nope, that's theirs.
But,
Yep.
Looking
I already have theirs.
Huh.
I already have that one. All right. Thank you, Paperbag, for stopping by, showing support. I will try to get that video out in the next few days so you can have it. Hopefully, I can get to it within the next few days.
Yeah, I like Raymond. He's a great guy when he goes up on chats and talks to people.
Have a great day, paper bag.
Try not to have too much fun at work.
I'm waiting.
Veridust, if you don't mind going to your page and copying the URL and pasting it, because I will add you, because I don't believe we're connected on YouTube that way.
So my friend that has a channel with no content has like almost 50 subscribers just from people subscribing to him just to keep him in the loop.
Well, that, and like George was saying, some people have like 300, 400, 500 people and they don't have any content, and it's a good start to, if you decide to turn around and do content.
Poof.
You already have a
You
following
already
and
have that group of supporters,
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
followers.
I'm making
I think
videos
I had like
600
7
people.
or 8 people before I even posted the video from last year. But
Yeah, you jumped fast. What, a week, and you doubled your sub base just by
Yeah.
hanging around and
Yep.
saying hi to a few people.
We
Amazing
said
how-
hang out with us. That's what's going to happen. Sorry about
no, hey, and I don't know how many I have to go because I just noticed now where I can see who subbed. But I posted a thing on my Facebook to some of my friends as well. But so they should be showing my support.
It's going to grow faster. You start
That's a
putting
good
out
idea. I didn't
videos
even
and
think about doing that.
people are going to come in and check you out.
I mean, who else should support you besides your friends and family?
Right.
Unless you don't have friends and family, but But
A lot of
yeah.
friends and a lot of friends in this group.
Yep. Well, like I was saying the other night, there's throughout my years on Facebook and doing my photography and getting to know people, I don't think there's not a state that I don't know somebody in it that has said, if you're ever coming through and you need a place to park or crash, look me up. And so I'm blessed that way. As far as, no matter where I travel to, yeah, maybe not somewhere ideal that I'd want to go to, per se, or maybe out of the way in that state, but at least I have that offer there knowing. So,
Yep.
Justin and
Yeah.
Christine, you
Yeah.
guys, you're awfully quiet.
Oh,
Bedtime?
getting there.
It's only what, 4:16 our time?
Yeah, 4:16.
Yep. So,
You're at almost 4.5 hours on your first live.
I see that.
Yeah, good job.
Why, thank you. Yes.
Troy, you're being a stinker.
What?
I saw the likes and dislikes. I noticed something.
I didn't do it.
It was
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
there's one less like, and now the dislikes. So somebody's playing around.
It's my style, but it wasn't me. I promise.
That
you.
was you.
Well, somebody. Well, hey,
It wasn't
Like,
me.
playing have fun, but it wasn't me.
I don't
Not me.
go by that, anyways.
I thought it's cute.
I didn't want to get thumbs down just to mess with them, but I'd take it away. But I didn't do it. I thought about it, but
Daryl was doing that to somebody. Who was Daryl doing that to? It was Tim or something like that. And it was a dislike. And how can I have a dislike? And Daryl, straight stone-faced as he is, he wasn't telling until the end. He says, "Yeah, it was me."
I'm surprised on some of because I do have people out there that don't care for me on Facebook, at least. And so I'm surprised that the videos that I have up don't have dislikes on them.
oh, give it some time.
That's a bonus.
Yes. I
Just-
know.
Make aim to please.
There's a song that I absolutely love, and I posted it on my Facebook page like last year or something. But it says what is the Like a Storm. It's from Like a Storm. It's a band I started listening to out of I know it's overseas. But anyways, it's Love the Way You Hate Me.
No.
And I will copy and paste the link in the chat, but it's interesting. And yeah, I posted it on my Facebook page one day, saying, to all my fan haters out there. But I mean, if you're into this kind of music, it's kind of a hard, grungy rock, but so I don't know if I play it in here, if I'll get marked.
You
So
will.
You will, and you
Yeah.
don't need.
You don't want it. You don't want that.
Even
so-
without being monetized, you can get copyright strikes. You can get soft strikes, but 3 hard strikes, and they'll take your channel down if you don't resolve it right
Gotcha.
away.
Yeah, I noticed that on one of my videos, and I went back and looked, and I have a, maybe because I didn't post the link to it, I don't know, because I'll have to go back and edit. But I saw in my messages on one of my videos that copyright thing, and I have a subscription to what was the one you were talking about last night?
But the sound,
What's that? Yeah, I have that.
Okay.
So
I always thought I was going to get a copyright strike with that one of those first videos I put out there about the Renaissance Fair, because I was videotaping people singing, but they were singing. It was original artists singing original songs, and there was no copyright. So
Only
Years-
copyrighted music gets you a strike. However, I have seen where there's copyright-free music on YouTube, and some big conglomerate will come in and buy it and add it to their attaché, and now it's not copyright-free music anymore. If you used it before that, you have to prove it and fight it when you get a strike on YouTube, because all of a sudden you get a copyright strike on a video that you used copyright-free music on because somebody bought it out.
there are grandfather clauses in the United States Penal Code.
But you have to explain that to YouTube to make the strike go away.
gotcha.
You have to constantly defend yourself on YouTube if you're involved much at all.
Yeah,
I was dealing with that on a regular basis. Running a YouTube channel and doing videos and addressing people's comments is a part-time job. Not
Yeah.
just making videos. I mean, you literally spend
Oh, I know.
1 to 4 hours a
And
day.
the minute I have to really make this a job, like full-time thing,
Yeah. Well,
it's the day I won't enjoy it.
yes. And I enjoyed making the videos, and I've learned so much more since my first videos. When I start doing videos again this summer, it's going to be like night and day. I wasn't putting B-roll footage in my videos. There were a lot of things I wasn't doing. I also learned that anything under negative 28 decibels usually is not picked up by the YouTube algorithm and won't get you a copyright strike. So you can literally take music and put it down so low in the background, it's not observed over your video, and they won't notice it and give you a strike if it's at negative 28 decibels or lower, is what I was told.
Hold that thought for a second. Fairy Dust, yes, you should drop the link right now, because you can go in after you get like me, 100 subscribers, and change the URL and the name and everything else. So at least this will give you a start as far as people following. So when you decide to, if you ever want to do content,
And
you get
it's also a little pride and recognition that you're actually being a moderator, you're being involved, and people are giving you recognition for that.
Exactly.
Stuff and subbing to you.
Thank
you know
you,
it's
Troy.
happening. It's nice.
So go ahead and drop it if you want, and all is good. Troy, you were saying about the 28 decibel level?
was told a while back by other YouTubers that they put this to the test, and under 28 negative decibels or less on editing a track, that the algorithm doesn't pick up music that's that low to give you a copyright strike. So you could play AC/DC so low in the background that it can be heard, but with everything going on in the video, they won't recognize it.
Okay.
And I haven't put it to the test, but I've been told that other people have, and that it works.
And
I don't know.
Fairy Dust, now you have 7.
But that was over a year ago, so things change on YouTube.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. What is it? What is that you're doing with the?
that's the sun. That's Soul. It's just going around me.
Oh,
Yeah.
There goes again.
I've got a
I'm playing
comment.
with my toys.
ah,
I've always wanted one of these things. Now I got backup cameras. I got a backup camera in the bed of my truck, so I can see where the fifth wheel ball hitch goes.
yes.
And I need a backup camera for the ball hitch on the bumper. and I got a backup camera for those. But I've always wanted one of these things and never look at the camera. And if I do look at the camera, I touched it and it broke. So now I just go old school.
Now, are those like tennis balls or?
No, they're little spongy things.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
Kind of like a tennis ball.
Okay. I had one of those,
Oh,
and
you dummy, you missed.
Crunch.
exactly. And I had one of those, and I could not line it up for. Yeah, I still had to get out and I have terrible depth perception, anyways. So when I was I drove for places like Airborne Express and FedEx and Schwann's. We never had backup cameras when I was driving, so you had to use mirrors, and every time I would think I'm gonna hit something, I'd get out and I'm like 6 feet away, and that helped me in the fact that one of the contractors I was working for FedEx tried to insist that I had backed into a pole at one of the places I was delivering to regularly, and my wife at the time went in and said, I can, assure you it was not him. He is horrible at backing up and does not get close enough to anything to hit. But after he found out who it was, so now I have a backup camera on my car, and I only use it for hooking up the trail.
I want to get a backup camera for my fifth wheel. I had you back up into a little site, and it's got that little metal roof over the picnic table and the fire pit and everything over there. And I'm backing up my fifth wheel. I'm hearing this. What is that? I'm going, this can't be good. Thankfully, it's made of fiberglass, and that's what I used to do for about 4 years. I worked at a fiberglass plant making fiberglass things. Can't even see it ever happened.
Just put a sticker on it.
Yeah, I used to get those from my vehicles. It was a big sticker, and it was the pattern of a Band-Aid, and it said "Owie." I just stick that on there. All good to go.
I want to know how on some of the new trucks have you seen with the backup camera, the camera on the back that kind of makes the trailer invisible?
No, I haven't seen that.
There was a commercial. I can't remember if it was GM or one of the truck companies that had it, and they were advertising on television for a while. And the camera basically made the trailer disappear. And I thought that was interesting, and I'd have to figure out
Probably
what who or
weird.
what does that. Yeah, because I have because I'm so used to not using a rear view mirror from driving all the time. I have my back window blocked with Reflectix at all the time because I have the side mirrors, so it's not a violation of any sort. So I keep my camera on. I have my camera set so it stays on all the time. Just so I can see, behind me if I need to.
Mhm.
But I rarely use it. I keep it covered with a face covering. Well, now a face mask that I use when I go into stores and whatnot. But yeah.
What I like about the backup camera on the Class A I have, and I haven't used it yet in this way, but I backed it around the yard and moved it and stuff. When the backup camera is on, you can hear people talking quietly to each other from 50 feet away or better. So,
And
Look at that idiot. Look at he's gonna crash. Look at that idiot.
you can listen to the people across from me talking about me or behind me talking about me while I'm in the motorhome operating it, and they don't even know I'm listening.
Yep.
The Motorhome Experiment YouTube channel, they were talking about that.
Oh, hold
They
that
could
one
hear
thought.
people.
Hold that one thought, Chris. Fairy dust. That's right. You're gonna have to work now.
And they were talking about that, and it is everybody that was around them that were giving them directions, like they didn't know what to do,
Yep.
No, you have to a little bit sharper, a little bit. No, yeah, okay. Now straighten it out, straighten out. Like that, they're not. I don't know why people do that.
No, I purposely bought an older motorhome to work on and fix up because I didn't want to worry about that first big scratch I'd get in the forest boondocking.
Yeah, I got those backup camera for the RV because sometimes you just can't judge the distance between you and a structure on the side.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to run a hole right through my house when I was backing up that cargo trailer into my yard. I couldn't see anything. You can't, because the truck's here, the cargo trailer's here. You can't see on this side. You can't see on this side. You don't know where it's at.
Yep. I would have difficulties getting used to a decent backup camera. I would still get out and look because I'm so used to it.
Yep.
That would help me judge what the camera's showing me too, because I get out and go back, look at the camera and go, okay, it's accurate or it's not. You know, it's
Old dog, new tricks. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I have one of those. I bought it, I think, off of eBay or something, like whatever. But it cost me like $20 or so. The little backup camera. It's really interesting because when you're driving down the road, all the trees look like a purple tint to them, and I can't adjust that anyway. Anything I try to touch on it with, the brightness and contrast and tint and whatnot, the purple either stays that way or change. I have to turn it down so low that it turns it black and white. But I did notice after a while I have to keep angling it down because after a while the vibration back there causes it to straighten out, so I can't see the ball anymore. So, but
just once in a while, go flip it down.
Yep. But I had that put in before I left last summer. I had that finally put in. I had it for 2 years, and I never had it installed. And I finally while we're messing around with everything else, might as well do that too.
So I have a question for Brene Fairy Dust. She made the comment, I believe, earlier that she had also cooked on her motor. I was curious what she's cooked on it.
Oh, does she want to come up?
And what kind
Get
of
her to come up? Can we get her to come up?
You should come up.
If she would, that'd be cool. I know
That way we don't have to type.
Juan Paul is on a dating game. She
I
won the
think
dating
she's the
game.
only one that's left in chat, isn't she?
I think so. I can't tell because really, it's
I'm
showing
on
what
9.
9 people in chat, but
Are you
So
the only
that's
one?
9 people.
are we counted as the part of the 9?
No, there's 9 viewers, not 9 people in chat.
Oh, 9 viewers. Okay.
Right.
I'm an extra one, and I believe Dana's probably an extra one. Is that correct?
Well, I've got my iPad shut down and I'm on my iPhone. So technically I'm only one.
Okay. Well, I'm an extra one.
Oops. So there's 4 more. There's
Unless I'm counted as one on here as well.
4
I
unaccounted
don't know
for.
how.
Yeah, it's just showing participants right now, me and Fairy Dust. So
Right. And that
But-
times out like in 5 minutes. You type something on there, you time out after 5 minutes off of that
Yeah.
list.
that's what I was understanding when you guys were talking about it the other night.
So, Brene, are you still with us in chat here? I'd love to hear, or have you come up or hear?
I know she went to check on seeing if somebody was using a channel name.
Oh, yeah, she did. She'll be right back on.
She wanted to use it as. So she said, "Be right back."
Yeah, I
She
wasn't paying
just said she
attention.
didn't hear the question.
Oh,
Well, we were hoping you might want to come up on panel with us, is what Mike
and
was
talk
saying.
about your cooking on your engine.
Yeah, and I was wanting to know what you cooked on the engine and what type of vehicle you have that you've done it on.
Please.
But to have you up on chat would be even way cooler. Or on panel. He could park you right beside Dana.
Can't wait to get going on this though. Transferring all my files off the computer on this, then dumping all my computer stuff. And that'll speed the computer up actually, or free up space.
Yeah. Have you decided to return that mechanical hard drive and get a solid state?
I'm thinking about keeping this one to just to test the suppositions, but going ahead and also getting the solid state.
I would
Yeah, I
get
mean-
a small solid state for movies and stuff. I'd go get a 1 terabyte to put movies on or something. And
Mhm.
I mean, there's nothing really wrong with the older mechanical ones. As you just have to be, you just have to be more careful with them, not to, drop them on the ground or,
Think of it as you're dropping your laptop. Don't want to do that.
yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, I knew a YouTuber that kept it in a cupboard, wired into his camera system, sitting on a pad, and it still went bad after 6 months. The
So
vibration.
what the guy at Best Buy was showing me was those little thin, tiny deals, and he explained to me, yeah, you put this into your computer, not that you hook it to your USB drive kind of a thing. He was
Okay.
talking about replacing the disc
Hard
thing, and I said, well, I don't want that. I want a portable one. And I don't know. He was just there to sell stuff. But he told me that this was like the solid. He didn't say solid. He said it's a hard state. That's what he said. He tricked me. I got tricked.
HHD or the SSD. You want the solid state drive SSD.
And it doesn't say anything on the outside of this box. I'm going to look at this again.
So Troy, in answer to your question,
I read that.
yeah, I'm wondering what she means by mummified right now. Wrapped up or tied up or
It's 1:40 in the morning almost where she's at, so she's probably mummified in bed. Probably got a whole wardrobe change to come up on panel using foil. And I put anything in it, like burgers, veggies, shrimp, simple and quick. Yeah, you can do about anything on those.
night, Justin.
Foil them.
Good night, Justin.
I think I don't know if he's left chat or not, but he just dropped out.
Good night, Justin. You take care.
All right.
Thank you for the support.
Somewhere around here, I've got the grandfather glasses. Because
While you're finding that, I'm gonna go turn my heat on real quick.
that's some tiny print. I can't even read that.
Couldn't if I wanted to.
And it's the only thing I haven't read, but everything else on the box doesn't say anything about what kind of a drive it is. And I'm sure that it's in the tiny print.
It's a Western Digital, right?
Yeah, I'm sure it's got the
Let me see it again because I found your Western Digital 4 terabyte hard drive for $90 on Amazon, and it is an HHD, not an SSD.
yeah, and I'm sure that's what's in the tiny print. That's why I want to read the tiny print.
That's the one, and it was in black on Amazon, not blue. The same ripples on the front of it.
And they only had red and blue ones, and I said, I like blue. Oh, I found them. Found my grandfather glasses.
Spectacles.
Even when I was a little kid and not needing glasses, I still needed these to read the fine print because some of that times.
Amazing how quick it
Thank you for
goes.
stopping in, Justin.
In just a little bit, you're going to be at 5 hours.
Oh, they're getting this back. They lied. The whole box lied. It's not 4 terabytes.
Oh,
It's 1 terabyte. Look, what does that say?
4.
Yeah, but I'm looking at this and it says
It's
says,
Model 14.
as used to storage capacity 1 terabyte.
Yeah, then I'd bring that back.
Yeah, I'd be regardless of the terabytes, I'd return it just because of the mechanical capabilities of it. You don't want something that's got moving parts. And Western Digital is known to be one of the cheaper and brands in the past that would actually have failures after so many years, regardless.
And that's all that it says on the bottom here because the rest of it is in 7 different languages.
Western Digitals were great to put in a cheap computer, but if you wanted one that was going to last a long time, you didn't buy a Western Digital. I learned that building computers.
I've done that. I've built computers too, years back. But I have 1, 2, 3 Western Digitals. And knock on wood, I've not had issues with them, and I've had them for a few years now.
Yeah.
The only thing I have noticed once in a great while when I plug. Is it this one or
Yeah.
I
haven't failed.
one of the two? One of the two. It'll come up with a file error, and I'll have to repair it or ignore it, and
Yep.
it'll go away. But other than that,
Oh, shit.
I had no issues with them. I know there's like Western Digital, there's Seagate, there's several other brands, but I personally have never had an issue with the Western Digital, but
I have, and I lost all
okay.
my information. It was very upsetting.
ah,
My son lost all
22.
of our movies off of one of his hard drives. That was a
Ah.
little box thing.
The pamphlet that you get with this, it's in 22 different languages.
is English first though?
We are unable to accept your return because you have touched the package.
I'm still looking for the English part.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
Give me a second, guys.
I am loading.
I've got to get my feet dressed because I got to step out for a minute.
I think I found the English part.
It's such a pain having to take and put this brace on and off all the time.
Brace.
Yeah. Oh, because of my stroke, I have to have this on
Okay.
because my left leg is basically a kickstand. I have no use from it basically from the hip down. Well, just below the hip, I really have no feeling or no use of it.
Uh-huh.
So when I think I'm like wiggling my toes, I'm really not. So, but the other thing is, if I don't wear this, is I get foot drop. So I'll be walking along and scraping my toes on pavement or grass if I don't have this brace on. So
Okay, you ready for this?
Mm.
In all of this literature, it doesn't say what kind of a drive it is. It doesn't say if it's solid state or if it's a digital drive anywhere on the box. And the media that you get with the box, it doesn't say what that is. So
Sorry.
they're hiding
no problem.
that this is actually an SD drive in here with a little pin on there, you know, just like a computer.
Let me see your box.
Hold it up to the camera. Oh, no. Okay.
Western
4
Digital,
terabyte.
4 terabyte. I have no idea what TO means.
Terabyte and
Portable storage, passport protection.
And it's got something on the side here that I'm not familiar with.
Backup
256.
drive, 106.
AES.
that's fine. But
Right. In the back of the box.
okay.
There's the English part. That's right here. Where is it? Oh, it's over here. This part is the only English on the back of the box.
Bring it up a little bit. No. Raise it a bit. A little more. Okay, and now show the other side. The side you hadn't shown yet.
Oh, the side I haven't showed?
Yep.
I haven't showed this side.
So raise it. I'm not seeing a model.
Exactly. And then
Okay, on the
the
bottom.
only thing, okay,
Okay.
on the fine print on the bottom, that first line out there, that's the only English on the entire bottom of this thing.
Huh.
You've simply hidden the fact of what it is so you would buy it.
That's what I was saying, and that's why that
Except for
Best
that-
Buy employee was tricking me. He wouldn't tell me. He said, "Oh, this is a hard state drive."
Yeah,
Solid
no.
state
No.
drive.
Nope, bring it back. Especially now that you know if you don't if it's saying a different storage capacity than what it states on the box.
Oh yeah, I got a really crappy camera here. You can't really see it. See, is that it? Okay, yeah, right there. It says 1 terabyte. You can see that. You can almost see the 1 terabyte part.
Yeah.
1 terabyte.
So,
It's going back.
yep.
Dag nabbit, rascally rabbits.
I want to show you why they call us the Rat Pack.
Hang on.
There
Ah,
he is.
There's
Cute
baby
little
Jane.
fella.
Yeah, little rat. She's
Yeah.
cute.
What's that in the? What's that? Another rat looks just like me.
Yes. There she is. That's our girl. We got a
Yep.
boy too. Yeah. She's small compared to the boy. He's twice her size. It takes 2 hands to hold him. Okay, go
I
ahead.
wanna
Go
see.
ahead.
I missed her.
Oh, Dana needs to see.
That's okay. I'll see her
See you,
again.
baby girl. Somebody else wants to see you. There she is.
Oh, look at her.
She wants to run so quick. Oh, what did I just do?
And Sophie's like, "What are you on about?"
Yeah. I'm the only one you should do that to, she says.
Growing up, my brother always had some sort of a snake.
There she
pet.
is.
Hang on.
Her heart's a racing. She wants to go down and play.
Oh,
Aw. So yeah, we actually have rats besides the ones I call my rats, which are the Chihuahuas. Putting up with a lot from me right now.
Cute.
Oh, go ahead and run. Go play.
Back up and over the shoulder.
She likes running on the sofa.
Ah,
She was abused. She bit the whole 9 yards when we got her. We had to break her of all those things and show her love.
Yep.
She's loved now. No worries. I
Oh.
can do whatever I want. There's Sophie. She's so precious.
oh,
Sophie, see? Say hello.
There's a Sophie baby.
Hi.
Hello, Sophie.
hi.
There's a pretty
Hello,
girl.
Sophie.
Yeah, the king cat. I love the king cat when they do that.
She's like, Mom, you're embarrassing me. She's like, Mom, you're embarrassing me. Aw. She is
That's my girl.
sweet. She is sweet.
She
See,
is.
back when I was growing up, my brother always had a pet snake of some sort, and ended up buying a mouse to feed to said pet snake. Mouse and snake met in the center of the cage. Took off in different directions. So that didn't work out. So I ended up keeping that mouse as a pet and said, it's lonely. It needs a playmate.
Oh, God.
Uh-oh.
So I ended up getting a playmate for it. Mice do not believe in birth control
No,
Nope.
they don't.
because that pair of mice turned into over a little bit of time, 42 mice.
We had that issue.
When I left Connecticut to move to New Hampshire, I let 68 mice go in a state park with a big 5-pound bag of food dumped out.
Nice.
Yep.
We took a cat in long ago and to the veterinarian, and they had to keep it.
I'm listening. I'm just gonna go that way for a minute.
They had to keep it for overnight observation, and when we got it back, we found out that they did the snip. They snipped the cat. I said, "What did you do that for? Now put it back the way you got it." He said, well, no, we keep all the animals coming into the thing from procreating. I said, no, you don't. Yeah, there's no sign on your door that said that. So they wound up having to pay us a lot of money.
Nice.
I know, you take a cat in for a toothache and they no longer can procreate. When did that rule happen?
Their right that's not their right or obligation to actually snip your animal if it's not a rescue of some sort that they are taking care of.
Right, and that was ours. I had that since it was a little tiny thing. So big. It had died.
Come here, quit waiting on
Horribly.
it. Get up there and show yourself off. There you go.
It ate a rat, and it got stuck in its system, and there wasn't enough time to take it to the vet before it passed.
On my shoulder again.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Moomba.
Back she goes.
I named her Moomba.
Yeah.
That is a cool
I've
name.
had Freya since she was a kitten. I'd be devastated if anything happened to her.
And that's
So
why
this-
I'm concerned about being a pet owner, because there's a lot of responsibility. You have to take care of the pet as you would your own children. And I think to myself, do I have the coinages to do that? And I said, I can't trust myself to come through. I don't know if I would have the money, because vet bills are expensive these days.
They are. They are.
I'm gonna go see
You
if
know-
the boy wants to come out. He's huge. So we recently lost one of our rats from old age and tumors, and
Right.
that's why we had the female 3 months ago. She finally got put in with the male about a week ago. She has been trying to get to that cage with the boys since she got in this house, and now she's living in the cage with the other boy. We're hoping to get some babies to continue the saga out of her, but she is half the size of the daddy. He's huge. I'm gonna go get him.
I think they made a mistake. They just got because you don't take a cat in to have a tooth pulled, and they said, well, we have to keep her overnight because of the anesthesia. No, they don't do that with humans. And so I think they did that so they can keep her long enough for the doctor to come in. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
As a
because they're doing that. They're making a big old push for that for fixing all animals.
And I disagree with that. I mean,
I do too.
it's the golden rule, Dana. It's the golden rule. Do
This
unto
one-
others as you would have others do unto you. And I
This
don't
one-
want anybody snipping me. And so I won't snip it to anybody else or any creature.
Do you
This
know?
one is absolutely friggin' huge. You gotta. Mike's not there. I'd have him big screen it, but this one it takes 2 hands to hold. He's
Oh
so
my
big.
goodness, he is big.
He's enormous.
I can make you big real quick
Okay.
if I can find my mouse.
Yeah, this one is enormous.
Holy shit!
He's a big rat. In New York City sewer rat.
I guess so.
We're gonna make you cute in the screen here, Apollo. There we go. Sit down. And we're gonna do this. Check it out. Turn the phone down a little. Not make this so hard. He is
Aw.
huge. Like a gopher.
I don't know much
Anyway,
about that
this is
genome of
what we're-
species, but up here in
this is
Montana,
what we're hoping to be the daddy. He is, as you can see how big my hands are. He's
Wow.
I don't know much about that
Huge.
genome of that species, but up here in Montana, we've had them rats in our woodpile twice that size.
yes.
Wow.
This guy had a snake farm, and these were his large rats for feeding the big snakes.
Templeton.
And we went and rescued two of the boys and gave them the life O'Reilly. They lived the charm life.
So apparently,
That's enough.
that is the main species of the other species. So you've got rabbits. These are all rats,
Could be a cougar, I don't know.
all from that genome.
Yeah, I'm gonna go put him back in the cage. But yeah, the Apollo's giant rat.
Marmots, weasels, mink. They're all rats from the rat family. I never knew what to call it that. I mean, because you start saying, oh, it's a monkey. There's an ape. That's the monkey. They're all from the same species. They're all monkeys. But you can't say that anymore because, no, they're apes. There's only one monkey. And so I don't ever know what to call a rat. Being politically correct, you know.
Right. Right. A rat.
The Chinese rat. Somebody got some pets from China, and they got too big, and they let them go into the Everglades. And these things are twice the size of your puppy. They're huge. So they had a problem in Miami with they started moving out of the Everglades because they were just multiplying like crazy, and they started moving into these suburbs of Miami, and so they had to start going out and capturing them.
So we also have a mouse.
It's like the pythons down there.
Oh yeah, huge.
We did not want the mouse, but I felt obligated to give the mouse a good life because we blinded it accidentally. Actually,
Okay.
It's brothers blinded it. We missexed two of the mice, and you know how that happens, Mike.
You got to keep them apart.
And we put
Yeah.
two boys in with all the girls. We found
yeah.
one, but we didn't find the other one until all the females were pregnant. And we'd put the one mouse in a separate cage from all the boys. And when we found the second one, we just threw them both in the cage with all the boys. Well, with the stink of pee all over him, when I checked on him the next morning, he was almost dead. They'd almost chewed his tail off in 3 or 4 points. It's all kinky and broken, just barely held on by the bone. They beat him up so badly, we had to nurse the poor guy back to health. Meanwhile, we found out they stressed him out so badly it popped the capillaries in his eyes and he was blind.
Oh.
So we have kept this mouse and given him a good life because of what happened that night. And we didn't mean to. It's a sad story, but this mouse is living over here in a cage, just living the high life. And he's over. They only live 2 or 3 years. He's over 3 years old, and he's still healthy and living and just loving life.
That's good.
So the rest of the colony went to a snake breeder because he said he was going to use the pinkies, the babies, for little snakes. That he wasn't going to feed our adults to the snakes. So we were happy with that because we had to get rid of them somehow. And so we were happy with the newborns can get fed, but we don't want the adults we're attached to be fed. He
Right.
promised that would be the
Did you
case.
know
But
the
we kept
largest
we felt obligated to give it a good life because of that.
the largest industry on the planet is pets, captured pets that's sold from the Amazon or from or they're having a poor Australia. First is rats. They're everywhere. I mean, have you seen those videos? There's an ocean of rats running through a guy's farm and eating everything. Then now Australia is having the problem with parrots. They're trying to capture hundreds of thousands of parrots, and they're just everywhere. And but the industry of pets being transferred around the world is in the hundreds of billions, twice as much as the drug industry trade. The illegal drug is, I never knew that. I'm going, holy guacamole.
Do you know what the most polluting industry on the planet is? Number one.
Fossil fuel.
Most people would say big oil, right?
Yeah, I would.
It's the clothing industry. There are so many dyes and chemicals used in the manufacturing of clothing. They are the largest polluter on the planet.
Let me refresh your memory. Let me refresh your memory on that industry. It's called the Love Canal incident. They started dumping all their toxicants and pollutants into the Love Canal, and people got sick.
Yeah, well, I don't remember that in particular incident, but I've seen how the cities where they manufacture large amounts of clothes, and I believe India, was it India or Indonesia? I think it was India. That the whole town is nothing but a cesspool of dyes, and their drinking water is no good, the whole 9 yards. And they are the largest polluter on the planet. When I saw that documentary on that, it shocked me. I had no
They're
idea.
starting to come up close to the population that's in China, 1 billion.
So, question: 5 hours and 3 minutes. Should I shut this down or just keep it going? I mean,
You enjoying yourself?
oh yeah. I mean, unless we want to have private chat, then I can shut it down. If we don't want to have private chat, then I'll keep it going.
Well,
Nobody's here.
you've got 8 viewers. Four of them are us, so there's 4 viewers down there. You're getting 4 hours per hour of view time. So it's your choice.
I'll keep it going.
Being on panel? Am I not worth something?
Oh yeah, that's true. We are. That's 8 hours of viewers. Okay.
Yeah. So,
So
All right.
think about the
Thank you
hours
for-
we've made tonight.
Thank you for
That's
correcting me.
awesome. I mean,
Yeah,
at
you're gonna
one
have
point
more
in time,
hours
you
than
had
me.
19 people in here.
I was not expecting that. That's for sure. Because it was a last minute idea, and I'm like, okay. I'm looking around, saying, okay, nobody else is trying to run. I know Ford Man had something going, but I thought it was ending shortly. So I'm like,
5
okay,
hours
I
ago.
may slightly overlap with that, but and I made sure G wasn't having anything going, and I'm like, all right, well, I'll just play around with it. And then I'm like trying to do stuff, and I'm like, do I really want to? Like, all right, I'll just hit schedule.
Run to the kitchen, grab a snack or something.
Yeah, no
I'm eating
problem.
dinner. I'll be back.
I'm looking at my RV barbecue. I want to go barbecuing right now. You know, I could do that. I can head out the door right now, go down to the store and buy some steak and barbecue.
Yes, you could.
And it's from Winco Foods. It's the only one that stays open 24/7 still.
At least you guys still have a 24-hour supermarket.
I know Walmart, and this is a pet peeve of mine. I'm peeving right now. Walmart, in their infinite wisdom, says, "Well, we got to cut our hours down to contain the COVID." And I says, "No, you're the cause of death. You're causing death because here's what you're doing: you're taking all those midnight shoppers, people who don't like to get out in a big busy crowd, and there's a significant number." And you're bringing all of them and putting them into a larger group now. That's counter. They should never have done that.
Yeah.
Should have stayed 24 hours to the ones that were, and more of them should be 24 hours. Because personally, I enjoy shopping at 2, 3, 4 in the morning when there's like nobody else around.
Well, there's people there, but they're so spread out in the store that you're not bumping elbows or bumping carts into each other. They are now. I'm telling you now, they're doing that now. I go there,
Honestly, when I'm going through a flare, I like to shop at night because I don't get when there's too many people, it's too much.
Yep.
So this is Walmart's excuse originally why they did that. They said, we're having troubles keeping the shelves stocked. That was their excuse. I said, you're not having any more trouble stocking the shelves than you did before. So that's my pet peeve about Walmart. I'm
trying to wrap my head around that. Even the logic of that is, wow.
Now here, let me get in depth in this. Okay, when this started happening, borders were shut. That also meant that the exports and imports stopped. And so you go to Walmart, and for an entire year, they didn't have one single sewing machine to sell because they all came from China, and the exports imports stopped because of closing of the borders. There wasn't a single computer. They were all out of computers for an entire year because those all came from overseas.
We do still have somebody. Fairy dust. And Dana, did you need to go plug your phone in for a while?
I plugged my phone in.
Okay, because I just noticed your comment, and I'm like, oh, God.
But it's like Dana. The reason I like shopping at midnight or 2 o'clock in the morning is there's no drama.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. I agree.
But I don't want to cook anything.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. I'm like, I'm hungry for something, but I don't want to cook anything. And I'm like, what do I have that doesn't require cooking? Cookies, Twinkies, more donuts, cupcakes.
I always keep my emergency stash.
I got peanut butter and jelly.
I don't have that. I got
no bread.
I got cashew and preserves. I love that. And then when I'm like last night, I got a hunger pain, and so I took some crackers and put some cashew butter on there and some jelly on there. And after about 2 or 3 of those, I was good to go. I'm not a snacker, and I don't know why I'm getting this. I don't even know what this is down here. I don't eat.
Fairy Dust, do you like driving at night then to avoid traffic? Because I prefer driving at night than over day, especially on trips, because less traffic on the roads. I mean, yeah, you have to be more careful because it's dark out and, you know, things can run out in front of you, but you're less likely to have an accident because of less traffic. Because I find, especially down here, well, in any state really, but the busier the interstate is, the higher the chances of having an accident are. You know, people. I try to stay, especially when towing my trailer. I try to keep a good distance between me and the car in front. You know, apart. But you have the idiots that like to just zoom right up and then cut right in front of you because you're leaving that gap. You know.
It gets crazy up here.
I'm a
It
vampire.
does. The weekends are crazy. It doesn't matter which direction you're going in. Hunting season, you want to just stay at home unless you're going hunting.
Yes. She's a vampire like us.
I'm not a vampire.
anytime
I'm an
when I
owl.
lived in Chittenden and I had to come to town, or I knew I got to come to town, I'd plan my driving for at night. Just because it was, I knew that I would be one of the only people on the road, especially driving in from
Yep.
Chittenden.
It looks
know,
like the two chihuahuas took command of Troy's couch.
Um,
And I'm a daylighter, not a vampire.
and I'd
'Cause sun
pull
doesn't
over.
affect-
I'd pull over at one of the lakes close to town and take a nap before I got to town. That way, I'd be well rested. And then I'd do my shopping, and then I'd get the hell out, come dark, and head back home.
I drove 600 miles straight one time coming down from Alaska, and I was in the middle of the Yukon. And that's when I decided to pull over, get a nap. Then I woke up all refreshed, get back in the car, and I drove another 150 miles before I realized, oh, I'm driving back to Alaska.
When I
know.
because I'm still still good friends with my ex-wife. She's like a best friend. I had dropped her off at the airport. I think it was last September. I dropped her off at the airport, and or last June, whatever. I can't remember. But anyways, I dropped her off at the airport about 4:30 in the morning in Boston, and I was planning on heading out at that time to come down to Florida. And I'm like, why am I going back north just to turn around and come back? So I ended up leaving her at the airport at 4:30 in the morning, and then driving 20 hours straight till I finally stopped and took an hour nap. And then continue. That time I was at like basically the border of Florida. So I just driving long distance does not really. I love it. It's soothing. It's comforting. It's my comfort zone. You know, unless I'm driving through congested areas, I love the open road.
Right. Congested areas bug the fuck out of me. I can't drive in Anchorage. Well, I mean, I can, but I don't want to.
I got a hat that I never wore. You guys never seen this hat.
It's nice, very.
Whenever I go skiing, I always wore this one. This is my skiing hat.
Oh.
From Russia. It's my Russian skiing hat.
Oh.
I got Snoopy with his ski poles on there. I haven't worn this hat in a long time. I got this hat back in the 70s.
I like that. Oh,
Yeah, me and Snoopy, we're going skiing.
Yep.
I got
So
this.
so
Because
you need to snap a picture of yourself. We need to get a picture of you. No, move a little closer. Move a little more in the middle. No, a little more in the middle. There we go.
Yep.
Yep. Perfect. Thank you.
I got this hat because I always wear my cowboy hat because hey, my cowboy hat is my going out on the town hat, and you go skiing, and when you're done with the skiing day, you stop off at the restaurant. So it's going out on the town kind of a thing, and as I'm going down the ski slope, I like to ballet ski. You got these guys, they're jumping and doing all kinds of things. I was ballet skiing over here. I love doing that. And I constantly heard these people up on the ski lifts over the head. Joe Montana, is that you? So I went and got this hat so that they stop confusing me as a quarterback.
I like that hat.
Yep, and I've always loved Snoopy. He's a memorable character from my childhood, definitely.
Right.
Yeah, he's my buddy too.
Yep.
I loved it, especially when he finally got the Red Baron. They made a song out of that.
And then his little sidekick Woodstock. What was that? What was that? Repeat that.
That's the sound that he made when he was shooting at the Red Baron.
Oh.
And he always got shot down. His little doghouse was full of holes.
Right.
But he finally got him.
My coffee is almost gone. Time to make more, I think, in a little bit.
Too much of a crutch for me. I did that in the military. I did buy those 2 110 cup coffee pots. We had 4 chiefs in my office, and there was just me. And I gave the 4 chiefs one 110 cup pot, and I made sure that they understood that the other one was all mine. And I drained that once a day.
I wouldn't doubt it. 'Cause I go through 2 to 3 of these a day, and this holds 30 ounces.
How do you make your coffee?
Well,
My-
right now I've got a coffee maker that I just plug in because I'm plugged into shore power right now. But on the road, I used to have a 12-volt coffee maker that died recently this past summer on me, and I have not been able to replace it. So I was doing boiling water on the cooktop, and then I have these little oh, come on, where is it? Hang on. I have this disposable or reusable coffee filter that I set down over a jug that I cut the top off, a part of the top off of. I put the coffee in there, and then I just slowly pour the boiling water in, a little at a time. And yeah, until I can find a 12-volt coffee maker again. That oh, is that what you use?
Yep.
Now, do you put a filter in that as well? Oh, yep, the cone filters. Yes.
And we didn't have those fancy things when I was around. We just had the regular, little metal dish with little holes poked in there. And I wouldn't drink my coffee until I run all 5 gallons through that percolator 3 times. If you couldn't float a horseshoe in there, the coffee wasn't ready.
With those coffee filters, the V-shaped ones, I found I was using one of these at the top at one point, and before I got the reusable thing, I would cut it like about here and flip it upside down inside it,
Uh-huh.
and those coffee filters fit nicely in that cut off top. And that's how I would do it. Yep.
Yep. I've actually done that in the past when I melted my other Melita.
So,
I've done that.
but
But this, I use 2.5 tablespoons of coffee grounds per cup. And yeah, if honestly, I've gotten to the point where I'd prefer my own homemade cup over a coffee shop cup.
And that one looks like it's easy to clean.
If you clean it, I mean, why would you do that though?
Thank you for saying that. You
It
never
just
clean
ruins
the
the taste.
because the second you clean the coffee pot or the filter and everything, the taste changes.
Yes, that is a seasoned. It's like seasoning the cast iron pan.
Right.
You
I
know.
mean, the most I'll do is when this bottom gets too black, I'll clean this off. If I spill some coffee creamer on the rim, I'll clean that off because that's milk. It's half and half. You know, but my coffee, oh no. Mm-mm.
That is so cute, Fairy. Dust. I never actually had the electric toothbrush though, but
That's so cute.
Oh, that is cute. Oh,
I'm like, it's like the Energizer Bunny here, just keeps going and going with time.
When we back in the day when we didn't have internet and everything, and we used CB radios, we had what was called QSO cards. That's pretty much what Troy was showing is a QSO card. So my QSO card was Snoopy with this big buxom lady, and he was in between that region, hanging over there, and that was my QSO card.
Yep.
Yeah, I was double S.
The amateur radio operators use those as well. They send them out to people that they make connections with all over the world. My father was a ham operator, and he's talked to the International Space Station, all over the world, to the Prince of Sudan, I think it was.
Skipping.
All over. And he had a wall dedicated to all cards, and it was overflowing. But yeah, so
the reason why they call it skipping is it skips off the ionosphere, comes back down, skips off the ionosphere, and you can go literally go around the world.
And you didn't need a radio with much power.
You just needed a tower.
I'm in a Patriot group up here in my local area, and a couple of the guys are getting together a ham radio class. They actually, I've already bought. I've got a couple of these.
I know. See, the ones that we had filled up an entire room because you had 4 or 5 of these cases in your room. But now, that's what it's become.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. That's not well, I'm sure he'll unlock it once I get my license, and maybe I can use that one for CB because he did tell me that it was locked. I can hear
because they're different. They're different bands.
When I took my private,
they're different band widths.
Right.
But
now I can talk over it, and I can reach local. Like I can hear and talk to other people that are locally on it.
Yep.
I can talk to my son and his band on it.
Yep.
Listen to police calls and.
Actually, police calls are blocked in our areas. They
See, now I'm
scramble
gonna
all
tell
the police calls.
I shouldn't tell you this. I won't tell you how to do this. But when I was taking I took the test for my private investigator's license. The very back page of the private investigator was electronics, how to work with electronics, and one of them was to take the PLL chip that they had back in those days, big old PLL chip, and you run a jumper from one pin to specifically another pin, and from another pin to another pin, and from one pin back out to the board, and that gave you 1,444 channels, including Air Force One. Think about this. Now you have a transmitter to Air Force One. So anybody who was using cell phones, anybody who was using any form of communication that goes over the airways, we were able to use on those channels. And so I think that's why they changed the technology, is because we were able to do that Your next door neighbors have a conversation.
Most police band now is digital, but and that's why you probably can't get those channels on now. But yeah, it's amazing how and they made it a lot easier now as well as to get your amateur radio license. Back you don't need to know code anymore. For your I think it's your novice and tech, I believe. Doesn't require code. Back then,
you tell me it's not as hard as it used to be.
I think I made a mistake. I said 144 channels. No, it's 1,444 channels. And so the problem with it is before they had cell phones, they had the phones that were on the wall that you pick up off the wall, but and it transmitted a signal from there to your wall hardline phone line.
Yeah, the wireless, the cordless phones.
We were picking up the cordless phone signals.
Yep.
And we were actually chatting back. Who's on my phone line? It's fun.
But yeah, no, you're right. It is a lot easier to get a license now. And I used to do flea markets with my dad every summer and fall. Spring and fall, I would go to one with him. And for the heck of it, I just said, he's like, well, why don't you just try going to get your license, and so I did, and I missed it by two questions, and I knew, and I had the code as well. They had the codes back then as well required, and I got all that. I just missed 2 questions and never bothered to go back and try it again, and I regret that. But now, no code, so I still may, because I've got a lot of his old gear, and things like that. The handhelds, and
you should.
so I've got the equipment. I just don't have the license yet.
When I was in college, there wasn't a lot of biochem engineer majors, and so they stuck me. I was on the 9th floor of this college dorm rooms. And they stuck me on the floor with a bunch of electrical engineers, and I'm going, they're teaching these guys moron shit. And so I went and bought myself a telescope. They said, what do you need a telescope for? And so you see across the quad over there, about 100 yards, that's the girls' dorm. That's a 8-story girls' dorm over there. And that's what you want a telescope for? And I said, no, it's not what I want a telescope for, because earlier, like 10 years before that, every dorm room had those old rotary style telephones, and so they replaced that with an intercom system. But then they got rid of the intercom system when the cell phones started coming out, so it was all shut down. So I went down to the bottom of my dorm in the basement where the intercom system was, and it was still active. They were still using it for office communications. So I'm going, okay, it's still active. That means all I have to do is take off the paint that they put over where the intercom system was, pull that off, and there was like 1 billion wires in there. And I was playing with those wires one day, running jumpers from one wire to another, and I was listening to other people's dorm rooms all throughout the campus. So I got the telescope to find out which room I was listening to. Nice.
Breakfast burritos. Yum.
Mm-hmm. Big ones.
I'd love to share with you guys. Yeah, there's sausage, egg, and bacon and cheese.
Nice.
That's what happens when you pre-cook your sausage and bacon. You can rip 4 of those off quick.
Nah, breakfast burritos. That's sounding really good. There's this one gal, and she was all by herself in her own private dorm room and everything. And I got her, and she was like, because all the intercoms were like plastered and painted over. You couldn't see she was wondering, where's that sound coming from? And I was doing that comedy sketch that was done on 8-track tapes. And I says, this is God. And she's going, and I'm watching her. She's going like this. And I'm going, I want you to build an ark.
Oh my.
Oh God, the old Bill Cosby thing. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. The old Bill Cosby thing was on 8-track tape.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I went through the whole thing with her, and she was like, "God,
We had it on 30. We had it on 33. So we had it on the record. But yeah, yep.
yeah." Well, when you're bored and you don't want to go out drinking at the frat houses, that's what you do. I'm stuck on a room with nothing but a bunch of electrical engineers. They understand the flow of energy, but they don't know how to use it. And so I was showing them how to use it. They all came piling into my room. There's like 30 guys in my room there, and they're all drinking. It was way better in a frat house. They're watching me doing this Bill Cosby sketch on her. This is God.
Oh, that's funny.
I wound up dating that gal because they brought the police in to Roski Hall. They says, "We have reports. Somebody is using the old intercom system. Somebody has violated the code." I mean, what code? You got cell phones now. You're not using the intercom system. I just happened to notice it was turned on still. So they looked for everybody, and they found me because I'm the only room that had the plasterboard pulled down. I got busted. Cost me $160. That's what the resident advisor fined me to put the plasterboard back up.
Good morning, V.
Good morning, V.
Welcome back.
We're doing True Confessions, V. Now it's you guys.
My mouth full.
See, back way before the cell phones and whatnot, we used CBs as well. And we used to do something called we referred to as CB tag, hide and go seek, whatever.
Fox.
And so it was great.
You triangulate.
I used to do something growing up. Real quick, I used to take and hold treasure hunts, whatever you want to call it. But I'd have a list of stuff that people would have to go find and bring back. And on that list included things like stop signs or construction cone or scavenger hunts. That's what I was thinking of. But
those are fun.
The one thing I remember my parents finding it in the backyard is I had on there the rack lights from a police car.
Oops.
Somebody actually brought one of those back because there was an old police car that was out of commission and they found it. But the one thing I never got, and I put it on there knowing that it would never be gotten, was the bulb out of one of the pools in the local area. But that would require draining some of the water out to get to the bulb. But
we went out collecting stop signs. Okay, we're 14, 15, not legal age of drinking. And that time it was 18. And we go out and we had our driver's license. So we go out and we would collect stop signs, we collect yield signs, one-way signs, little no entry signs.
Yep.
And we started plastering them on our door. And after a few months, with so many signs showing up, my parents were like, "Where did you get all these?"
Growing up, I could not. I had two older brothers. I only have one left. But anyways, but the three of us could never get away with really anything in town because my mom had for almost all of her life was a nurse, and she worked the ER at night and became friends with all the police. From where we lived at the time, she could look out the window at one of the windows at the hospital and look up on the hill and see whether we have lights on in the house or not. If we had a light on in the house, the phone would ring, and she'd be like, "Go to bed, turn the lights out." But yeah, she'd come home in the morning sometimes, and we'd be out at night or something, and she'd be waiting for us to wake up, and she'd be like, "So, what'd you do last night?" Knowing, we were busted, but yeah.
Fairy does have a funny story about that. That her mom used to hear her come home early in the morning.
Oh yes, and
And
vampire.
her mom would say, "Oh, so you're going back to your coffin now?" I laughed.
Yep.
That was a good one.
Mm.
So yeah, you guys are making me hungry.
Then you should eat. I probably
ate-
did this to everybody, but I ate breakfast really late. I haven't eaten anything today.
I generally eat one small bowl of soup a day, or a small bowl of the gruel that I make.
Quite honestly, there's days that I don't eat anything and just drink coffee, and that's it. Because I'm not hungry. I'm just as long as I have my something to drink like coffee or a pop or a juice or something, I'm fine. I think that's why part of it, this lifestyle works for me, because of the fact that I don't need to keep much food on hand. But yeah,
I can't figure it out. I haven't lost a single pound, and I don't eat anything.
I haven't either.
I know 210 pounds. I haven't lost a pound, and I'm eating like a bird.
There was one summer I dropped like all kinds of weight, and the only thing I was doing was the same thing I'm doing right now, coffee, and that's about it. But I think because of the whole COVID thing and whatnot, I'm not getting
Active.
out as much,
Right.
driving around, walking, doing photos. So I think that's playing a part of it.
I was going along with the same thought that you had there, because generally I'm out there with a backpack hiking 15 miles back into the wilderness,
Yeah.
and that's just that just I haven't. My RV has been stuck in the dark hole of Calcutta, I like to call it, for a year and a half. I haven't gotten out of the house.
Last year I went from leaving New Hampshire. I stopped in Massachusetts to see my aunt and uncle, or aunt and cousins, I mean, for a few days. From there, I spent a week at my brother's in Delaware. From there, I spent a week at my friends in North Carolina, and then got to Florida just before Thanksgiving. Was at another place up northern Florida for a while, and then down to here. And I've been here since Christmas, just after Christmas, I think. I can't remember, but yeah, and because of the fact that everywhere I wanted to try and go to was either at one point I heard I was seeing things that Arizona was the highest state with the COVID.
Yeah.
Even at one point in the world, Arizona was the worst.
I am not a happy camper
So-
with my electric bike. Oh, I'm sorry.
So I didn't
I'm-
want to drive out there and deal with that mess. And then, I'm like, okay, so everything started to calm down. And I'm like, okay, I'll be out in the middle of the desert anyways. And then they got hit with that freaking freaky weather. And so I'm like, ugh.
I just looked up my tracking detail on my electric bike. Okay, it left Phoenix, Arizona, its original destination, on the 12th. It arrived in Bloomington, California, on the 13th. It's still there. So I don't think
It won't
I
be
don't
there
think I'm
tomorrow.
going to get my bike by Wednesday. California is all kinds of screwed up these days.
If it's in California, you can tack on 5 to 7 days.
Probably. Now, where is Bloomington? I'm going to look that up. Probably around LA.
Probably.
Oh, that was so good.
Does anybody have anything scheduled for this morning? I don't know. Let me look. Not that I'm seeing.
Monday morning, weekend RVing.
Robert, huh?
Do I not have them on my list?
I'm looking. Takes me a minute to get there. Okay, you're live. And it's the 15th. So, okay, I've gone through got one at RVJJ at 5 p.m. I'm almost, okay, there's one Prairie Life. It's 8 p.m. Okay, we got Ava Potterfield and Friends at 7 a.m. 7 p.m. for Van Vita, 7 p.m. And, oh, there's some more. Looking. That's it. So Ava Potterfield and Friends is on at 7.
I know Red's got a show on Tuesday.
Yeah, see, the only ones I'm seeing right now immediately is one person I follow. He's not a van lifer or anything. He's goes around doing exposing scammers and stuff like that. Carl, his name's Carl Rock.
That's funny because I follow the scam granny.
And then and Bob Wells is set for the 17th.
Wednesday live.
DJ RV DJ has one showing up for the 19th. But
now Ava, she just started doing lives, and she only goes for an hour. She's only gotten 2 live streams done in the last week, and that's all she's ever done for her live stream.
and what's her channel?
Ava Potterfield and Friends.
And Friends.
I'll get it for you.
Oh, I think I have it here.
There you go. And I got it on that private.
So, Mike, did you go through that big list of people we gave you to check out that are
Yes,
nomadic?
I have about 3/4 of it done, and I'm slowly knocking them out.
Oh, yummy, Dana.
Oh, that's just a lot of food. You guys.
Just eggs and toast.
I got
I
some old
decided not
donuts.
to wait for bacon
Let's see.
because I don't pre-cook.
Okay, showing I'm already subbed to her.
If I can chop it up, stick it in baggies, it goes good on everything. I pull out one of those little mini pizzas,
Wondering why I didn't see it show up then.
extra cheese and bacon and sausage on the mini pizza. Throw it in the microwave. Boom! I've got a real decent pizza now.
This is mine, and I fill the bowl up 3/4 away, right to about here. So this much, and that's my entire day of food that I eat.
You get an extra portion today.
Well, I did have about 5 or 6 potato chips this morning.
The warden is happy.
The warden is happy.
See, I'm Fairness. I'm subscribed to him, but it doesn't show my Vermont Paint. She's saying
Vermont
good luck in the morning,
And
but
Pluto.
I don't see anything popping up on my subscriptions about
I
that.
like him.
But
He's our own personal Bob Ross.
yes, Bob Ross
Yes.
of New England.
Were you on this today on Sonia's? Did you hear
Yes.
what he offered my daughter?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
I was
so
in one.
I had mentioned a few days back that I had told my daughter about him and that she's a budding artist, that she loves to paint. and he offered her a free one-on-one anytime.
Oh, I just noticed.
Wow.
Bruce is a great guy.
Yeah, I just noticed Bruce made it over 1,000.
Oh, he'll
Right
blow up
on.
now. We won't be able to get, now that he's changed his name, we won't be able to go into his chat this summer. He's going to blow up. He's good. He's very good. He deserves the recognition.
And he has fewer view counts than I have. He has 3,000 less viewer counts than I have.
What's neat is when I met Bruce, it was on Sonia's channel, and Sonia would do these live drives where she'd hop in the car and we'd all hop in and go for a drive with her. And Bruce and I acted like we were in the back seat and we were just tyrant children, spilling chips, undoing our seat belts. I mean, we joked around for a month about Bruce's butt print on the back window she can't get off because I shoved him. He was peeing out the window and I shoved him against the window when he turned around. And his butt prints on the window and we can't get it off the car, you know, and just yeah.
Don't forget.
So me asking where my snacks are at is no big deal.
Don't forget, Troy. We're still live.
Oh no, this has all been on Sonia's. It's okay.
No, I mean that what you know the.
Yeah.
You never know what YouTube's gonna say no to.
I think we're good. You wouldn't believe what flew in there. Chips, like sandwiches. Bruce, I think Bruce, you know, my sandwich, everything. You know, we just had we had a blast being in chat in the back seat of her car, and people are like, "What the heck is going on? Are there really people back there?" She's like, "No, they just virtually ride in the back and raise havoc."
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Daryl goes over a speed bump, and Sonia's complaining, "Hey, I'm back here."
Say again.
The other day, Sonia and I were acting up in the back of Daryl's rig when he was driving.
I must have missed one of them. It's a lot of fun and going with Daryl on his work deals. He got almost stuck us in the back of the van one time, and he forgot. Oh wait, and then he came back. He came back and got us.
He left us in the back of the rig twice the other day with no snacks or drinks.
That's when we were asking him to get text to talk so that we could tell him, "Hey, wait a minute, what about us?"
Today it's supposed to reach a high of 79 degrees.
Ooh, that's where I max out.
24. Warmer than Dana, though.
Here I am complaining. You know, it's currently 62 degrees, and I'm getting chilly and have to go turn my heat back on. I will be right back.
It's currently 18 degrees here.
Oh,
and I
that's
can
making me
expect a high
colder.
of 21 tomorrow.
That's making me feel colder right now.
I've
It's
gotten
actually
quite
fairly
used to
warm.
this milk. This milk here is
Supposed to snow,
it's a
though.
quart or a liter, whatever they sell in gallons in Canada of milk, and it's $1 at the dollar store.
Yeah.
And it has come a long ways. It actually is not bad tasting, and I've gotten quite used to it. Because instead of buying raw, milk at the stores, we just buy, 3 or 4 cases of this when it comes in. We throw it in the bedroom, and we just pull it out and throw it in the fridge when we need it.
Yeah, it's shelf stable. I drink it and shit all the time.
Wow, we're going to warm up by the weekend. We're going to get it into 60, 62 by the weekend.
Oh, it's a heat wave.
Wow. Do you know what I do you know what I had to get used to is when I lived out in Wisconsin, when I first met my wife and moved out there for a while. They do milk in a bag.
Yes.
And I'm like, "What?" But yeah, no. And it was cheaper than buying the gallons, the actual gallons. And yeah, so you like
It's like wine in a box. Yeah.
without the box.
Yeah.
And then they have you can get this little pitcher that you put the bag into and snip the corner off.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that's, I'm getting back to, I'm sorry about this because I'm concerned, but the one thing that's concerned me about FedEx and shipping packages is that electric bike is like 65 pounds in the package.
Yep.
You're lucky then.
It's, and I've seen them. Packages, 1/3 the weight of that. They bust the shit out of those things.
Well, Well, when I was working for Airborne Express, true thing. We would basically have like customers that would be like shipping pricey things or sensitive electronics and whatnot, like laptops and whatnot. And if we didn't think they'd packed it well enough while picking it up, we would ask them, do you trust me dropping this package from this? I was holding it out in front of me. I'm saying, do you trust this packaging enough that if I drop it right now, it will be safe? You should have looked at. I had the look of horror on some of these people, but it's true because of the fact that when these packages go through at some places, they go up on the conveyor, and then they take a tumble down 4 feet onto another conveyor. So, yeah. So I understand your concern about your package, but if it's packed correctly, there should not be anything really, yeah, you may notice a little scuff on the box or something.
Yeah.
But
Well, this time I'm taking my when the FedEx gets here. I'm going to take my camera with me and camera when they bring it up to see if it's been smashed with a forklift or something.
Yep.
And I'm not going to let the FedEx person get away or sign their thing until I'm sure that it wasn't
You have
damaged.
that right.
It's times of COVID, you don't sign nothing.
And even if there's no signature required, which a lot of stuff is like that, you can say, if you at least if you catch them bringing a package to the door, you can request, hold on, I want to inspect this package before you leave.
Yeah,
You
900.
can call them up
I
and make,
didn't know that.
So,
you can
but
call them up and say it was damaged. I don't want it. Come back and get it. You don't have to.
so
Here's a piece of information I'd like to share with the people in chat. United States Postal Service. If a large package comes in their back door and they weigh it and it's 70 pounds or more, even 71 pounds, they will refuse it and send it back. Even though
Really?
it's already been dropped off at their location,
And
they
paid
will
for.
not disperse it and paid for. They will not disperse it and give it to you, even if it's sitting there. Because I ordered a new mattress for the RV. It weighed 74 and something pounds. They refused my package and sent it back over 4 pounds.
That's shitty.
So I had to wait another week or so for it to show up and track it and blah, blah, blah. And they had to reship it through FedEx.
And that's why I like this company that I bought the bike through, because it's free shipping. That 65 pounds, you're looking at at least easy $100 in shipping. So technically, the bike really only cost $700 plus shipping.
and which one did you get? The electric?
Yeah, electric
Yep.
XP,
Okay,
the step through one, like the one.
Yep. Like the one Bob has or something like
Yeah,
that.
well, exactly, and that's why I got it, because he did a
Pneumatic-
really good. Bob Wells did a good thing. He reviewed the bike with the unpackaging, then he gave it to somebody, and then did a review on the bike, how she liked it. Then
Yep.
he came back 3 months later and re-reviewed the bike. Then he came back a year later and re-reviewed the bike.
Yep.
You just don't get perfect reviews like that over an
No.
extended period of time. And I thought, well, that's the best review on any bike I've ever gotten, and I'm going to get it.
Yep.
And imagine putting solar on your rig and charging it right off the sun, not even plugging in.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking I got a suitcase charger. I may just use that instead of using my Riggs RV or charger.
That solar on your roof is sold. You'll be lucky if it works.
It is old, but
And they put a minimal amount of solar up there when it came.
monocrystalline solar panels are really indestructible.
Mm-hmm.
Hail didn't even damage it, but all my my 3 skylights in there are all damaged.
What year is that rig? 87?
1990.
90. Those
1990.
panels, those panels being 30 years old are so old You can get a panel 1/4 its size, and it will put out the same amount of power.
I know. See, and that's one thing I've been trying to do. Somehow, I don't know what skinny finger person got that in there, but you got to get underneath. Okay, the panels there. You got to get, and then you got this much room between the RV. You got to get way under there with a screwdriver to get that thing taken out before you can lift the panel up to see what kind of a panel it is, because
You can read it.
right. So that's my project for the spring, is to take those panels off and see if they're viable. But you can't
And I
change
understand you wanting you know what you're saying about you replacing them with something smaller that puts out just as much, but
His suitcase probably does more.
Yeah.
with the panels that he already has those. So
But
I
you
know
can't-
it's maybe less, but until you can replace them, they're still
they're nothing more than a battery topper offer for him to run light at night.
every panel puts out 1.5 amps, regardless what the age is.
so. It just may take a little longer to charge up than as something more recent for a panel, but
If it's a 50-watt panel at 1.5 amps, he's got a trickle charger for a battery is what he's got. A really small trickle charger.
Well, I got three. There's 3 panels up there.
3 of them. So you're probably pushing 5 amps. And you can put 100-watt panel up there and you can push double that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm going to investigate that when we get some 65 or warmer weather.
It's going to be 62. You best dig your shorts out, man.
I know. When it gets to 60, it's t-shirt and shorts time.
Yeah.
For a Montanan.
Mm-hmm. I went to Hawaii. It was in the 80s. It was in the mid to upper 80s, and I'm walking around in shorts, and there's people walking around in sweats going, "You're not from here." I go, "What makes you say that?" And they're like, "You're wearing shorts." And it's
I know. I've gotten that too. The off season.
Yeah.
down here in Florida, January, February, we had some colder weather, but a couple of years back when they had the same colder weather, I was running around in t-shirt, shorts. Everybody else was wearing long pants, sweaters, sweatshirts.
Homeless people living on the beach in Hawaii, and it was getting down to 70 at night, like 72 at night, and they're out there in sweats, freezing their butts off, apparently. I'm like, try being homeless in Oregon this time of year in September.
It's the fact that your body gets acclimated to the
Yes.
surrounding temperature. So,
Yes.
like you guys probably 62 degrees, nice and warm. In here, 62 degrees, I have the heater on.
Mm-hmm. We keep the house at 65 here.
But 68 was the magic number growing up at my house with my parents.
Well, my thermostat's wonky. It probably is 68 here because that's me too.
My parents always turned it at night whenever I went to bed. They turned the heat register down to, or the heater down to 60, but they'd turn it up to 70 during the day. Never be higher than that. So it was always a chilly willy when I grew up. So I'm accustomed. I became accustomed to a cooler weather.
Right. And growing up, that was the same way. 68 was the highest temperature that house would ever see.
Right.
But as I got older, I'm like, hell no. When I owned the house I built, that thermostat in the wintertime would never go below 72. And I'm like thinking, okay, 68 to 72, that's not much of a difference. So
if you think about it, economically, nothing's ever changed since the 60s. Because in the 60s, the homeowners prices were around $5,000 in my neck of the woods, $5,000 for a house, but it was just as attainable then as it is today for a house at $150,000. So economically, it was the same. Well, then again, it was like 45 cents was minimum wage, and gas prices were 25 cents a gallon.
Yep. Do you remember the gas lines, the on and off days?
Oh yeah, when the,
You
the
know,
gas,
when you can go on, certain days and
Gas shortages, yeah.
was it
uh,
$4 or
sorry,
$5 a gallon in California? $5 a gallon when it went up, and
I
they had
remember that
lines and
in
lines.
Connecticut.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm
I remember
thinking,
that going through those in Connecticut with my mom or dad in the car.
we never
Um,
had that problem up here.
Oh, yeah, no, you could only go, on certain days, or, if you're, I think they went by names or last name or something like that, or license, whatever it was. I can't remember. But yeah, the off days, so this day you can only go, if you were this color car or something. I can't remember what it was, but, Tuesdays and Thursdays. But yep. Uh, so V says a house at 150K. What a deal! Come on up, V.
Yeah, you sell your house in California for 500,000. Come up, buy a $150,000
What?
home, twice the size of the one that you sold, and you got a big nest egg.
Yep. Yeah. Does she not want to come up? Oh.
Yeah, they were actually built with decent wood back in those days. Today, the wood that the wood that they use, I'm surprised that those 2x4s would last 50 years.
I seriously want to try this thing out. I've seen on YouTube. Several people were doing it. Is with the foam board,
Right.
with the gripper paint and the fiberglass screen mesh over top of that, and then another coat of paint, and building cabinets out of it.
Yeah, lead paint. We went through that. Was in when was that? 78 or before?
Well, no, I'm not talking about lead paint though.
Oh, fairy dust was.
Oh. Okay. Sorry. My bad. I didn't see the comment.
We had to change the color of the paint that we were painting our caterpillars, and it looked like puke yellow. It was awful. So the problem that was solved is instead of using lead as a binder for the paint, they started using titanium. All paint's made out of titanium now.
I didn't know that.
The original binder was egg whites.
Yep.
What they used to bind the original paint with was egg whites. And everybody's homes back in the 30s and 40s was the same color. There was no color.
Yeah.
Whitewashing a fence, egg whites, right? And then they came
Is
up with
that went up?
they came up with lead as a binder for the paint instead of egg whites, and then they found out the harmful effects of lead on children, and so they stopped that, and they
Easily.
say
You
again.
froze.
We didn't hear you, Dana.
Just say it again.
I'm just wondering if that's why the paint chipped so easily.
I don't know. There's a difference between oil-based and latex paint now. That's a difference.
Yep.
One is synthetic, the other's not. The oil-based paint are based on the titanium thing, and the synthetic paint, which is latex paint, that's not based on metals. And that paint chips like crazy.
Okay, I'm almost done making coffee.
You can hear the stove. That's funny.
Fairy dust materials were also heavy duty, right? until new products were lightweight or modernization stuff.
And here
They-
you have
It's like cars,
Einstein.
though. It's like cars. They don't build them like they used to.
Here you have Einstein, who was at the time an international patent clerk, saying that everything that's been invented, everything that can be invented, has been invented. Well, we're not even close. I mean, I can see that we got a long way to go.
You know, growing up as a kid and, thinking, okay, like watching the Astros or, what's it? Yeah, the boy was named Jetsons as a cartoon, and thinking,
Elroy.
yeah, but thinking, we'd have flying cars by, this time. And yeah,
We
no.
could.
And they have several models out of vehicles that go from car to plane, but at least I couldn't afford one.
Yeah, I've seen those. They really nice looking compact little things.
Oh yeah,
flying through the air, and they come down, and then they just pull into their driveway.
yeah, and then wings fold up and compact. You can park it in a standard garage.
Little two-seaters.
Yep. And I saw one that you did not need a license for, and it was basically basically like a hang glider style or a parasail, whatever you want to, but with the motor on it.
Which means, and the problem, and I think why that industry is not going is you got to have that stupid pilot's license, and sometimes some of those tests are brutal.
But this one didn't require it, and you can actually touch down on off-road, areas and just drive along, But yeah, it's interesting. But the prices on those things are, unreal.
Now, here's the thing: we're saying that today, and 50 years from now, the kids will be saying the same thing. How did they live back then in 2020 that way?
Yeah. Yep. And V, you're welcome to come up and join us. Unless you're busy or something or don't want to, that's fine. Oh, what did she say? Back in the late 70s, Dad would talk about our future. And look what we have, our own phones.
I still have my old phone.
He predicted the future.
I still have my old phone. It was like this big. My first cell phone.
Okay, V.
Rick.
You plug it into your car to use it.
Yep. I still have, probably in storage somewhere, that junk. But I still have one of like the old bag phones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. So, God. Everything was, try to make it smaller, and, and compact. And now look at the cell phones. They're getting, the size of tablets,
You can only get them so small before you can't see the damn icons.
Well, yeah, but they were compact and nice, and I so missed the flip phone though. Have you ever phone? But it was a flip phone, and I could do it. Not to encourage texting and driving, but I would literally, I knew what button to push, how many times, and I could text somebody, not even looking at my phone, driving along, using the old style, 1 2 3 1 2 1 1.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever torn one of these things apart? I'm driving down the road by Home Depot, and somebody's phone fell off the truck or something, and it got mangulated and smashed to smithereens. And the guy didn't. I asked the guy if he wanted it back. He's not anymore. And so I took it home and I tore it apart. The motherboard is this little tiny. This is the motherboard. the biggest part of the phone is the glass face. And the battery, and there's nothing to these things.
No.
The camera on that thing, it's a little tiny thing. Because when you start taking it apart, the camera is like a pinhole. So yeah, technology is making things a lot smarter.
Yeah.
A lot smaller.
Yep. Yeah, like Fairy does. She's like the watches now, connecting to your phone, and you can talk to people through that, and you get other people wandering by, like, looking at you like you're an idiot, talking to yourself.
The first cell phones, I think, came out about in World War II. The bag, like you were talking, the bag phones, you cranked it up. Those were the first cell phones. And those things are like backpack size.
Yeah.
I was going to say that.
Yep.
Do it.
Yeah. Woohoo! 6 hours and 10 minutes.
Right on.
Wow. Yeah, I'm surprised because I'm checking out my Facebook here real quick, and the clip, the all it recorded was like 15 seconds of the broadcast, and that's it.
I'm not fond of Facebook.
I know.
I mean, if you sit there and go back to YouTube and watch Zuckerberg's testimony, it's like 2 8-hour sessions.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't be fond of it either if you heard what he had to say. My private information on my Facebook page is no longer private, and that's theirs to use with as they see fit. My birthday, my phone numbers, and all that. Well, I said that I can't have that.
Well, I feel, where I do photography, I have that information public anyways. Not my date of birth, obviously, but my phone number and, address. And,
Address, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because it's going to be public anyways. I have it on my business cards and whatnot. So I in that sense, I don't feel violated because my page is public. I don't have it set for friends only or anything. So anybody can go see who I am.
When I publish my science, I don't want anybody to know where I'm at. And when I found out that about Facebook, I decided, well, I'm not publishing now. And so I'm going to have to get in my RV and publish it so that you don't get the Men in Black on your ass.
Right. They shrunk everything, Fairy Dust, but now everybody wants bigger and bigger and bigger for phones,
Do you remember the movie Zoolander, where the phones were so small you could barely hold them?
What's that?
The movie Zoolander.
Well, yeah, they've got, and this was long ago, but they came out with before this. I think it was before the cell phones did selfies and everything like that, or you can do live streams on your cell phone. They had watches that you can see somebody while you're talking to them on the line.
Yeah,
and that was long ago. That was 20, 30 years ago.
The phones on that movie were half the size of this lighter. The phones in that movie were about that big.
Zoolander, 1-inch phones. Yep.
Yeah, they were like 1.5 inch by 1 inch phone with a little antenna that pulled up.
Yep.
That was part of the joke in the movie, whoever had the smallest phone was the coolest. Sort of thing.
So they got science fiction shows out there, allegedly, where they have subcutaneous implants near their ear, and that's the phones that they have now. And they just go like this, answer their phone.
I was joking about that in the 90s, slapping my temple, going, hello. I'm getting, my friends are like, you're always on the phone. Well, I'm running a construction company. And like, well, I'm getting the implant next year, and I smack my temple and go, hello, and they'd laugh.
The reality is, it's possible. It may have been a joke back then, but the thing with filmographies is they can come up with the most outlandish, weirdest stuff, and it spawns a spark in our imaginations where we try to make it happen. And everything in Star Trek that they had, the communicators, that's our cell phones, beaming technology. Well, we can beam things, we just can't beam ourselves yet that we know of, right? I mean, we're talking Montauk chair here and Barry Soetoro on Mars already. You know who Barry Soetoro is, don't you? There is this lad born in, well, allegedly, he was born in Hawaii, and he had a Hawaiian mother, but there was a.
Wait a minute. Say that name again.
Barry Soetoro.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. Okay.
Oh, you know who I'm talking about then.
I know who you're talking about.
Right.
Keep going.
And the thing that really almost busted the case on that one was that sheriff in Texas who said, "Let me see the birth certificate." Well, here's what I know. They don't have birth certificates over there. So they can manufacture one when they're over here. Same thing with my ex-wife. She didn't have a birth certificate because they don't have birth certificates on the reservation. And so her parents made the birth certificate for her so she could get a social security number. Right? And so, yeah, that happens all the time. And so I'm thinking, okay, I'm going with this. Then I started talking with this one guy. He's an attorney in Washington, out of Seattle. Can't remember his name. Anyway, Obama got elected, and he was going off. No, his name's Barry Soetoro, and so the big stink came out because of this guy. And I'm thinking, why don't they shut this guy up? Because, if I was that guy, I'd have the men in black at my house. And he was going on about, Barry and I have been to Mars, and we as children, we were selected for these events because we were what was called a Wunderbatten, or a wonder kid, or children with special abilities.
Jump room program. There's what you're looking for.
And so what happened was he kept going on, and they never shut him up. That was a surprise to me. And so in one of his in one of Obama's news conference, they started pressing him on this issue. He got so pissed. Remember that? The meme that you have out there? Barack Obama raising his foot up and busting the door down. That's the day they pressed him on the issue of his real name. So here's how it worked out. She was Hawaiian. She was overseas. She married a guy in the Middle East. Came back to Hawaii. Well, they got divorced, and he went up to like South Korea or something like that. And then he demanded custody of the child. He got custody of the child. He moved over to Africa where all of his brothers and sisters were there and born. And then he changed his name when they got to Africa. So he's Barack Obama. He was Barry Soetoro in Hawaii. Now he's Barack Obama in Africa. So they came back to the United States, and they're trying to determine where was he really born. Because you can't be president unless you were naturally born.
Yes.
Right.
So that was the whole stink, and it was Barry Soetoro who, through this Montauk thing, they teleported him to the Mars. Now, this guy that I'm talking about, this attorney in Washington State, he was running for president during the same time that Donald Trump was running for president. There were 400 people running, and nobody paid attention to the little guys, right? But his campaign promises was he was going to bring teleportation to the United States. You walk in, now you walk in Washington, D.C., a second later, now you're in L.A.
When Barack Obama was in his late teens and early 20s, he was supposed to be involved in the jump room program with other senator sons.
And
there were 4 prominent scientists that came out and ruined their careers to verify that all this was true. And these people had blossomed well-founded careers, and destroyed them to try to get the truth out that this program was real. That's
almost verbatim of a news article that was written.
It was in San Diego, California, and it was in a university down there, and it was on the second floor, and they would literally go through a door, everything would stretch for like 20-30 seconds, and they'd be back in the box again, and they'd open the door and they're on Mars. And I heavily researched this because I thought it was a farce, thought it was a joke. I dug into it so deep, I believe it myself now.
It goes back to the Philadelphia experiment.
I've heard,
The USS
I've heard-
Eldridge, the USS Eldridge was in New York, and a couple hours later, it's all the way down in North Carolina. Okay, that's known. We know that. That's a fact. So the teleportation thing went back that far to Einstein and Tesla, who were on that project.
So anyway, there were 4 people that came out and destroyed their careers to try to get this out there, and that's what makes me believe it. Because I did research, and these were real people. They were not paperback people. They were real people that ruined their careers.
Right. So because truth comes from a lot of conspiracy theories, but most of the conspiracy theories are just that. They're just conspiracies.
Yeah. Well, I actually a reporter got in, and Barack Obama, can you tell us about the jump room program? And he wasn't white, he wasn't black anymore. He turned white, and I'm like, oh God, it is real. It is real. That clinched it for me.
So
when
there's
around, like, who let this person in here, and his color almost changed, literally.
There's enough truth out there to give credit to the conspiracy.
And he froze. He froze. Oh, and that was the moment that I said, "Oh, all this crap I read was real. It's not a joke."
And Mike, we were talking about this. Why?
Yeah, because you got me to talk about things I don't share.
You brought up the subject, and it delved into, and we delved deep into it. What did I say? What did I say?
Things like that, you sort of keep them to yourselves because you sound a little crazy. No matter how deeply you researched it and what your beliefs are, you have to let people base this on their own.
And that's why when I was talking about the Mills Hole, I'm telling everybody it's just a story. There are some portions of it that are true, and I'd like to research it.
One of the guys that was with Barack Obama, another senator's son, actually took the time to describe the beings that were already there on Mars that could actually disappear and reappear in different areas. And this was in a news article, and I dug deep. Trust me. I spent months digging into stuff I shouldn't have dug into, and learned a lot of things.
And they weren't happy that this planet was building a base on Mars. That's the story I got from the internet.
There's actually other beings there too, but we've got communities in cul-de-sacs there, according to conspiracy theorists, and they've actually taken some of the photos that they've shown and said, look, they photoshopped this out, but it's still in the shape of a modern day cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
Like we do.
Now here's the thing. Okay, that's just a conspiracy. They photoshopped this out, but what became the factual truth is that some of those people who were doing the photoshopping said, yes, that's what we were doing. They confirmed the conspiracy.
Well, there's photographs that the conspiracy theorists dug into from pictures of Mars. They have a digging machine and they have a family picnicking in the background. If these photos actually came from Mars, that they forgot and let slip through. These people went and did a lot of work to find these things.
A friend of mine, his name's Jay Widener. He's the guy who started this. Did we go to Mars or not? Or did we go to the moon or not? Or was the moon faked? And so his videos was the fake moon landing, and then and he was working with Eyes Wide Shut. What was some of the other films he made? He made the film The Shining. Kubrick. He was working with Kubrick and discussing these issues with Kubrick, and then because Kubrick was the first one to come up with the green screen, and NASA hired Kubrick to do the filmography
on the moon landing, yes, as a backup, just in case it failed. They said, but I don't know.
As a backup.
Okay, real quick, just in case. While we're at this, as a backup, just in case.
Yes, just in case if the moon landing failed, we wanted the people to believe it really happened. We have to be the first ones there.
So they have a testing area.
This last SpaceX or whatever it was that went up, and these people that are on the space station right now, and they send down videos and whatnot.
Right.
Okay, have y'all seen any of these?
Yes, Yeah,
Have you
there's
seen?
craft. There's
NASA has its own YouTube channel.
there's
Have you
beings
seen?
out there that are angelistic. There's beings. There's orbs that have different colors. All
Yeah,
kinds of stuff.
and you're watching the space
But I'll let you
station's
talk.
cameras, and all of a sudden NASA blocks them out because some things were leaving the Earth that weren't supposed to leave the Earth or
Yeah.
flying
Troy,
by.
have you seen the rat that's on the space station?
The what?
There's a rat on the space station.
No, I have not.
Yes, there is.
Okay, and I've seen it. But that's cool. I'd like to see it.
It's roaming around in the background. You see it in the background.
Yeah.
And from what I was seeing when the people were talking about it, is that there's no way.
No, they wouldn't. They do take up
Test subjects.
test subject up there, so I can only conspiracy think that, well, they're on the Earth or that one of their test subjects got loose. I highly doubt that. You don't let anything get loose on the space shuttle. When that happens,
Yeah. They don't want to drop
what was
water
going on
to
at
get
the
loose.
time. They said there's no way that a rat would be able to survive what was going on at the time.
okay, well, it would be floating around. Was the rat
Right.
floating?
No,
See?
he was running,
You can't do that in the space shuttle or the space
which
station.
makes me think that that was faked.
Could be. But here's a movie you need to watch. It's very interesting. It's very grainy. It's hard to follow. Okay, very hard to follow. But if you watch this beginning to end, it will blow your mind because there's leaked out footage from what was supposed to be one of our missions to the moon, and the reason that our technology jumped so quickly, because we jumped all of a sudden fast in our technology. Things that we shouldn't have been able to have done that quickly. And it actually shows them up on the space station in a building, or on the moon in a building, sweeping up in a dustpan, stuff that the building had been bombed. It's missing roof, it's missing walls. And they run you through the building of the footage that astronauts captured and them collecting the technology from there to bring it back to Earth.
I'm going to go with Dana on this one. Now, my friend Jay, and who they now believe that we didn't go to the moon because of the evidence that he was giving, was he started collecting all of the old time videos that they and pictures that they had of the moon landing. And have you ever been to Hollywood? In Hollywood, they have what's called a hot set. It means you don't go on the set, you don't make a footprint, you don't move anything on the set because the cameras are set and everybody's taking a break and they got to get back in the same spot where they are. Kind of an I Dream of Genie thing, or Bewitched thing. Blink, I'm here, blink, I'm not there. So here's the thing. Here's what he found. There was a rock that was turned over and it had the letter C7 written on it. That's exactly how the filmographers in Hollywood, they label the rocks what rock goes where. And they have a whole script. C7 goes here, B9 goes there, so on and so forth, so that they can replicate the set at another time. So how did a rock get the and perfect lettering C7 on the bottom of the rock on one of those photographs that the astronauts had taken? And it wasn't only that.
Interesting.
I know it wasn't only that. And I told my friend, I said, well, there's one other way to prove it. Did we get to the moon or not? We have powerful telescopes.
How about this?
We can see the hair on a gnat on a rock on the moon. I said, show me footprints. He said he can't. Nobody can show you a footprint on the moon. He says, well, there's a Land Rover. I can see that. There's a Land Rover going. Yeah, they drove the Land Rover and they got off it all the time. Mm-hmm. Where's the footprints? Nobody's ever been able to show me a single footprint.
But when we got there, what we found they could not show. They had to replicate it in some way because they made such a big deal out of it. And they spent all the money. They had to show us something. They had to give us something. It's Hollywood, And I think that they actually made it there. But what they found was stuff that would have changed how we look at who we are, what we're doing here, what's around us.
Why would they hire the very first guy to create green screens to do NASA's videos? What was their thinking? He wasn't a very popular person. He didn't get along with anybody.
No, he was
very eccentric.
He was an alcoholic, drug addict, eccentric party animal.
Right.
Part of me believes both. I mean, I do believe that there's more out there,
Yeah. Oh, there is. I've actually seen them more out there and had witnesses, but I can't prove it because I didn't record anything. I can tell you
Right.
my stories
No.
and what you'll believe about it, whether you like it or not. You know, it's just my story. But what I would tell you
Now,
is hard to believe.
just a couple of years ago, my son and I were driving down the road, and we saw what we at first thought was a flying drone. And then the closer we got to it, we realized that motherfucker, excuse my language, was bigger than my car, and there was no way it could be a drone. And it was just hovering above the tree line.
Mhm.
And then
You
we
can
got
hear
to
a
where we
drone.
were.
You can't miss the sound of a drone. Like a little bee
This
right
thing
in
was
your ear.
silent. This thing was
Exactly.
silent.
And they are.
But here's the thing. So we're going on the alien thing, and the most well-known alien is the gray aliens.
Yes,
Again,
they're-
my
are-
friend Jay Widener, they found some mummies down in Peru, in Nazca, and so he went down there. He didn't go down there with a film crew. He took scientists with him. And so they got these little people about 8 so tall. And then they got one guy who's about 4 foot tall, if you stretched him out. And they were all mummified with the great big eyeballs, identical to the gray aliens that we're seeing. So here's my concept. They're not aliens. They're just another offshoot spring that has been on this planet before us, and they got to a technological advancement that we haven't gotten to, or that we have been prevented to get to. And it's not aliens. It's actually terrestrials that are doing that we're calling aliens. That's my theory. Not a
To get
conspiracy.
back to what I was talking about earlier about the flying cars, I just came across an article. One of the companies I follow actually is I didn't realize this was February 10th of this year. Just got cleared for the FAA actually gave a license for them to actually do this now.
That was the bottleneck.
What's that?
That was the bottleneck. You had to go through the Federal Aviation Administration or Commission
Terrafugia
and get a pilot license. And those
out of Massachusetts. Yep. And
So
now
here
it's
it comes.
just waiting to get street legal now.
yeah, and the thing about those cars, they're fuel efficient, way more than the vehicles on the ground.
I'm gonna share you something here.
Not quite up to Unity yet, or over Unity.
Let's see.
I want to see a van.
There goes Dana. Where? But she just went by. Over there.
Come on. Come on. Let me share this. Please share.
No, I'd be afraid of the radiation emissions from it. Honestly,
There you
I
go.
won't even-
I've seen those. That's a lot better than what they had before.
And then the other one is
With the little propellers like a drone.
then you have. Come on.
The first one in private chat is a movie. The second one is a audio only interview. They're both mind blowing.
Yep. There's with the wings opened up.
Nice.
But yeah, you can pull right up to the gas station pump and fuel it up and drive away.
There's a lot of those out there now.
But that's the one I was talking about. That's the Terrafugia that Massachusetts cleared. The FAA cleared it. So
Yes. And they're not concepts anymore either.
nope. So they're
Yeah,
still
but-
out of my price range.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
but-
not seeing. I'm only seeing. I'm not seeing any links from you.
No links, just the names of them, so you can look them up.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean, the first one's aliens come from hell, and in that one, I was unable to even absorb or appreciate 3/4 of it. But there's a quarter of that movie that is very, very eye-opening, and it's towards the end.
Okay.
And
We're trying to read the back of your phone.
we were. And the other one is just an audio interview. And I forgot if it was interview with an alien or interview with a reptilian. It's one of those. And it was a guy that actually had a secret interview with a reptilian species that's been on the planet before us and offered the information of our real world history, where we came from, why the missing link is there between us and apes, etc., etc., etc. Very entertaining reading if you're into this stuff. And you know, you have to figure out what's true and what's not when you start researching this crap. But those are the two most interesting ones I found that were just blatantly out there and fairly easy to absorb and find.
Okay, here's one.
They'll make you want to dig.
This is in the 1970s. This is U.S. technology.
Since we're wearing our funky hats.
Yeah.
You rock that, Dana.
We
I
like.
made this.
Hey, is it warm?
Yeah. My dog stole it from me though.
Oh,
She sleeps with it.
You see that picture I got there?
hang on. Sorry.
That's in the mid 1970s.
Okay.
It does not have. There are no jet propulsion inlets in this aircraft, and it's like a hovercraft essentially. But they had to get going
one in the
speed.
background, not the foreground.
Yeah, the one in the background. The one in the foreground is a 1970s jet, but the one in the background was going the same speed as the jet.
Wow.
But it's not lifting. It's almost hovering. But we've had that technology. There's so many of those types of things. There's one. It's like the size of a city block that they have that they showed, and that's got the little little holes all the way around the sides, like a drone.
Gotcha.
I found old video on where Hitler had been given technology and was trying to replicate it, but was having issues. There was like an old chariot, like a one-person chariot without the wheels and a joystick in it. And the guy's literally got an anti-gravity chariot, and he's trying to control it and hover, and he's got his joystick, and it just ain't working out for him, obviously. But that was some of their first technology with anti-gravity working on it, clear back when Hitler was trying to take over the world.
Again, back in the 80s, this guy from Vancouver went down to Bremerton, where they're decommissioning ships down there, and he was buying parts off the ship, and he took them up to Vancouver, and he almost bought a whole ship. Took all the scientific data gear and everything off there, and he went up there, and he put it together in such a fashion, and he's got videos of this, where he'd take an empty milk jug, and then he put the empty milk jug over his little plates that he made. The milk jug was floating. Then he'd take a glass of milk and set the glass of milk on there, and the glass would stay there, but the milk started floating.
Mm-hmm.
And what really got interesting is he would take some baser metal, lead, and then he'd take a piece of gold, and it fused together, no heat. Mm-hmm. And so the stuff that he was coming up with, and then he disappeared. Nobody's ever heard from him after he started posting videos. I know. So the technology, it's there. Is it aliens? I don't believe so. I don't believe that there ever has been an alien. There's no proof, but there is proof that it could have been us. Hitler in 1945 with the Hitler Bell. You know what that is?
Yeah. Yeah, and that lies right in with the heavy water that he had stored in barrels from what the experiments he was doing and all the stuff before we even had the fusion technology to.
You got to have heavy water to make a nuclear bomb.
Yep. It wasn't pure enough to do what it was. It was the first experiments with it, and it wasn't pure enough to actually to do what he needed to do with it. They found it underground, years and years later.
We were that close of losing World War II.
Mm-hmm. I'd never heard the term heavy water until shortly before that.
The thing that got me was Germany got an ally of Japan, and Germany was giving them their ramjet engine technology, and Japan was developing it. And the only reason we dropped those bombs, and we dropped the bombs where they were developing those planes, we would have lost to Japan had Japan had those planes. Because what do we have? We had prop planes. So you got this jet. You can't hit that with a bullet. We would have lost it. And so war has its little secret hidden secrets, where
beyond that,
at all costs, we had to get to Berlin, and Russia agreed. And so the push cost countless lives, went really fast into Berlin to stop the continued rise of Nazis. And then the only thing that was left was Japan, and Japan had those planes, and those planes would have devastated us. Would have devastated anybody. So there's this movie about an aircraft carrier that goes through a time vortex back in time. And it was like a modern day aircraft with F-14s and stuff. They go back in time, and
I forget the name of it. I saw it.
And they were saying one F-14 could wipe out the entire Japanese fleet. Mm-hmm. And again, that was true. So that was the concept that there was spread. That was the truth in the concept that they were spreading about Japan making those jet aircrafts.
Just go back to the hieroglyphs. They have helicopters. They have all kinds of stuff back in the hieroglyphs. They haven't figured that one.
Yeah. Okay. That's so. How long have these gray aliens been around? We don't know. Maybe they were here for 2.5 million years ago, developed that technology. I mean, there's the concept of Atlantis, who was said to had technology beyond your wildest dreams.
There's rumor there's about 18 species that are here right now.
So that's why I say
we have personal pleasure of witnessing 2 of them.
That's why I say I don't believe in aliens. And that's why I make my joke. Yeah, I'm from the planet Salvador.
Oh, you were joking? Oh, damn.
Oh, no. Well,
I'd been there too. So,
Really?
Stuff to talk
they left
about.
Me here. I wish they got to come back and pick me up. I don't know why they left me here. I was on vacation. So the only other thing that has me going that I cannot explain is that book. And the United States government at all costs wanted that book. The book was being written. Well, the book was written, and it was being sent from one person to another person to another person, and everybody was writing little comments in the thing. Boy, if they only knew! But it was like a botanical book, page after page of the plants that were never seen on this planet. Mm-hmm. And they were saying, "Oh yeah, I remember that one." They'd write a comment, and then they'd mail it back to somebody, and they'd comment on another section, mail it back. They couldn't find who was doing all the comments, but they intercepted the book. And that book was called, I'm going to find it for you. That one's got me. And nobody can decipher the language in
it. There's when you get to the part about the alien craft and aliens come from hell, and the couple of people that they showed from it, they actually show an alien species in this that was found on there, and some of the pre-autopsy stuff that they were doing, and removing some of the stuff that was on her face that they thought was literally the way she controlled the ship. You know, she had her own GPS to the ship, her own Bluetooth to control it, and but they, you know, they show the ship, they show the deck of it was made of gold. A lot of strange stuff in that movie towards the end.
Oh wow!
If you can tolerate and get through that movie, it's really
The name of that book. The name of that book has been taken off the internet.
Dana, remember the picture I was telling you about? I think last night with the killer whale.
Hmm.
That's it.
Oh, here it is. I found it. It's the Vonich manuscript.
good job.
Right
But-
on.
I was just thinking about that, going through my stuff here. I saw that. I'm like, oh, I can share it.
Solix, I've heard of the Vonich manuscript. In fact, I think I might actually have a copy of that already. I'll have to go
That-
through
I know that is creepy right there,
I've never heard of
I'll
it.
have to go through my documents.
and it's not easy to creep me out.
There's a lot of interesting stuff out there.
Here, I'll give you the name of the book, or what they're calling it, because they have never deciphered it in the private chat. So you can Google that.
We put cameras up at my house, and earlier that day, and it got dark out, and I saw a blur on the TV screen as I'm sitting there watching it with a friend. And the person was outside tinkering with their car that had broke down in my driveway, and I sent him out there to look at the blur. It was on top of his car, and I go check that out. And he swipes for it, and the blur disappears, and it reappears in another spot of the car. But when it reappears, it's not a blur anymore. And I sent him, like an idiot, with what I saw, should have made my skin crawl. I sent him after this thing 2 more times on top of his car. He left the car, came inside, white as a ghost, and told me, I'm messing with the spirits. I need to knock it off. And I'm all, why? He goes, well, I thought I was just entertaining you out there, chasing after something I couldn't see. But he goes, it touched me when it got off the fucking car on my shoulder. He goes, it touched me.
I watch those ghost things. All people who go out ghost hunting. People who go out ghost hunting, I watch those all the time. The one that got me is they're walking through, and they got guys with cameras. There's like 3 of them there, and the guy in the middle, he had a hoodie on, and the hoodie was down there. And as he was walking, it was like somebody put their finger on the hoodie and moved the hoodie back down there and like pulled him backwards.
I've seen that one, yeah.
That one got me. I can't explain that.
Anyway, if I actually told him what he was trying to touch on top of the car, he'd probably attack me. So I just kept my mouth shut, and the person and I in the house know what we saw. The person outside never saw it. He was just trying to touch it, entertaining me, thinking, you know, I'll go along with this. And then when it touched him getting off the car, he about crapped himself because something touched him. You know, put pressure on him getting off the car.
Now the fun thing for YouTubers to
What
do is
was
they
it?
go.
What was it?
What was it?
An alien. It was like a gray, but it was in like a skin tight outfit that made it look black. Huge eyes, you know, small mouth.
So this
and it was big. It wasn't some little gray. It was big. It was like a military hybrid version of those.
this lady went on the Art Bell show, Coast to Coast AM, and she was telling her story about her child. And her child was taken by the aliens, she says, and they said that it's not your child, it's our
Yes.
creation.
Yeah.
And so she's doing a video in her backyard, you know, years later. She's doing a video of her backyard and everything. And if you look at her potted plants on her back porch, which overhangs, like 8 feet overhangs the yard in the back and everything, or like 4 feet. So there's this little head that pops out from behind the plant. She never caught the video. There was other people who caught it. And it was this girl with these great big black eyes with girl hair. Yeah, that one got me too, and I can't explain that one either because she didn't even know about the video until like a decade later when somebody explained, "What is that by the bottom of that potted plant?" It was the little girl.
That and have it explained a little better. Watch the Stan Romanek story.
So
There's another one that's creepy.
Yeah,
and
that
they-
was
good
that's
footage of Braves kicking his windows.
I wanted to creep out. Lance is into this stuff, and I wanted to creep out Lance. And I told him, well, there is a movie out there by some well-known actors, and it's a true story because overlaid in the film that they are creating, they put actual video footage of these things happening.
Yeah,
and it was about Nome, Alaska, and the hundreds of, and Nome's not that big, and there were hundreds of people in Nome committing suicide all of a sudden.
The
And
movie
the film is called
of the fourth kind,
of the fourth kind. It was the
based
name
on
of the film.
events, and it's terrifying.
It's terrifying because it's based on fact.
It's based on factual events from that city in Alaska, and it's terrifying.
Actual video of a police car seeing a flying saucer go over a house, the very house where her daughter disappeared out of,
Never got her kidnapped.
was teleported somehow.
Right through
And
the
so-
roof. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Lance said that he'll watch that later. He never got back to me. I told him that thing will scare the shit out of you. Amelia Vanovich was
they
the
put people
actress.
through sessions of hypnotherapy, and after the people realized what they had gone through, that what had been wiping their memory, they went and killed themselves and their entire family. They're like, no. What
And
they
there's a
witnessed-
video of the guy. They got a
would not-
video. Right. They got an actual video of the guy shooting his family.
and then shooting himself because of what they'd been through while they were abducted. And
Mike.
Real quick, what is the actual thing about showing videos on other YouTube channels?
I believe without permission, it's risking copyright stuff.
Right?
You want to, even if it was my video, it's best to ask first. I wouldn't care, but
Oh,
you always,
right.
it's best to ask. Right.
Because I know
You can
it's,
still copyright strike. You have to fight.
That's why I've only been giving you pictures instead of the video of flying saucers,
Yep.
because I don't own that. That's not my proprietary.
I had another experience in the woods on the way back to my destination open road event on my third week out camping up at a horse camp in Madras, Oregon, where I saw one running a different type running through the forest back and forth. It was just like a glowing image and almost what's it, opaque. What's it called when you can see through them? It's sort of like an X-ray is what I could see of it.
Opaque.
Translucent.
Yeah, and it's out there running on all fours to the forest in front of me, in the bushes, and it runs up in front of me, stands about 20 foot in front of me, about 7 foot tall. I'm sitting here looking at it. Christian doesn't see it, and then it disappears again and reappears at the front corner of my truck by my passenger headlight. I turn to Christian and go, "We're not alone out here." He goes, "Let's go inside." And I go, "Yeah." We go in, and I go, "These camper walls wouldn't save us from anything. It's just a fake security blanket, but I do feel more comfortable being in the camper than outside."
I went into so many full-time RVers and asked the same question so that I can get my own information. Have you ever seen a UFO? And they always say no, not one. There was only one RVer who said they saw a UFO, but it wasn't a UFO. It was actually a satellite. She thought it was a UFO. It was outside the Earth's atmosphere, and she was videotaping an or bright light, and it was traveling at the same speed that our satellites travel. So I think that's what you're videotaping.
What happens when they make an abrupt 90-degree turn? What if they're headed south and they abruptly go 90 degrees west?
That's not natural. That's
I've witnessed
man-made.
that multiple times up camping in the forest too. Something headed south like a satellite, faster than the rest of the stars,
Oh,
and all of a sudden it goes boom 90 and heads towards the coast. And I'm like, what the fuck was that?
they got a new word for that. The new word is that's not natural. That's not man. But the new word that they're using, that is of intelligent design. That's the word they're using now.
Well, it turned so fast that it would have left the blood. It would have removed the blood from a body. It turned so quick if it was manned, unless it had an inertial bubble on it.
The one guy that had me going on this,
So 2 nights in a row camping. I'm like,
he,
what the hell is that?
he's German. He moved to Sweden to get away from whatever political or whatever persecution, and he was on a farm there, and he was having these conversations with these beings from the planet, from the Palladian star system. The Palladian star system is the seventh sister star constellation. I've always loved that. Even when I was a kid, I didn't know why. You can't see it with the naked eye. You have to look your head off to the side, and with your peripheral vision, see the star system. So it's that dim. So he's having this conversation, and he was writing down verbatim, word for word, of the whole conversation that was being taken care of about the Earth and the future and the past. And he showed pictures of dinosaurs because he went on their ship and went into the past, and he took pictures of the dinosaurs. And then he said, well, they're going to be paying a visit at such and such time. He always wrote down the exact time that they were going to show up. They busted him, right? Okay, in his, he's got a picture, all kinds of pictures. And you can see a picture of his garage of a garbage can lid was the exact same UFO that was seen, that he filmed flying across just in front of them. So here's the thing where the busting him got unbusted. Germany, West Germany had developed magnetic resonant detection abilities, where if there's a magnetic anomaly on the Earth, they're going to know about it. You know, like ley lines kind of thing going on.
That's what popped into my head.
But and I went into that site and I looked, and every single time he said that there was going to be a visit from them, that's exactly when a magnetic vibration had occurred. Every single time, without fail. That got me to thinking. Yes, he was telling a fib, but was he?
He was set up.
Yeah, possibly. At any rate,
you got to discredit those things. There's no way around it.
If I can find a paper trail of plausible, undeniable information, like that place from Germany, which was recording these magnetic anomalies, and they were recording those anomalies in their position of where Edard, his name is Edard, I can't remember the rest of his name, where he was reporting that the aliens were landing. So that was some credibility there.
What about in the 50s? You had the or 70s or whatever it was. You had the there's an alien supposed to look like us, but they're all blonde, etc., etc. And
that's the Palladians,
the twin brothers, and they would literally go and pick up random people and take them for rides in the UFO for fun in California.
That's the Palladians, the blonde, very tall.
Yeah.
So
there's a lady here on YouTube that claims to channel the Pleiadians, and she does.
Oh, really? Well, here's what the Palladians said. Edard is pronounced Edward, but it's spelled Edard. You know me; I just speak phonetically. He wanted to go see their planet, and they said, "Well, you can't. There's nothing there." They came in the past 1 million years because they live on this planet now 1 million years from now. So that's where he fouled up with his math, and I said, "Well, that can't possibly be." And they said it won't be for 1 million years before the Palladian system is habitable, where we will move. 1 million years from now. So she's channeling the Palladians, according to Edard. No, she's not. She can't. And according to him, the Palladians has never spoken to anybody else on the planet. So if you ever find, I can't remember what his last name was. If you ever find, he's had over half a dozen assassination attempts on his life on his own ranch.
Wow.
I don't know why that is.
And it's small potatoes. It's out there. It exists. Don't care. They hide it. Whatever form, shape, way they do, it doesn't matter. It's
his final manuscript.
I think they're gearing us up to actually release this for the next generation.
I've heard that.
I think they really are. There's too much out there. They're not trying to hide as much anymore. I think.
Well, you can't
actually expose it.
The technology that belonged, specifically to the government, we all now have it. You know, the cell phones. Everybody's got a video camera now. You can't hide this now. So yeah, I don't know.
Stan Romanek is an incredible documentary of what happened to him. He even needed surgery from hurting himself, and the day before surgery, he called the doctor up, or a day or two before, and he said, "I don't need it anymore," because they'd actually abducted him, fixed him, and he goes, "I know you're scared, but you'll never walk again if correctly if you don't get this surgery. You have to have this. There's no way around it." And he goes, "No, you don't get it." And the
Well, I
doctor
just remembered
go in and see him, and they checked him out, and they could not believe he's healed.
another
You know.
movie that Stanley Kubrick also filmed was 2001: A Space Odyssey. That was pretty cool. Monkeys start coming up and touching the monolith and getting this boost of intelligence. I think that was his, and it was The Shining was his way of confessing that he filmed a fake moon landing. If you ever look at The Shining, the little boy, he's got Apollo 11 shirt on there, and everywhere you go, there's Apollo 11 icons, and even on the desk of that hotel, they got the same exact replica of the President of the United States eagle on a stand. And
Easter eggs all over that movie.
What's that?
There's Easter eggs all over that movie.
Exactly, and Jay Weidner did a film showing every single one of those Easter eggs.
Neat.
So I put a link in the private chat to that channel, Midnight Sun, that I was telling you about. That she's got some theories about some things that are going on here in Alaska that I wanted your thoughts on.
Okay, this is the flying car. I clicked on the flying car.
Yes, this is the one I was talking about. That goes from air to rough, on a beach or something,
I'm saving that because there's a video of it. And it's on YouTube. Oh, it's not in the private chat, so it's in. Oh, you got you're above where I was at. I didn't even see that.
I'm gonna share. I'm not gonna play the video, but I'll just share a screen clip of it. I can do that, right?
You should be, and then if you share the link in the private chat, then we can go check it out.
Yep. Well, this was just a clip that I took from it, but do you see the picture with the car?
Black screen.
Black screen.
Oh. All right, then never mind then.
Okay, there's an old book. It was written towards the end of the 1800s. And it was of a guy in the 1850s who told this story to the guy, and it's called A Dweller on Two Planets. That one will get you to think about everything that we talked about.
Let me write it down.
A Dweller on Two Planets.
What's this? Back in the 70s?
It's a free book.
Fairy Dust, I agree completely. If you're still here, my phone's dead, so I can't see chat.
Yep, he's still here.
You can go online and it's
here.
Read.
And even I haven't watched any movies in the last probably 4 or 5 years that have come out, so I don't know, because I haven't watched them. But I mean, the movies that I've watched.
Now, The Dweller on Two
Planets. All the movies that I've watched have little bitty bits of.
The Dweller on Two Planets has to do with Mount Shasta. All right, in 1850, this is way before anybody reported these strange things that was going on in Mount Shasta, and this guy said the exact same thing that everybody else would be saying. So I'm thinking, well, either everybody else read that book and then they're just copying it and saying that kind of a thing.
Yeah. Because
everything that all these people like Elizabeth Clare Prophet and that gal or I Am. There's a church called I Am.
Mm-hmm.
And he visited the people in Mount Shasta and the Lemurians and so on and so forth. And they have flying saucers and flying crafts of various natures. And but on the Dweller on Two Planets gets even more in depth in the spiritual aspect of.
That's what I was talking about, by the way.
Oh, that's if I ever get me that's that air car you're talking about.
Yeah, basically it uses like a parachute style thing with the propeller on the back.
Parasailing car.
Right.
But yep,
It seems like I've seen something like that.
That thing's heavy.
but yeah, they make them. The link I posted in private, I can link it in public as well. But is the company that designs this?
Right. Yeah, I got that. I'm going to save that one because it's got some videos in there like this. I like to hear the words in their own mouth.
Yep.
Here, I'm going to give one to Troy here. A language that nobody's been able to decipher. How do I do this again? I'll remember. This is the Vonich manuscript that nobody can decipher. Oh, he's in the air.
Yeah.
How cool is that? And he doesn't have a big sail. That's not a very big sail.
No.
There's a lot of weight on that car.
Yeah.
Yeah, but with the modern,
and then you get it on the road. So, but yeah,
it's coming. The flying
I haven't
cars.
seen anything like that. I thought I've seen what looked to me like a little dune buggy type thing with a propeller behind it, but I've not seen it flying.
Yep. So,
what it does.
Wow.
I got to pull that out.
And anybody else that wants to see it in public, I'll post it in public. It's not like it's, but yeah, I would love to be able to do something like that, but I would never be able to afford something like that.
There it goes. This is the only book that's ever creeped me out because I can't fathom or figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And if I wasn't working on so many other things, I'd be working on that, and I'd find the solution. So I posted the language that they used in that book, and nobody knows this language. They can't even decipher it. You see it?
No.
Oh, I gotta click on share. That's right.
Yeah. That's the language. And let me do something here to help you out a little bit more. Because I got my screens at 75%.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go.
What the heck kind of language is that?
Well, the United States government doesn't know.
Yeah, it's got an official stamp on it too. Nice. Ooh, that's that looks like an official document there.
It's in a book, and the book is full of plants. And you see the little red symbols and everything there?
Yep.
It's believed that they're describing these plants that are not on this planet.
Yeah.
And they got and you know how Audubon went out and did pictures of birds and plants and things? That's like what this book is. Somebody sketched in the plants that they were seeing.
Yeah.
And let's see. Let me go back to this.
Nice segue there.
See, this is the plants that they illustrated in that language. These plants are not on the planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing even close to them. More plants. I should blow that up some.
Oh, it just got really big. I just shrink up. There we go.
See, and no, who's seen plants like this? No, they're not. They're not of this planet.
Fascinating.
So, if you get a chance, it's worth it to find out something that's got me stumped, and that doesn't happen very often. The Vonich manuscript.
That's neat. No, there's all kinds of stuff like that out there everywhere.
Oh,
I don't make a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal. I just think they're working us up to something eventually that will when they're ready. I mean, there's conspiracy theories behind JFK being shot because he wanted to let us know that we have been in communication and working with foreign governments of alien governments and said, you know, the people are ready for
Exactly
it.
true, Ferry.
Versus like, no,
Fair
you
enough.
can't. He goes, I'm going to do it anyway, and they killed him. That's one of the big conspiracy theories.
Right.
On
Fairy Dust has got a good point there because it was in the early 1960s. A guy made a hydrogen separation chamber on his car.
Yep.
He backed his car up to his house, took the hose from his water hose and filled his gas tank with the water. And he was able, and he, it was like
They
150 miles per gallon.
They actually do now sell the kits to put on your cars to have them run partially on a hydrogen.
California has gas pumps, hydrogen gas pumps.
I've actually.
So here's what happened. I'll tell you the story about that. This is amazing. So the Ford dealership found out about this. They said, "Oh, you have that car?" They said, "We'll buy if we can buy the rights and the patent to this, then we'll give you $2 million." 20 years later, Ford was still sitting on the patent. They weren't going to let it out because the world was on fossil fuel, not water, and they didn't want all of those cars out there to go like evaporate because now everybody wants these other cars that run on a fuel. It runs on a fuel that you cannot charge people for.
Right. So yeah, very it's exactly right. You know.
Now there's another guy in around Germany area who came up with another thing like that, and he made a promise. He can still keep his car and drive it around as long as he never talks about it. He was given a gag order.
1900 or so.
Right. Oh,
he just had a big hydrogen generator on it. It's simply stainless steel plates spaced out so far, interlapping with positive and negative cells in them, running on low voltage on a pulse width modulator, and it creates enough hydrogen to actually run a vehicle and pull a flatbed full of hay.
So Ford's explanation of why they didn't release this is they said we cannot get a hydrogen separation chamber large enough on a vehicle or small enough on a vehicle to make it a viable thing. That was their excuse for not releasing the technology.
I've seen people make them and run a Ford gas motor on a hydrogen generator, half the size of the V8 motor in it, off distilled water.
So if you go on YouTube, you can type in YouTube hydrogen motor. People are making these things for themselves now.
A friend of mine that lives down here, that moved from Vermont down to here from Florida like 5 years ago, did that on her Dodge Durango. And she had a hydrogen separator in line in the car and got better mileage, you know.
Hybrids.
Yep.
So, you know, it's a greed and power and money thing that the technology that we want, we should have, is being kept from us.
Yeah, but we're slowly figuring it out on our own with the technology out there and building it ourselves.
Yeah, can't hide it forever. We'll figure it out ourselves. It's like that guy who built that flying saucer in 1962, and it flew. He didn't have any directional control. It flew over the town, which like 15 kilometers away, and then it crashed into a hill. And and here's the paper trail. So you go to that town, and they have their council meetings. Everything's written down, and they have that written down. So he was at a city hall meeting where everybody in the city was freaked out about alien spacecraft going over the set, and he went over there to explain. No, I built it. It was me. It wasn't aliens. Because the entire community was freaking out. There's a whole Orson Welles invasion of the alien thing.
I see sunlight peeking out. Just a glimpse.
Yeah.
Not getting me yet.
I see the horizon just barely, with oranges and pinks and yep.
So yeah, I mean,
there's a guy who came out and he said he was going to build these and start selling those types of motors. He disappeared. Nobody knows what happened to him. He was out in front of his house. Nobody saw him, where he went, what happened to him. There's another guy that was having, and I've been looking into what
Night,
happened to
night,
these.
Dana.
I'm not sleeping yet.
I know, but I know you're getting ready to. So
So there's a lot of people that have come up with these things, and come hell or high water, they're going to develop this technology for the people on the planet. This is a thing. And so this one guy, there are no train tracks around him. But all of a sudden, he decided to get on a train to go visit his relatives 500 miles away, and they found his body was thrown off the train. He's never ridden a train in his life. He has a car. Things like that. Or one guy they found in his home, and he was burnt to nothing in the home was disturbed, but all the organics in the house was burnt to a crisp.
Yeah.
The white van with the
Dingle, dingle, dingle.
microwave dish on their van. You know about that.
Dingle, dingle. Sorry.
So Fairy Dust is right about that. We keep inventing stuff, and they keep knocking it down.
Yep.
People are disappearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My son,
you-
my youngest, was telling me about these missing 411 stories.
Oh, that's amazing.
People that go missing
Those are
in the
interesting.
forest.
And it happens in cluster areas, right?
And their
Yeah,
shoes are always
yeah.
missing.
Yep.
And the guy who
Yeah.
started doing that, and he was on Art Bell show at one time, the Missing 411, and he started doing books. He was doing videos, and they were taking his videos down, and then he started doing books. And he went to some of these national parks where these massive amounts of people have been turning up missing in these parks. Some of the really strange, I'm really glad you mentioned that, Dana, because some of the strange things is the guy was standing right next to me. We were walking on the path. He was just behind me, not more than 5 feet. I turn around and he's gone. And that was what was reported to the park rangers. So they sent out these massive manhunts. Every single blade of grass was turned over. Nothing was touched. Nothing was missing. They seen everything. He wasn't there. And then a month later, another hiker's in there in the same place that they were looking, and they find this guy. His clothes are all folded up, and he wasn't wearing his clothes, or the clothes were on backwards when they found these kids.
Inside out, yeah.
Inside out.
Mhm.
So some people were saying, no, it's the wildlife, the lions and the bears. And no, I don't think it was. And so he started putting out this missing 411 because he had asked for a list of the missing people in the park from the park rangers. And they said, sure, we'll get back to you. A year later, nothing.
Right.
One of the park rangers got back to him, says, yes, that'll cost $2.5 million. We'll give you that list.
What?
The park rangers would not give. They said, we have no list of missing people. So that was in 411's one of 411's book. I forgot the guy's name who did that.
Wow.
So they're hiding the information.
They've done a movie on it too.
Oh, did they? I'm sure they
Missing-
could.
It's called Missing 411.
Oh yeah. I don't know if I watched that or not.
And
I
there's
watched
also,
it.
There's also little shows on YouTube.
I watched his little YouTube shows.
I'm listening. I'm just making coffee.
Well, don't run away too far, Mike. You'll be outside the trailer.
So I was disappointed when I asked Ray a question in his live tonight. Do you investigate mysteries or no myths or legends? And
I
he said,
saw that question.
yeah, he said he's not interested in that kind of thing. Why not?
Yeah, I was gonna say, why not?
Something's going on that we don't know about, and you don't want to know about it.
If I could get out and walk or hike around like other people could, I would be on top of that because I was all over that stuff growing up. I mean, going and looking at abandoned places and those kind of
I think
places,
it's just
going
how
all
some
through
people-
them.
I agree with the United States Air Force in their synopsis of Operation Blue Book that 90% of these sightings were explained. Somebody looked up and saw a satellite moving by, and a lot of times it's the International Space Station, which everybody can see with the naked eye, and or not that it's light being reflected from Venus off of some swamp gas. No, that's just stupid. But a lot of that can be explained, and then there's the 10% that's unexplained. They agreed we don't have any explanation. That was enough to get Operation MUFON going. You know what that is?
Yeah.
It's the largest database of alien sightings ever created. And they don't just, MUFON, MUFON.
Yeah.
And they're in the United States. And they go around and they have hundreds of investigators that work for them. And they're like Operation Blue Book in overdrive.
Real
They're
What
quick,
is that same system?
real quick, this is the best thing I could ever invest in, which is the USB pump that hooks on top of a
Water bottle.
gallon.
Yep.
Yeah, that's nice.
You know what I invested in?
It also fits on a 5-gallon jug, just so you know.
I invested in this so I can have a shower tomorrow.
See, and this would fit on top of that.
Yep.
Yep.
Mike, where'd you get the pump?
Actually,
Walmart.
I know I can order one off Amazon cheaper, but
Yeah.
I picked that one up at Walmart. It's
Okay.
a Primo brand.
How much
Along
was
with-
We
it?
got it for $10.99.
Yep.
Okay.
I think I paid like 15 or 20 bucks for this one, and I know I could have gotten it on Amazon cheaper, but it was an impulse buy while I was buying the plastic jug.
It's still
Actually-
worth it.
So,
Farragus
I
says, which brings me to our current events, how they knocked down our former leader who was trying to build our country from other countries, and the rest of what is happening now. So I am agreeing with you because it is the deep state. The swamp is the deep state. This deep state has a plan for everybody, and it's not what was the original plan of our founding fathers. And the former president was trying to bring us back to where we were meant to be, but no, they had to go and cheat and put another person in office.
right?
Which brings us to that former, what we were just talking about. And part of the reason why people in that area aren't adventurous and want to go searching out mysterious things is they're not raised to do so.
I believe it was the
It's
party
just
that,
not-
the party that's in control now is who's been keeping all this technology down. They have a different plan, and nobody knows what it is. But it's the deep. It's
Which
the deep.
which leads to that midnight sun. Okay. She's got
Yeah,
some
I've got
theories on what's
I've got that
going
one
on
saved, and I'm going to
with
review it.
Alaska and a few things.
She's talking about the Purple Revolution.
It's kind of interesting, and she's got a military background herself. So, Fairy Dust.
I like-
If you get a chance and you're bored, go check out Midnight Sun.
Yeah, I got it.
They're on
I got it queued up. I'll watch that later. I'm just going to brush over
other
the Maverick
channels.
flying car. And I'll watch that one. But I'll turn that on and put it on play all
She's
of her
got an
videos
awesome
as I'm working around the house.
detail.
Oh, look at that! I got bees swarming around my hat now. I gotta fix that. Go away, bees. Oh, there we go. Bees are gone. Oh, they're okay. I got them.
You irritated them.
Swap of the hand, and they're done.
Well,
What What is this? I'm seeing two dark squares.
This is going to be a tough.
My daughter walked in this morning to check on me, and she saw that I was talking with you online, and she's like, "Mom, are you still on live from last night?"
Did you tell her? I get that a lot.
She's like, "Who are these crazy old men you're talking to?"
People have
She
been
had
around.
walked in and she had walked in at some point when there was like 3 or 4 of you guys up there talking about something, and she was like, "Who are these?" It was
Well,
fun.
besides us, you still have 4 other people in the room with the feed turned on.
Well,
That happens a lot on YouTube. There's always a few watchers.
yep.
So let's see.
Hanging out.
So
You've
let's
got-
brought it in.
So you've gotten 56 hours. Shoot, you've probably passed me in watch hours that I've been working on for the last 6 years.
Sorry.
They started taking
That's
my watch
awesome,
hours
Roman.
away. Why would they take
That's
watch
awesome.
hours away? That's not fair.
The mirror.
I don't understand that. I really don't.
Okay, here's how it works. You got to get 4,000 hours in a rolling fiscal year. White had it, or Solus had a better term for that. But when at 365 days, when it hits 366, they take away that day. At 367, they take away that day. So in a rolling 365 days, you have to maintain your 4,000 watch hours, because what you do today, they're taking away what you did a year earlier on that day.
So for the past
that
6 years,
sucks.
I've been maintaining a constant 200 watch hours for 6 years.
Yes.
No wonder
Because I've got-
Team Blue Lane is.
I've got more views than people who are monetized.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I see, and that's why I'm not ever gonna worry about getting monetized or how many watch hours I have. Or I'm happy now that I got my goal I set a week ago to hit at least 100 subscribers, so I can get the custom URL to make my channel name, and whatever happens after that happens, you know. But
And fairy dust, really, that is one of the elements of why people want to get out and go full-time RVing instead of being constrained down to the control. Freedom, real freedom.
Yep. Me
If you
being
wanna
on
live in a box, you
disability,
gotta pick a type.
this is the only kind of freedom that I can have. This is the first time, even being confined as I am and not being able to drive because of my recent seizure. This is the first time I have felt so free. I own this step van. It's mine. This is my home.
yeah,
It's a wonderful feeling.
It's
I mean-
such a wonderful feeling. I can take it wherever. And not only that, but it's old enough that with a few YouTube videos and a little bit of help, I might be able to actually fix it if there's a problem.
And
You
I
know?
don't feel bad about people who say things about me that I'm throwing my things away. I've been working on this for 5 years. 5 years ago, I wanted to go full time. I'm not going to wait any longer. I'm going to just get rid of it. Just
Don't
throw
wait
it away.
any longer.
I'm not going to spend a month trying to sell something anymore.
I donated so much to the Salvation Army and to the Value Village. And at first, when I was taking it and donating it, and it's stuff that I've been working on and saving since I got here in 2005, you know, which was a lot.
I'll buy
And
things.
at first I was, and a lot of projects, things that I wanted to repurpose and sell.
I'll buy things from the Goodwill store. You've heard of those.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's where I went and donated all my stuff to.
That's one place. That's
Well,
one place I would never donate to. Maybe you don't know why.
Well,
I do.
here's
Yeah,
what I
of course.
here's why I did it. I did it because it was cheaper than taking it to the dump,
Right. And
and I wasn't gonna.
and it may have been the only
anymore.
place that you could deliver to. Now, the reason why I don't like them, will never like them. So they hiring the disabled, and they're paying them right now to this day $1 an hour. Did you know that?
Well, not the Value Village. The Value Village pays the minimum wage, and it's not just disabled.
Well, that's good.
We've
But
actually got homeless and people coming
It's
out of prison.
what is that company called again? The Goodwill Store is a for-profit company. It's not. It's not. It's. Thank you for giving this. I'll sell it. So
We've had this discussion, but yeah, they're supposed to be a nonprofit, but they allocate their money in places that we wouldn't agree with, like $1
Right,
million.
and Salvation
Right.
Army is the same way.
I forgot
And
to look.
I'm sure Value Village is the same way. But I know in Alaska they have to pay them at least minimum wage.
Yeah, but at Value Village, they're not going to charge you $22 for a thing that you could have bought for $18 back when it was new, because you want to have it. And they're going to charge you that $6 that it's worth. They're not like Goodwill. Goodwill is bad about their pricing.
Right.
I rarely find something in there I can go and buy and get a good deal on.
Yep, I didn't win again.
Now, I've got a favorite thrift store that I shop at here. It's called Thrifters Rock, and it's owned by one of the churches, and it supposedly goes to help all sorts of different things in the community.
There's this one that I do.
Huh?
There's one that I do with it. This very just like that, and it's called Family Services.
Right.
Everybody donates all their clothing and all their artifacts to them. And until recently, they were you go in there and you're allowed to take up to 10 items, and it's all free.
Yeah, we have one like that at our Veterans Forum Ward.
But then they got another section. You can get free shoes, free belts, any kind of clothing that you can think of, and it was for free. They have another section where they have somebody donated an entire 12 place setting of plates and dishes, and they're selling that for $5. So it's a really nice place to go and shop for stuff, and that's the place that I would donate to. They also have you go in and they do a little, you put your name down because you want to get a Christmas package, or you want to get a Thanksgiving package where you get the whole turkey and all the trimmings that go with it, and bags of stuff. And or any day of the week, you can go down there and stand in line, and you can go into the free food store where they have perishables that can't wait very long, like fruits and vegetables and stuff like that. And you go in there and you bring in your shopping bag, and however many shopping bags, and you fill them up to the top, and so that is worthwhile. That's not a Goodwill store.
Yeah,
no, I agree. That's worthwhile.
Charity.
We just took back my crutches and my knee stroller that I had borrowed from Turnley thrift store, and they use their proceeds for food and for medical supplies, for the crutches, the scooters, the wheelchairs, the foot boots, the splints, the different things that people might need, yeah. But they couldn't find my paperwork on the crutches. They found my paperwork on the knee stroller, and it said that if I had failed to return that, it would have cost me $300.
Now there's
if I failed to return the crutches, it would have cost me $96.
Wow. There's another secondhand store, kind of what you're talking about. Well, I'm going with, unless you're not finished.
Oh, I made sure to ask him, we can't find the paperwork on that. So I want you to write on here that I returned crutches as well, and I don't want to be charged for these, and he's like, oh no, ma'am, we just put that down there. We don't charge nobody for nothing. But as I was walking out the door, I noticed there was bags of food for people to take if they need it as well.
Bread line for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a place we have in town called St. Vincent's de Paul.
Yeah,
And
they have one in Anchorage.
they're all over the place.
You got a bunch of Oregon.
You go in and you tell them your economic or your fiduciary circumstances, that I just don't have the money, but I'd really like to have a bed. And you go in and you talk to the gal for like 60 seconds, and she'll write out a chit, and you can go and pick any bed that you want. And they won't charge you money for it. And when it comes to prosthetic equipment, wheelchairs or crutches and like that, they'll sell them. But if you go in and say, I don't have the coins for that, they'll just take you out there and say, pick everything that you want. They don't say just pick one thing, everything that you want.
You have a better St. Vinny's than the ones I've dealt with, because what they do is they make you fill out paperwork and get it processed through a local church, and the church pays for the items. They pay like 50 cents on the dollar for what St. Vinny's wants for it, and the church buys you your things that you need, and St. Vinny's profits on it anyway.
Well, here's the difference. I think it's not just the parishioners of the church who are donating to St. Vincent de Paul. It's everybody in the community, and it's like family services. They're donating to that, and they're donating to St. Vincent de Paul, because these are two major outlets that people have for a lifeline. And I think it all depends on the person who's running the thing. And I'll give you an example.
Yeah, it's true.
One of the reasons that I left Alaska, and I wasn't going to be a lifelong career up there in the fisheries, and I could have been fabulously wealthy by this time just working for them. And we had what was called a tent city. There was 300 tents, and there's 2 people per tent. This is a big work crew. We determined that the average intelligence in the work crew was 2.5 years of college on average. Highest transient workers on the planet. And every night we get out by the fire after work, and we sit around the fire after dinner and discuss things. And it always got down to homeless people, because they all thought, we're all homeless. No, we're not. I don't consider that. And they had these horrible, awful things that they said about homeless people. They're homeless because they're drug addicts, or that they're fleeing from criminal prosecutions. Not one good word was ever said about them. I couldn't add 2 cents in. I didn't know anything about this type of people. I grew up on Snob Hill, and so instead of going back to college that winter, I put my money into a CD. Can't touch it for 6 months. And I put $150 in my pocket, hopped in my car with some blankets, headed down to Phoenix. And I spent some time in the Phoenix shelter where I was interviewing people. It was a chit-chat interview kind of a thing. And I met a former congressman. I met a former mayor. These are people living in the shelter. I met people there with their construction tool belts. And what it amounted to is no one is immune to homelessness.
No.
Certain circumstances, everybody's got a different story. Certain circumstances puts them in that position. And it was this place, Salvation Army. Now, during that Christmas winter, this gal pulls up in a limousine with this $10,000 fur coat and real diamond jewelry all over the place, like she just came from the Queen of Elizabeth's party or something. And she's got this big roll like this big of $20 bills. And she just started passing out to people living on the street there in front of the shelter. So Jim Wheeler is the name who was running that shelter. I'll get to a second to explain that why I'm telling you this, Troy. So Jim Wheeler, and he had henchmen. I call them henchmen. These guys were bigger than I was, armed like this. I mean, these were like Greek Adonises. And they parted the crowd out, and said, it's too dangerous. You must come inside and make the donation here. Okay, here's the paperwork trail. This was my expertise. So she had $10,000 in $20 bills, right? That's a lot. And so she said, we can put that money to greater use. And so they made the deals. They keep 2 books. Did you know that? So I'm watching them do this deal, and they pull out one book. She makes the donation, and they give her a receipt, and they close the book, put it down on the table, and bring out the other book. I'm going, wait a minute. All right, now I'm going to watch this closely. I'm not going to be interviewing. I've interviewed hundreds already. Now I want to interview the people who are allegedly helping them. So another guy pulls up on New Year's, and he's got this 16-foot enclosed cargo trailer, jam-packed from the front to the back, a brand new quilted, those big quilted blankets, and he was passing those out. We essentially came out. He says, no, we need those blankets inside. We can put them to better use. So I wasn't in the shelter at the time. I was across the street in my car watching. 2:00 in the morning, the Salvation Army truck pulls up. And his henchmen loaded all those blankets into the Salvation Army's truck. And the next day, you can buy those blankets for $7 a piece at the Salvation Army. So my concept of this, Troy, is we have a St. Vincent de Paul here in Billings under one person's rule, where you may have somebody down in your area under another person's rule, and they work under different standards.
Yeah, that's obvious.
That was a pretty long story just to get that point out.
Yeah, but you're so good at it.
It's a good story.
You captivate our interest.
And it was the truth. I don't do nothing but truth. Except I don't know why you guys don't believe I don't come from Tralfamadore.
Real quick, I want to touch base on this thing here with fairy dust. The real ID for your driver's license, depending on what state you're in, you may want to check out getting the passport card, because when you renew your driver's license, depending on what state you are in, depends on how often you have to renew it and how much it costs to renew. Now, the passport card, I believe, I'll have to double check with mine, but I believe is good for 10 years.
Yeah, it's
8 years in my
license. It allows you to get on a plane or do other things.
Yeah, now it doesn't allow you to get on a plane. It allows you. Well,
some states do and some states don't.
Hold on, please.
Got it.
The passport card allows you ground transport into Canada, into Mexico, opposed to the passport book. The passport card will also allow you into places like boarding on planes instead of a driver's license, or going into government facilities, or you can use that, and you only have to renew it every 10 years. And when I was talking to a border customs agent who was explaining this to me, he said, weigh the options between having to renew your license every so many years and how much that would be, as opposed to getting the passport card, which you have to renew only every 10 years, and it's a lot cheaper than doing it like a regular passport.
I'm still going to do the passport. I'm not going to go the passport card, because the passport, the information is I know where the information is. I don't know much about the passport card. I've heard about it. I haven't researched it, but I am going before I leave my town, I'm going to stop off at the post office and get my passport from what's the Department of Homeland Security or whoever they are. They're always in the post office.
Yeah,
but you got to go through the electronic screening. You can't go in there if you got a metal tooth on or something.
Yeah, but what I was trying to get at, and I didn't mean to cut you off, Troy. The thing is my mind works where I have to get everything out at once. If I get bumped out of the process, I lose everything.
Part of it. I completely understand, and I was interrupting you. I'm sorry, Mike.
But reason I was mentioning this is because Fairy Dust said she has to get hers done. So I would look into doing that because of the fact that if you're paying like $60 every like 5 years,
I think isn't it a once a year fee?
well, renewing your license is anywhere from
Oh.
$50, $60, whatever. So as opposed to having,
Yearly passport renewal.
well, as opposed to every 10 years renewing the passport card is what I'm saying. But
I would give 2 years.
But anyways, weigh it out, look at that, and if
Well,
there's any
What was
extra
this about the
fees.
deadline, though? I think the deadline is October. What's the
October.
deadline?
That's what she
What's the-
said. The deadline is coming up in October.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
What is
If-
the deadline
if-
for? You
if they
can't
got a
do it?
Getting
deadline,
real ID.
if they got a deadline and then you have to renew it, why is there a deadline at all?
I don't know.
See, they closed our DMVs down. We have to make appointments, and I hear they're 30 to 60 days out for a DMV appointment.
Yep.
I'm driving around with bad tags on my cars.
No, I don't think for us we need a passport to get into Canada or into Mexico.
Yes, you do.
We do.
Yep.
We do now, yeah.
I
Or-
we,
It's 911.
I've been to
Yes.
Mexico lots of times long ago in the 80s. We never used passports.
Oh yeah, no, that ever since 9/11.
Oh,
Since 911,
Ever since 9/11.
get out of our own country.
So, yeah, basically ever since 9/11, everything has gone to needing a passport to, get into Canada, get into Mexico, blah blah blah.
And I believe they call it Real ID also, and it's beneficial to you.
I'm going to go with the passport for a year
Issue it until
and then
you-
take the time to research it.
Yeah, I mean, I have the Real ID now because I had to renew my license, and that's what they gave me. But I also have the passport card because that lets me, like when I went to drove that boat out to Indiana, I went up through Michigan and up into Canada. I used the passport card to get through customs in Canada and come back into the U.S. on the New York side.
I'll find out about this eventually, but I don't know what. I'm pretty sure I need to bring a birth certificate with me, a driver's license, a statement that says that I'm living there,
Yeah, I think it's like 2 or 3 things that you have to bring.
to get the regular passport.
Yeah, either one, the card or the passport book. You have to do. I think it's the 3 things. I can't remember. But the reason I was saying that is because of when you have to renew the passport, opposed to the passport card. There was $70 to renew the card as opposed to $130 to renew the book. And if you're planning on flying anywhere out of the U.S., then that's fine. The book would definitely. If you never plan on flying anywhere,
I just thought of something. I need to give you some screenshots, don't I?
yeah, you can do that after. So, but I'm trying to see. Guess it's best to get a passport, then see which state I'll end up getting a driver's license. Yeah. I mean, that would be my thought. Or if you're looking at being out on the road or getting, state before October, you've got some time there. I know it flies by, but okay.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yep. And she's saying also about $150. That's about the average price for the passport.
And the renewal's like $25 for the passport
No. 110. 110, I think.
for a renewal.
Yes.
Boy, it's gone up.
Yes, that's why I was talking about the difference with the card and the passport book.
I mean, before it was like $80 and the renewals were $10. Something like that.
Can you see your hat sparkling? It's like an LED sparkly hat on my TV.
Oh, it's them bees swarming my head again, are they?
I think you're wearing the Magic Wizard's hat.
Okay, so the renewing passport 16 and older, passport book, the DS82. You need a form DS82. The fee is $110. To renew the passport card is $30.
Yeah, so yeah, they're appealing to our needs to not spend a lot of money.
So, but the card limits you to Canada, Mexico. That's it. And I think on some cruise ships, you can get off in certain points with the card. But I don't plan on leaving the country other than Canada or Mexico for at least 5 years. So
I'm working on my mustache there.
yeah, I see it sticking out.
It was getting discombobulated this time of day.
Yeah. Homeland Security has changed a lot of things.
Yep.
Some good, some bad.
Oh dear. What will the tomorrow bring in our world today?
You know, while I was trying to bring down by the Mexican border 2 years ago, I basically did the coast of Texas, and then anywhere I can get close to the Mexican border, from Texas into Arizona, you'd be going like 20 miles away from the border, and all of a sudden passing through a U.S. borders checkpoint, and I'm like, but the border back that way.
You know how those people, I'm going to go into the RV thing and what we're doing now. You know how those in power don't want to give away their control of the people. So it's been determined there's like over 1 million full-time RVers out there. That's not counting the people in their van builds or the people living in their cars, which is twice as many. So 2 million people now living in their RVs, and that's not counting the millions of people who are thinking about doing it. So when you get to a certain number of people, I think they're going to come out with new rules and restrictions on full-time RVing that hampers us or controls us further. I think that's going to happen, and it's not going to be very long from now.
You got to think, not only on top of the people that are living in their cars, living in RVs, living in cargo trailers, whatnot. What about just the people that are out on the street without any of that?
I know. That was funny. When was that? That was in 2015 or 2016. They were trying to count the homeless. And I said, that's not happening. Oh, there's 40,000 in LA. No, there's not.
There is more than that.
There's 140,000. Add a zero to that, or 400,000.
Like back in where I'm, where I live part time. I was amazed because a friend of mine and I went and along with a few other people went out and did a clothing drive and went up to Burlington, Vermont to distribute blankets and coats and everything else to the homeless up there. But you only see a quarter of those, not even a quarter of people that are actually homeless.
There was this YouTuber, and boy, he had a lot of followers. I didn't say the S word. He had a lot of followers, and that's what he did. He went to places where nobody ever thought to look, like the spillway, the spillway in the LA spillway.
Yep.
Driven into the spillway, into the tunnels and everything, there were hundreds of people living there that nobody knew about. And that's just that place. There's lots of other places where homeless people will hide because of being prosecuted as a result of 2015, 2016, where the police went out and started rounding them up and putting them in jail for vagrancy. Remember when that happened? Man. And we're not, that's just LA. We're not talking about the bigger cities like New York or Chicago. GMC packed all their bags up and moved their plant down to Mexico. That was a lot of jobs lost.
Yep.
And so an entire section of Detroit was abandoned. Even the police don't go down there anymore because of the roving wild dog packs down there or other elements. And I don't think they have come even close to the tip of the arrow of how many people are actually homeless, as you were saying. So when we're getting to this thing, the RVers are saying, no, this is my home. I am not homeless.
Yep.
They always control it.
I actually have a picture of Jim Morrison's gravestone over in Paris. My brother was over there and went and got it for me. But real quick, and I can share this on here because it's my video.
Wee-hee.
Let me see if it comes up. Are you guys seeing this? Yep. Okay.
Burlington, Vermont. No, sir. Yep, got the sound.
This is a guy that we stopped at and was playing. But this guy had the most incredible story. But
And they do. Everybody's got their private story, and
yeah,
it amounts to the same thing. There's this one guy I was watching on YouTube. He did an amazing thing. It's a rich kid. Father has hundreds of millions of dollars, and his allowance was like $50,000 a week. That was his allowance. So he'd take $5,000 or sometimes $10,000, and he's doing these homeless challenges. He'd go out in his Lamborghini and his $10,000 street clothes, and he'd like throw a wallet on the ground. And any homeless person or any person who returned the wallet to the rightful owner was given a reward. Only the homeless were the ones who ever returned the wallet with all the money intact in there. And
yeah.
it was like $50, $100 that was in the wallet, a couple $100. And as soon as that happened, he would give them $5,000 or $10,000. Totally changed their life. He would stay in contact with these homeless people. It was always the homeless people who returned what didn't belong to them, and he would do follow-up stories on them. That $10,000 took them out of homeless condition, got them on their feet. Just and he always said it just takes a little helping hand. You don't even have to be there. That was a good YouTube channel that I was watching. He was pranking people, and he found out something about the homeless people, and so he started focusing on the homeless people, and he stopped pranking people, and he just started going to homeless people. He'd stop off at McDonald's and fill the back of his car up with the bags of McDonald's sandwiches, and he'd stop off at a park, and he'd have his video cameras all hidden all over the place, and he'd give this one homeless guy like 10 bags full of hamburgers, and he'd videotape and follow the homeless guy, and the homeless guy was going to other homeless people that he knew of, passing all these groceries out to everybody else, and the homeless guy would only keep one sandwich for himself, and that floored him. That was a good channel to watch.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me though. It's that's what you want to see in human nature.
That's similar with RVers, because if somebody's in trouble, they'll step up and help out.
I wasn't going to say it, but I was thinking it.
I know. I'm reading your mind. Sorry about that. I've been told not to do that.
I wasn't going to say it.
So there's a separation from the control. And when somebody is separated from that control, like the homeless or the full-time RVers, that is what comes out of our human nature. And that's a beautiful thing. It's like up in Alaska. Now, I've only known the Kenaitze Indians up there, and they're the same way. They don't know who you are. You're walking down the road. They'll stop, pick you up. They won't even ask you where you're going. They'll take you there. If you're too cold, they'll take the coat right off their back and put it on you. Won't even ask. They just do it. So that part of humanity, I hope, never goes away.
I want to share something else real quick, if you guys don't mind. Some of my other work that I've done, so, yep.
That's nice. Oh, is that cloud layers or contrast?
The couple of the planes that went by. Yep. But so, but yep. Sun
Oh,
peak.
there it is.
Yep. So
Excellent.
but yep. Anyways,
Nice photos.
Beautiful.
uh,
Nice to share those, isn't it?
yeah, it is, and that's why I'm like, I understand, the whole Facebook public thing, but like I said earlier, I'm as a business and me having my information out there already, it doesn't affect me so much because of the fact that anybody can get that information anyways. Most of my pictures, I have a little watermark on them. Plus the fact that if you try to copy anything off of Facebook and then you go print it out, it comes out like garbage because Facebook has a thing where anything you upload for pictures compresses the file.
Oh, right. I learned about that. You can uncompress. You can take the picture into your photo editing thing.
Yeah.
And if you expand the picture, then they only compress it down so far, so you get the regular size picture on Facebook instead of them compressing it down.
But
I played with that.
But for other people, I understand. Not wanting their information out there, and it's their right. It's such as you.
But
and
I agree with you.
That.
With your watermarks and everything, because that is intellectual property.
Yep. So, and it was like George mentioning, when I do my videos, maybe removing the watermark, and yeah, I can see his point as far as the date, but I will leave my name at least on every photo that I do, because of the fact that it's mine, my work, and you know even if he like this picture on my background here, my background there,
Right.
yeah, you can take part of it. I have lettering on it right now, but um, if you were to expand that picture out, you'd see my name, copyright date, blah 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 blah. And I sometimes do it very faint, so it's hard to find, but it's in the picture.
And it's hard to brush out, right?
Yep. So
Why do people do that? I've always said this is another element of mankind's inhumanity to man. Take what somebody else has.
8 hours and 5 minutes.
Times 8.
64 plus the few others that were hidden and out. Yeah.
That's good hours.
Nice.
64 at least. And I don't think you'll find out about your watch hours for a while on this on your live. I don't know how it works.
Yeah, I don't understand a lot of it, but
4 hours, I'm guessing. And this was George's idea to ask you to do an 8-hour on your first live stream.
yeah.
So he contacted me and said, "Hey, go and tell him do an 8-hour." I go, "No." He's all, "Why not?" He goes, "Well, you don't have to be there for the whole thing, but tell Mike to do it." I'm like, "Okay."
It's a test. This is a great test. This was a really good test.
That
Yeah.
test of the emergency YouTube system. We
Well, you learn some things, like when somebody's sharing a photo, you learned how to get that up. You learned how to bring people up, put them down.
Yep. Yeah. I understand what you guys were, or was it you guys or somebody else? Anyways, but about the when the chat is really going in a large room, not broadcasting to 3 different platforms.
Well, imagine what the people are going through that are running it when the chat starts rolling. They need their moderators. That's why they're so important.
Yep.
When it rolls quick and the host can't cover everything, we are the failsafe. We're the backup. We're part of the team.
Yep.
The moderators step in and do their job, and that's why it's important to have ones you trust.
Right.
You miss something in chat, as a moderator, I can bring it to your attention. We're lit up. You see us as lit up usually, depending on what screen you're watching, and you say, "Hey, someone had a question," and I've done that, and they catch my comment, but not the person that asked it.
Bye, V. Thanks for hanging out for the all night long and keeping me going. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support.
Yeah, maybe we should. So I can get you those photos before I go.
Oh yeah, yep. So I'm gonna call it here then.
Yep.
And I was kind of waiting to see if George was gonna pop back on, but yeah, that's all right. So
Loves to you, V, and you take care, Brene. It's always fun to see you hanging out in chats. It really is. Daytime,
thank you everyone for hanging with me. So you're all the best. Thanks for the support. I'm gonna call it, and I will catch everyone later on. Bye bye. End broadcast.